Support for the Hawks Nest podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below the waist, grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer just for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with my code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Okay, here we go. Hello, and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream post-game show, sponsored by Manscaped, as you guys were just hearing about just a second ago. Yeah, proud sponsor of the show so far. If you are looking for a discount on your lower manscaping needs, go over to Manscaped. They've chosen to sponsor this show and give you a nice, unique code, NEST, N-E-S-T. That's right, you go over there, go to manscaped.com, put that code in, save yourself 20%, save yourself free shipping, help this show, this growing show, and I will appreciate it very much. Thank you very much to Manscaped for sponsoring the show here in this past month, here, the first period of it. It's really appreciated. So now as I... hold on. I think there's something I'm missing here, yeah. Here it is. Here we go. Give me just a second, folks. I forgot about this one before going live. Bottoms up. Yeah, that's about the right tone. There we go. Okay. Our Seattle Seahawks started out today. Oh, it was hotly contested affair. Our much maligned defense going up against Russell Wilson. Not up against, working with Russell Wilson. Seemed to hold the day for an offense that was kind of finding itself early on, unable to push its way through. I thought, man, maybe this defense is starting to come together. Maybe things are starting to hold. They were stout. And certainly Matt Stafford overthrew a few footballs in that first half. And the offense, though they were doing well in the first half to get some yardage, and the touchdown to DK at the goal line was a thing of beauty, ended up being all they could really muster out of that first half. Despite those yards, it looked very similarly to past years Bevel and Schottenheimer offenses, in the respect of there just wasn't really much of an in-between game. There was a little bit of intermediate passing, but nothing in the short game, nothing in the screen game. It was all kind of deep down the field. Now, Russell, it's not to say Russell played Nest badly by any measure of that. They ran the ball a little too heavy for my taste. All this stuff, though, becomes kind of irrelevant, though, doesn't it, at that point? Because we get into the second half, fairly early on into the second half, and Russell Wilson, with his old personal nemesis, Aaron Donald, on a throw where Tyler Lockett breaks free down the sidelines, seemingly there for a nice open 50-yard pass, but Donald, because he's Donald, and I'm going to measure and guess that probably also because we didn't double-team Donald on that play, he manages to get pressure, get in Russell's face. Russell throws the ball, and one of the great worrisome injuries for quarterbacks is hitting your hand on the top of a helmet, which is indeed what Russell Wilson did. Well, we all went, okay, that's all right. He's going to shake that one off. And then we get that nice HD 4K, clear, crystal clear view, big screen of his finger kind of just hanging like this. As you can see his brain saying, go forward finger, go stout finger. Is it dislocated? I don't know. It did not look good. And Russell Wilson is probably one of the toughest, if not, he's right up there as one of the toughest in Seattle Seahawks history, if NFL history, actually. We got to give him all the, I'm going to go NFL history on that for a guy that's had his consecutive game starts like he has. He's a tough guy. If he's injured, we've seen him get a high ankle sprain from Ndamukong Suh stepping on the back of his heel and bounce right back off of that. And for him to not be able to get back on the field is indicative, in my opinion, of this thing taking a little bit of time to come back around. You combine this with the fact that the defense, for all of the resolve it showed in the first half, suddenly bent and withered and fell apart in the second half. Combining these two aspects of things, it's going to be very hard to make any kind of prediction or hope at this point for a turnaround in the future. Many in this chat tonight are going to come in and say, what's the moves to be made? What's the schematic wrinkle to bring into play? And the honest answer is I'm not really too sure. I don't really have a good idea as to what they possibly could do at this point. Yeah, they were good in the first half. I guess they came around in the second half a little bit. Offensively, you're going to be without Russ, to me, minimum here 3 to 4 weeks. I imagine we'll hear tomorrow that he's going to have to get some kind of surgery on the finger, which means probably a pin in the finger like we saw with Goff last year in our playoff game. If that's the case, that is going to reduce down his ability to be productive if he tries to go out there and get it out, which I would say, being that it's on the finger it's on, I would be surprised if he's out there trying to get it out at this point. Maybe he can, but again, the fact that he didn't go back out there but for one series in this game, if I'm trying to read into what that looks like to me, it looks like not a great thing. And again, even if he is coming back in at a slightly lesser Russell Wilson and a little less accurate, a little less able to know where he's necessarily throwing the ball, playing it play out, you've gone 2-3 now. You've lost your nemesis and your rival, and probably, along with the Cardinals, the two best teams in this division right now. And as we look forward, the looking and finding for optimism here is really not around. There will be people in the chat that I'm sure that are going to say, this is all right, we're good, we can still, there's time. Man, with extra game this season, it's not even really like, it's technically almost just barely quarter pass, really, if you think about it. Yeah. And let me acknowledge you just really quickly, as I got more thoughts, but I do want to acknowledge, we're getting a lot of people in the chat here donating, so let me just acknowledge this because I don't want to have it blow off here. Megan Roger says, feeling a little stunned, glad it wasn't a blowout, feared, but wow. Yeah, I'm equally in a point of just not sure what to make of anything right now at the moment, and I'm just processing, but at the same point in time, there's a little bit of darkness here that casts over and upon us, and we can't really deny what is there at this moment and what we're going to be seeing going forward here now in the future of this team. And there's a lot to unpack of this statement I just said. It's not just simple or easy of, well, the season's over. No, we're going to get into a little deeper beyond that. But yeah, I'm a little stunned by it, a little thunderstruck, a little AC/DC'd by it. Joseph Young, thank you for the $5 chat as well. Megan, I appreciate you. I salute you, kind madam. Joseph, I salute you as well. $5. Pete Carroll's clock management is hilariously bad. He's not good at that. There's some things he's really bad at I'm going to hit on tonight, but the clock management you can count on might be one of the last things, but it's one of those things that's probably gotten worse with time as a coach, to your point, with him here in Seattle. I don't know if it's ever his best part of what he was as a coach, but it's probably been one of his upper level parts as a coach, I guess. Would be my, I guess that's as good as I can put it. So it's a little bit like the penalty situation with him. I'm just always like, well, that's not something he does good anyway, usually. So I don't really pay much attention, but yeah, he's not good in the halves with it, especially, and he'll blow timeouts at times. D Nugget says, and thank you for D Nugget, $5 donation. I appreciate you, D Nugget. Always very kind. That's it. We done. Russ' middle finger tip was crooked and didn't move. Yeah, we rusted up. We rust up that middle finger, and that thing's, when it's crooked like that, thinking that just bounces back next week after some finger stretches is probably going to be a bit of a reach in believing that that's going to end up being the case here. It's going to take a little bit of time. If it takes a little bit of time, you're still going through a fairly difficult part of the schedule. How are you going to get through that schedule? And how are you going to come out the other end of that schedule at that point? Thank you, D Nugget, for the $5 donation. Joseph Young, Megan, Gok, Roger. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you. Emmett Gaming, thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate you as well. Joseph Young has super chat $5. And Joseph, dude, 2 donations. Man, thank you, Joseph. Very kind of you. Very kind. You guys make me a little bit happier in this moment. I am down in the dumps, but you guys are making me feel a little bit better. And this is going to be the first. I think I've done 130, 120 live stream shows, something like that. This will be the first one I've actually drank on. So this will be a fun one, guys. We're going to be in it for a night. Now, lock yourselves in, folks. It's going to get a little bit of a buck wild here, because I'm going to at least find a way to make this amusing to myself and you at the same time, hopefully within this loss. But thank you, Joseph. He says 3 first-round picks used on Brooks and Jamal Adams. Laughing out loud. Pain. Great pain. And very true, Joseph Young. Jamal Adams looks as lost as everybody, but who I fought back against in the chat throughout the offseason and the early part of this preseason and into the season, saying, no, he'll show you once you get him on tight ends. No, he'll show you once you get him on running backs. Yeah. I know Deshaun Jackson's a receiver, but he's running cover 2. He isn't a single high safety in that moment. He's got one half of the field deep. Even strong safeties have to do that from time to time. Cam Chancellor did that from time to time. I'm just saying. Thank you, Joseph, for the second donation on that. You were very kind. Appreciate you. I really do. I'd put a bigger smile on my face, but you know the pain I'm in right now. You know what I'm doing here. Not even licking the wounds point. They're just open and gaping, and the arteries doing this. I'm not even putting my hand on it to stop it. I'm not even taking my belt off to tie off the pressure. I'm just letting it artillerily, is that the word? Artillerily? Just, I'm even get some on the camera. Paul Third has super chatted $2 from Australia. Paul, you and Megan, my Aussies underneath down there, down low, whatever it is. You're also in pain with me. I appreciate you. Paul coming with the $2 donation. Thank you, sir. This is Mallet Finger. Look it up. I am going to look up Mallet Finger, and we will look it up before the broadcast ends, Paul. You better believe it. So I will be looking the Mallet Finger up. In fact, I'm writing that down because I will forget. It sounds like a duck bit your finger, but I'm sure there's like a super deep reason. Like it's like Joseph Mallet realized after years of in-depth study with his fingertip studies, with the tips of his fingertip studies, that if you bang your finger in a certain way. I'll check it out though, man. Thank you for the $2 donation though. I appreciate you. I do. You better believe it. Thank you very much. AJ Johnson, thank you for subscribing, AJ Johnson. I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. So I'm going to get over to you guys here in the chat a second. Thank you to all the people here ever do donate on this channel. It is very much appreciated. Even in dark times like this, we're moving towards trying to get to this to make me a full-time thing doing this, get more videos out on the often, especially when we have brighter times ahead, hopefully. But hey, today's just not one of those days. That's the life of a fan, right? Some days it goes good. Some days not so good. So my only last thoughts on this is I'm going to try to drive some optimism up for you folks. I know many people hate it when I start going dark, when I go Vader mode, when I put on my Sith cloak here. And I'm not going to try to do that too much today. Like I said, we're going to try to laugh and have some fun here at this as much as we can. The overriding factor on this, though, and I don't know if much of anybody's going to be able to tell me something of this that will change my opinion on this, is, this is kind of an ending point here. This is going to be a dark point here. And, if you don't think when Russell Wilson gets to the point of contemplating his future into this offseason, and the season gets to being what it looks like at best case scenario, and that's like everything went right, you sneak in the back door of the playoffs, right? That's kind of like what you look like right now in your best form. And he's sitting there thinking about what he wants to do in his future, what he wants to push for, what direction, does he want to stay with the Seattle Seahawks? Has he seen enough there to be encouraged that it's good? He's going to go back and look to this day with Aaron Donald, the guy that's had 13 sacks of rust throughout his career, 40 tackles for losses. And he's been dominant against other teams too, and other teams within this division. But Seattle's been the worst of it. And they've never really looked to find an answer for that throughout that time. They've just kind of ignored that aspect. And certainly you don't draft for just one player in a division, but you could make the argument for a foundational, generational defensive player, a guy that's been the best defensive player in the league multiple times over. He may not be at that same place now, but he's still damn good. You would think that you would have figured, about 2016, you might have tried to do something about him other than just like, we'll just muddle through with it. I'm sure we'll figure out how to block him someday. I'm sure he'll get injured or something and just go away. That's how it always works in the NFL, so we'll just go with that. Hasn't been the most ripe of strategies, I'll tell you that. I'll bounce over here into what you guys think in the chat. I'm sure we'll be going back and forth tonight, so let's just get this going back and forth a little bit. I'm not going to try to turn this over too much as a loss. You got Russell going down probably for the season. You're 2-3. You still have a tough upcoming schedule. You're still playing the Rams 3 more times. Not the Rams, but the Rams and Cardinals, the 2 toughest teams in your division 3 times. You got the Packers. I know the Steelers aren't as good, but you got to play them on the road. New Orleans Saints, I know they're not as good, but still Saints, still a tough team, and we're not looking like we're going to, walk over anybody at this point. Now, this isn't a team that's going to fall off, but again, all this has got to be looked at through the lens of Russell Wilson staying here long-term and into the future. And right now, that future is the most thing that's the biggest darkness to this, beyond even a lost season, is, all right, now we're into a square one mode, and we're going to be there with Coach Carroll, who is going to come back into this offseason going, well, we're going to come back to playing defense. Yeah, how many assets have you put into your defense, Carroll? How many more assets is it going to take? 10 first-round picks? Should we mortgage the future for 3 more third-round picks? Did you go and bury it into your defense? Will that fix your scheme at that point? How many? How many more failures do you need from your defensive standpoint to realize the day is done here? And I'm going to start getting mad. Now I'm going to start getting mad. Because I make mistakes on this channel all the time. I probably don't own them hard enough when they happen. I should. And that's a place that I always look back on this channel that I go, okay, am I married too hard to this opinion? Have I embedded myself too much into this thought process of this is what I think and believe? And you do that. You can feel it in yourself as a human error. It's a tendency. And you got to fight against it. And that's why I point out over and again, where is Carroll fighting against that in the failures he's seeing from his defense? McVay didn't do anything all that much more differently than he's ever done. I know they spoke on the telecast about drafting and NASCAR crap, but at the end of the day, McVay's doing what he's always done against Carroll. What happened this season, they came out with those odd, weird fronts. Their corners couldn't hang out on the edge because when you come up with blitz-heavy approaches, you need corners who can cover the back, that can be manned up. You don't have that. So then they recalibrated everything about a game and a half ago to go back to basically their cover 3 stuff and cover 2 stuff. And McVay knows how to attack that. And it held up early on in the game, but he figured it out over the course of the game. Certainly the offense not putting up more points, certainly the offense not driving more. I can already hear those people. That didn't help. But this defense is on a historically bad pace. That goes beyond an offense. That goes beyond an offense's shortcomings. That comes back eventually again to a defense that's not working good. And it's not working good with the parts you put so much investment into. Somebody else's point, not somebody else's point, to the guy who just gave you some money here. To the 3 first-round picks you put into Brooks and Adams, who have been at the spear's tip of that failure. Okay, we got some more donations, so I'm going to get behind on everything. I'm behind the chat and behind the donations. I better stop yapping and talking. Jonathan Salazar with a big-time $5 donation. Jonathan, I appreciate you as well. He says, there is no time. Realistically, we're looking 2-3, looking at the Cards and Rams record. We can't lose any more games if we think of winning this division. I have no faith. Jonathan, I agree. And it's hard to be realistic and looking that you can go on that kind of run with the team in the current state it is. The coaches around the league who are going to be playing the Seahawks won't look at this tape and see the ways to duplicate the same kind of issues that they've ran into on the defensive side of the ball in the Titans game, in this kind of Rams game. I mean, you did well in the first half, but these moments that you arrive at where you just can suddenly not stop an offense at all, that you're just begging on a miracle, on a penalty or a tip pass or a misthrown ball, that is not a standard of good defense. And that is a standard of defense that this defense relies upon way too often. Way too often. But thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate for the $5 donation, and well said. Barry Soy Toro, another big donator here to the channel and a long-time subscriber on the channel. I appreciate you, Barry. Barry says the offensive line looked better with Geno. They did. I think that you play Russell Wilson at this point as any sort of defense. You never count on the backup coming in, so you come in with your whole Russell Wilson game plan as to the way that you rush the passer, play your coverages, If you get a quarterback that's different of that, that's going to catch you by surprise, and it's going to take you a little time to adjust to it. That's what struck me about the Rams situation tonight. I could be wrong with it, but that's just kind of what colored me. Now, Geno did play a little bit more on rhythm and in time in this offense with doing some of the short stuff. And we can talk a little bit more about this with Russell in this game, but that, as good as it is to get those results of the big plays down the field, the Lockett and DK, and those plays are good, where's the short stuff that we also need to see in this offense? And I think that Stafford on the other side of the ball was struggling with this in the first half of the game himself, doing too much of, I'm going to push the ball down the football field, and then not enough of just taking what the defense is giving you. I didn't feel enough like from this offense, especially in the first half, there was enough of taking what the defense gave them. There wasn't a lot of innovation. There wasn't a lot of creativity. And it's no surprise you only end up scoring 7 points on the back of that, because it's the same old Seahawks offense that we have seen time and time again. Thank you, though. Appreciate the $5 or the $2 donation, Barry, and you being a member of the channel, by the way. Thank you. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan Gok Rogers. She says, help Brandon feel better. Smash that like button. Megan, thank you for reminding me of that on the back of a donation, by the way. If you do like what you're hearing tonight, please do hit that like button for me. I know it seems weird, and I don't want to hit the like button, you say. I don't even know if I like you, Brandon. I don't even know if I like what I'm hearing. Why don't you impress me a little bit more before you ask for me clicking the like button, sucker? Why don't you do that? Why don't you dance for me, monkey? Dance. Dance, monkey. Okay, I'll dance. I'm dancing, okay? I'm over here dancing. Can you just hit the like button for me? Because it helps the channel grow. Helps me get bigger. Even as this team right now is about to go in the shitter. Okay. Okay, let's get over to you guys in the chat. Let's hear what you have to say, because I know I'm already losing chat stuff because I'm not seeing it because I'm getting too laissez-faire in my reaction to you guys. I'm sorry. I'm flowing tonight. I'm in the IDF. I'm in the IDF right now. That's what I'm doing right now. I hope you guys, frankly, should be too. Okay, 283-128. Best player out there was Michael Dixon. Laughing out loud. You better believe it. That double punt was a thing of beauty. I didn't know what the hell was going on. The refs didn't know what was going on. Only an Australian could confuse everyone on the football field in that entire kind of way. And it was absolutely beautiful and wonderful. Dixon was the best player on the football field. And shout out to my folks out there in Australia. Thank you for giving us that. Thank you for bringing that little stork across the ocean to us. Letting that stork bring that baby on over. We love it. Appreciate it. Jose Garcia says, damn, my heart too, Jose. My heart bleeds like the death of 10,000 souls. Jacob Kessinger. Jacob, you are an awesome man as well. I appreciate it. You know why? Because you just donated $5 and you didn't have to do that. Thank you, sir. Jacob says, which of the team could have put Russell on their back for a change hard loss? That would have been awesome, wouldn't it, Jacob? You were thinking that, and I mean, you couldn't help but think it. I was thinking the same thing. Geno comes in looking like John Elway against the Cleveland Browns in 87, Oh, Geno, you need 98. Pfft, problem, man. I got this. Just conducts a conductor-like drive, just moving the ball up the field, just with smoothness, with grace, with patience. Gets himself a touchdown, and you're going, let's go. We're going to pick Russell up for once. The man who is renowned for picking us up, so many times, for one time tonight, right now, one time. We're going to pick him up. It ain't going to be the defense. No, we on offense will pick it up. It ain't going to be you just chill on the sideline. Get that finger right. In fact, go under surgery right now on the sideline. Somebody get a scalpel. But as I said, I feel like the Rams kind of figured things out as you went along, but that would have been an awesome story to this game, Jacob. And Geno did an admirable job. He looked like a good backup going in, which is as much as I think you can kind of ask for a guy on the fly. Hasn't gotten snaps throughout the week. And it was a great drive and gave us a little bit of a moment of hope. So that part was awesome. But thank you to all of you guys for being so kind on this, on the donations and the subscribing and all that. I really do appreciate it tonight as I am being consumed by the darkness. Great. You are great. You are both great in name and great because you have subscribed to the channel as I asked. And that is marvelous. So thank you for subscribing, becoming a subscriber. Megan with another donation. Megan, you're coming so hot and strong tonight, I'm not going to know what to do. Megan comes with a $2 donation, says, what? Blame it on the Aussie? Wow. I'm blaming it on the Aussie as I'm giving the Aussie credit. It ain't his fault that the guy came through and blocked the punt. He pulled off the second punt, which then they called the flag. Then they didn't know what the hell was going on. It's such a great play, Megan. It's a great play when you confuse everybody on the football field. When you got the coaches confused, McVay's going over there like, what? And the officials are throwing flags and then picking the flags up, then throwing them back up again like it's some party. You know, they don't know what the hell's going on. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I'm giving him credit, not knocking him. I'm saying you pulled that thing off. It's like he went into a Vegas gambler's house that's got all the cameras over the top, and he just went in there with a mechanic's grip and pulled off, one of the greatest heights of the time. Walked out there with like $2 million on the back of blackjack because he's got some automated mechanism in his shoe that tells him what to do after counting the cards. That to me is like what he did on that play. So nothing but props to our guy, man. I'm celebrating the Aussie spirit right now. I'm not going to say shrimp on the barbie because I know that's disrespectful to you. That's how much I'm celebrating it at this moment. But thank you again for the $2 donation, Megan, coming in a bunch hot. And again, if I will get to the chat, but I'm going to definitely address the people that do the throw money my way. I'm just that way. So, call me a whore. That's how I roll. Jeff Rhines, my man from Montana, my man from the great northern Montana. They build them harder out there in Montana now. You got to suffer through those winters. Makes you a little bit of a harder man. I recommend it at least 1 or 2 years of your life. You walk out of it with a little bit of frostbite, but a little bit more hair on your chest. Now, Jeff is coming in hard. He's coming in hard. He's coming in with a $10 donation. And, Jeff, I do appreciate you as always, sir, because you are always kind with the donations. So thank you. Salute you. Appreciate you. And Jeff says, Brandon, I got nothing tonight. Numb with Russ out. At least DK got 2 touchdowns and Diggs a pick. Dixon's double punt, but damn it. Always hashtag go Hawks, but it's looking dark, man. Jeff, well said, well put, and you say in your words what I feel in my heart, which is I am always a hopeful man, an optimist. Rarely am I going to try to lean to being a skeptical man, but this is one of those nights where skepticism starts to roll over just a little bit inside you. Maybe it takes a night of good sleep. Maybe it takes a great big trade of some type, but you just sort of look off into the emptiness of space and time with that 1,000-yard stare and wonder what could have been. It's rough. It's rough, but it's not rough is you giving me $10 in a donation, which is always appreciated. You guys are very kind tonight. Thank you so much for it. If I am not of the spirit of looking peppy, and thanking you, I apologize for that, but it's appreciated nonetheless. So thank you, folks. Wilt Watterson says, pretty good game. Pretty good game from the standpoint if you're playing the knife game from Aliens. If you ever watch the movie Aliens and the android puts his hand over the top of a human hand, and because he's an android, he can move super fast, so he takes this super sharp knife and he goes, and you lay bets on whether or not your hand's going to get cut. And then it got cut, but it was super exciting watching you lose a finger. It was a good game in that respect. It was kind of good like that. There's a lot of blood, so that's good, but I can't find a lot of happiness in this game. Leland Kimball, what's up, Leland? Good to see you on in here. Says tear it down to the studs. Leland, you're not potentially wrong. Well, it looks like we will be tearing it down to the studs. And if we are tearing it down to the studs, Coach Carroll can go down. Also, he is not at the stud level. He's no longer stud on that future plan. He is the part above the studs you tear down. You bring down, if that's the case. That's what you do with that. That's how you roll with that. Your boy Michael Payne. Great pain. Great pain. Great pain. Zach Weber. Pete's got to get out of the 2013, man. Man, you know what, Zach? He just can't, man. He loves it, bro. I know. There's no updating him. There's no, he just won't do it. I don't know if it's that he ever had that in him, that maybe he always just had that one bullet in his gun in 2012, 2013, 2014, that bullet with the talent that they drafted, with the insider knowledge he had in his recruiting past, gave him that leg up for his little simple bullet that only fired one way at a certain direction, at a certain feet, and made it happen. But that no longer is the day, and he doesn't have a wrinkle to give. There is no change of place here that he has anymore. If anyone thinks out there, well, what can we do? They've done it. It's been done. You were already back in the last year on a historic pace through 8 games. You are on a pace to give up more yards through the air than any team in NFL history by far. Not by barely you're going to eclipse it. No, 8 games halfway into the season last year. And now again this year, you're in the same kind of mode. Woo! Woo! Of Sam says, living in Spain without the Seahawks. I'm sorry, Of Sam. Well, you might have saved yourself a little bit of pain tonight. I've never been a guy that wanted to avoid a Seahawks game, especially not when Russell Wilson's playing. But this is a night where it's a little bit tougher. A bit tougher. Costa Rican sports fan, I won't be able to sleep now from watching the dump. It's going to be a tough night of sleep for me, too. I do this channel. I love this channel. I love covering my Seahawks. I love this team. I love Russell Wilson and Carroll and what their past history here and what they've brought us. And what in my criticism of Carroll right now, it's not a lack of appreciation for what he's done coming up to this point. It's more of what we've got to look at in the now and moving into the future. And that part just disappoints the hell out of me. And there's just no solutions and answers, which is the toughest part. You go back a couple of years ago, you go midseason trade, Quandre Diggs, flip out Tedrick Thompson. Oh my goodness, the defense kind of comes together just enough. And last year, a pass rush that could do nothing. You could bring in Carlos Dunlap, and then it came together just kind of enough. It actually came together pretty well, albeit on the back of playing lesser opponents and backup quarterbacks. It found a way. Hard to see that type of trade this year that just comes in, that you go in and flip something in. Even 2 trades to be made, if you were. It seems kind of further beyond that, doesn't it? It seems more further out beyond that reach. It seems broken at the schematic level, which can't be fixed by a mere player. Jace, well, that sucked. I don't usually like to say that it was a rough spot, but in this game, it was heavily skewed towards the Rams, and there were multiple plays where it should have been a flag. I can't in this game do much with the officials on this one. I'm sorry. I got nothing with Jace on this one to point back to. The holding penalty on Dwayne Brown on the key play with the touchdown to Lockett, for instance, his hands are up high on the jersey. I'll say this about it. They don't consistently call that play in the NFL. Of any plays the officials get wrong, that is a play that goes backwards and forwards. We saw this last week. Carlos Dunlap had that same kind of play where he's coming around the edge. He's beaten the guy on the edge. The guy has now lost his block, but instead goes to the shoulder and does the pull down, rip shoulder move. It didn't get called last week on Dunlap at all, and despite it happening through the second half constantly. Then they decide to call it this week. That is the part I will agree with you on, Jace, of having issues with how it's that particular type of play is called when it happens like that and a tackle is beaten on the edge. But by the letter of the law, it is a penalty. You have the Russell blow to the head, which Donald, you didn't really blow him to the head as much as he took Russell and then just banged it, just took him and just basically took him like a human pinata and just started smacking him off the back of the tackle, which I don't know if that's a penalty. You don't like to see it at your quarterback. But they got called on that. So that was one play that went, in our favor there. I don't know. I can't do much on this one with the officials as far as kind of what I saw. Maybe the Lockett play where there was maybe a PI at the end of the game there with him being pulled down to the ground. Certainly the Rams were playing pretty physical on the outside and the officials might have been letting him play. Maybe that's what you're referencing, Jace. So on that, I would agree with you probably. So, but hard to put this one necessarily on officials just from my standpoint of there's other things I would probably point to. Mao R6, I may be overreacting, but we have one of the worst defenses of all time. I don't know that it's a overreaction. I don't. And I'm a guy that's so high on this team in the preseason and where I'm standing right now. How can it be a overreaction? You're probably on the button with this in the respect of, like I said, you were on a record level of giving up yardage last year, and now you're back in the same standpoint this year, basically. You might be a little off the pace of last year by a smidge, by a hair, but not far. And to have a defense in back-to-back years that is in that stage and in that place now well into the football season, you would think would be a big alarm bell for the coaching staff and front office. You think that would maybe raise some ires. And Ground Knox 83, thank you for becoming a member. I think Ground Knox is, oh no, as far as things else. Thank you for becoming a member. For Ground Knox, you're awesome for having done so. Eric 99 with a $5 donation. Oh my gosh, you guys are being very kind tonight. Your guys' heart's where I am. I would not be donating to anybody right now. I would be sitting there doing just like what I'm doing now, which is going to be pounding out beers here on this live stream show. But you guys are donating to me. Thank you for doing so. It's very much appreciated. I'll appreciate it more tomorrow when I remember it more, but I'm appreciating it now as well. Thank you to that, you Eric 99, another longtime contributor here on the channel. He says, I know you are he says, I know you are a coffee drinker, but join me in a shot of whiskey. I'm buying and drinking to the end of an era. Well, I will see if my buddy here in the house here somewhere's probably got a shot of whiskey there for me. So I'm going to be going up for another beer here. If I can go for another beer, I will be going up and finding another shot for you, Eric 99. Because guys, if we're going to have to dwell on a loss, I might as well get pissed drunk for you. I might as well show my ass. I might as well. If we're going to be here, if we're going to arrive at this stage, let's try to make it a little fun. That's where I'm at. I can only be dark so much on stuff where I'm just like, okay. So thank you for the donation, Eric. I will try to scavenge upstairs and see if I can get you a shot of whiskey, and I will show you that shot of whiskey. Kevin Full Genosio. Kevin, I would be able to usually pronounce your last name. Can't right now because it's the buzz is going to be hitting soon. But I do appreciate you subscribing as well. You are awesome, Ground Knox. Thank you for becoming a member, not just subscribing, but you became a member of this channel. You get weekly articles, semi-weekly articles from me and some stuff, and I'm going to be building on my membership crew here with some added advantageous advantages. So thank you for joining. You join the crew. You join a widening crew on that. I appreciate it. And again, Ground Knox, folks like you, folks who donate like Aaron 99, the crews come in here, help me eventually get to a spot where I can do this full time, and then I get to get drunk full time jumping on my channel live. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that amazing? Number 2's almost empty. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to be going and doing a refill here. Beer's getting a little warm. Oh, and this might go to shit real quick, folks. So you better strap on in. Jeffrey Huggins, thank you for the $5 donation. Says thanks for the hard work and great analysis. Stay up, bro. Jeffrey, I will find my happy place in this storm. I will find the eye of this storm eventually. I'm getting whipped around in circles like something out of Twister. I'm like Bill Paxton right now. Was that a cow? That's basically where I'm at right now. But I'm okay. I'm gonna find that eye. I'm gonna strap myself down to the ground. Just let that sucker pass over me. Just oh God. So I'm going to do it just like that. Eventually, I'm going to get to that stage. I'm right now in the full-on pain stage. It's hurting. It's a deep pain. It's a deep burn, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll find a way through this. We might be in 3 years of rebuild, but who doesn't like 3 years of rebuilding? No. Thank you for the $2 donation. $5 donation. Jeffrey Huggins. And my analysis might not be super sharp tonight, but it will rebound come next Wednesday. I promise you that. I will rewatch this tape. We got the all-22 back, so I will be able to look deep into that. I don't have much all-22 type thoughts tonight. It's all big picture stuff here tonight. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you on that, Jeffrey. Thank you. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says a shot is not enough. Time to grab a bottle. Jeffrey, we're in that stage. We are in full bottle stage. We're in full. I don't need the half bottle. I need the full bottle. I need to see more liquid at near like 3/4 of the top. That's got to be where we're at with this. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm going to be at tonight on this live stream. But love it or not love it, I'm in a stage of don't give a fuck, don't give a fuck, don't give a fuck. I don't know why. I'm just in that spot tonight. I don't know why. I don't know I'd have that mood, but I've got it inside me. I'm going to be fighting it a little bit, but I'm not going to be fighting it hard. A little bit, not really hard. All right, let's get to the chat. Sorry, I'm losing you guys on the chat. I'm telling you, I'm going to suck tonight. That's just the way this rolls. NG, so fresh and so clean, NG. New Jersey, so fresh and so clean. I'm going to do it like that. That's what I'm going to guess on your NG and NJ. Thank you, NJ, for subscribing. You're an awesome man, an awesome individual, a scholar, and a good man among men. Jemji says, like the video, guys. Thank you, Jemji, for mentioning that. Joseph E., I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted, Joseph. Like I said, I've done 200 and... What have I done? 130 shows. This is the first time I've ever cracked alcohol, so you guys can read into that what you will. You guys can unpack that one as you do. Kale says, I need a bowl of cereal after that display. I need a bowl of something, but not something that I'm going to need to eat. A bowl of something probably else. And we may get to that point of the show as well. So you guys hang on. This thing may get more exciting yet. You never know, huh? Mason Dale, your offense with little investments and backup quarterback outplayed your defense with 4 first-rounders, 2 for Adams, and a bunch of second- and third-round investments. A damn crying shame. And Mason, I hope you don't mind that I added the crying to your damn, but it just felt appropriate. And you're right. You put a little bit of assets to the offensive ball, a little bit of assets to that offensive ball. You throw a second rounder on Tyler Lockett. Oh my God, look how productive that second rounder was. You put a second rounder on a DK Metcalf. Oh my God, look at how productive that second rounder was. You put a third rounder on a Damian Lewis. Oh my God, look at how productive that second rounder was. You know, if there have been some misses within that a little bit, yeah, Rashad Penny's not been able to get on the field, but when he's been on the field, he's been good. Not often on the field, hardly on the field, but on the field, good. You can't say that about the defensive side of the football. You put all those assets, to your point, on the defensive side of the ball, and you don't get the returns from them. I mean, 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, and what is the impact Jamal Adams gives you as a safety? I can see nothing beyond, and this is a guy, again, that I have been going to bat for throughout my time on the channel from that trade onward. So this is me eating crow in this moment. This is me owning a bit of issue. Now, I don't love the way they're using him. I don't know. Did you guys see him blitz but one time in this football game? It seems like asking him to play cover 2 doesn't seem the appropriate way or the appropriate utilization of Jamal Adams. I could be wrong on that. Now, again, that's with admitted as well that you have to play some cover 2 eventually in this league here and there. So he's got to be able to do some of that. And his being lost and unable to track the ball, I can't excuse that or apologize for that. It is bad, and it is what it is. He had problems with the tight end in this game, which is something I said, I believe, on the touchdown. Which is something that I've lauded him for. Said, put him on a tight end. He'll handle that. Yeah, he'll look bad on Julian Edelman. Yeah, he'll look bad on Cooper Kupp running downfield. Yeah, he'll look bad on Deshaun Jackson running field. But put him on a tight end. Oh, he can handle that. No, he can't. No, he didn't. No, he hasn't. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And Jordan Brooks, dear God, I think you're horrible in coverage. You're every bit as bad as I predicted of you of draft night. Think about my predictions of the draft night, the first, be it LJ Collier or who again played tonight and didn't do much of anything past that one pressure, which I'm sure somebody's going to project. LJ Collier got that one pressure tonight. Did he? Did he get that one pressure? Did he? Did he? Did he? Jordan Brooks, awful, every bit as awful as in coverage as I had worried that he would be, and not all even that great in stopping the run. Jordan Brooks, another one of those guys from that Office Space scene where they say, what is it you do here? It's like Jordan Brooks, like, what is it you do here? Eventually rallied to the ball 9 yards down the field. Whoopity-doo. Yarl, very interesting to see how effectively Geno ran the Waldron offense. That was an interesting wrinkle, and I know that some people will go, well, why is it that he's running a little bit better there? I think that he's just... You game plan so certainly towards Russell Wilson, and it's a game plan that's been built on the back of 10 years of football play, and especially a division opponent has like a book, a Bible thick on how you're playing that particular quarterback, down to some very small nuances and details. I think bringing in just simply another quarterback on the fly like that, yeah, he executed the offense better, but the defense is now caught in a little bit of, okay, how do we play this down with this new guy who's got new tendencies and new ways he goes about doing the offense? There's some benefits in that in general that will carry forward beyond this game because I imagine we're going to see Geno Smith once again. But I don't think it's an indication that Russell Wilson, for instance, if you're saying this, you're all, which I don't think you are saying this, but that Russell Wilson can't run this offense, which I do think he can. Jonathan Delacruz says $2, and thank you for the $2 donation. He says, round of applause for Geno Smith. Another donation from you, Jonathan. You are awesome, bro. Appreciate you. And yeah, a round of applause. I'm going to give him a nice round. It's a golf clap. I'm not standing up. I'm not doing that meme that's out there with like basically Orson Welles. The guy playing Orson Welles in a movie stands up and he's clapping and he's nodding his head in admiration. I'm giving him a good golf clap. Still good, like I was clapping for the Queen coming by. You know, like, I appreciate you. I'm not blown away, but I appreciate you. But he did a good job. He's a gamer. He got in there. He didn't have a chance to practice. He didn't take first team reps this last week. He had to come in there probably cold. It's a cold night in Seattle. You're coming in there, and he did really good. He did really good, Jonathan. It's well said. Marcelo Jr., thank you for subscribing. Some new subscribers, some new donations tonight. You guys are making me feel a little bit better about this. I'm still going to be dark. I'm going to still be a little angry. I'm going to still be a little bit of a drunkard tonight. But, hey, whatever. You guys are subscribing to me, man. We're talking it out. We're hashing this thing through a little bit. I appreciate you, Marcelo. You're awesome. GroundKnox83, not only did you just become a member, you also donated $3 to the channel. You're double dipping tonight, and I dig that about you. I dig that about you. You're cool. All that much more cooler in my book. You were already cool. Now you're cooler than cool. So thank you, Ground Knox, for the $3 donation. Didn't have anything to say. Just throw another $3 my way because you can see the pain and sadness in my heart right now. Hidden behind that smile is the great suffering. Is it like the great potato famine in Ireland in 72? No. Well, maybe. Well, yeah, kinda. Okay, my beers are empty, folks, and I did promise somebody a shot, so we're going to maybe see if we can get a shot here. So give me just 2 seconds. Got a bunch of folks on the channel. Hang on here, guys. At least another beer is the minimum here, so hold on. I'll be ready whenever, so do your thing. All right, folks. So the shots are incoming. It's going to get real interesting in here real quick. Let's get up in the chat because I'm sucking at this. Basham, maybe Russ loves this offseason and they don't like one the QBs and they like one of the QBs in the draft and they go for Geno. They go Geno for a season and YK the rest. Could be the rookie, the rookie the rest. It's it's possible, I guess. Russ leaving is not going to portend towards a great future for me. I'm going to be pretty dark on that one. I've done a quick once over of the rookies in this draft, the quarterbacks that are going to be coming out in this draft. There's some people that like him a lot. I think it's one of the weaker quarterback drafts in recent years. We've had some pretty strong quarterback drafts, including probably last year, and I don't think this one is necessarily in that same place. I would also tend to believe that I don't think that even though that would be the replication of their success from the Super Bowl seasons, that the front office and the coaching staff are going to do that again. I don't think that they're going to go rookie route. What they're going to try to do is go on the back of a roster that they're going to talk themselves into is still in a contender phase. They'll get a game manager quarterback. They're paying Sam Darnold like $25 million a year type thing, and then try to save some money on that and build on extra players around him as a general strategy. That would be what I think they would lean towards doing. I don't know if it will be what they do, but that would be, if I was just making a guess. Barry Toro says, Lockett playing like an Italian soccer player is concerning. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, he definitely will lean on those holding calls. He got one that he was able to draw early on in the game, but then, later on, the following on at the time that he did in that point, it's Part of it is he's a small guy, Part of it is he's just not a big guy who can really withstand some of that contact from a bigger player like that when he's moving. He's good about it sometimes, but other times you get kind of hung up on it. Bash. Maybe Russ leaves this offseason and they don't like one of the quarterbacks in this draft. Oh, sorry, John. Derek, the Seahawks and Lightning fan. What's up, Derek? Bro, this game wasn't even the defense's fault. They actually played good enough to win, but our offense, man, that was sad till Geno got in. I can't argue either way on this one. To me, both sides of the ball kind of failed in this one, Derek. The defense did play a really good half. I was ready to be like, all right, they're kind of starting to turn it around a little bit, but at the end of it on this one, I'm going to kind of point on both sides of the ball. The offense needs to do better. I don't like, too, when the offense is failing at falling back into old tendencies, as we've seen in a couple games early on in this season. If you're going to fail at running the new offense. Don't fail at we're trying to take deep shots right and left, and everything's down the field 30 yards. Not a lot of first down conversions, it felt like at times. Very inconsistent in that realm of things. But, the defense was good in the first half. But the second half, they got to a point where they basically couldn't stop anything. And I don't, just like I don't think the offense should ever get into a stage where it's completely shut down for whole realms of two halves. I don't think the defense on the flip side of that should ever be in a position where it's getting bled out over a whole half and there's no answer it has to it. That you should be a good enough defense to get a couple of stops kind of in there. And they just at times Rams did whatever they kind of wanted. It's just my opinion on it. Austin, what the hell is wrong with Jamal Adams? We give him 2 firsts and pay the man, and he plays like that in primetime. Shameful. I miss Bam Bam Cam. Yeah, he is not making anybody forget Bam Bam Cam. I'll say that much, Austin. Me either. And I am a guy, again, who's backed him the hell up a lot of times, and he's making me look like a fool on that. Making me look like an idiot on that. I don't know why he is so much worse of a player coming here from what he was at the Jets in the 2 years of tape he put on prior to arriving here. He should be heading into his prime. He should be awesome. There's no injuries going on right now that I'm aware of outside of, I tend to think maybe his finger's dislocated and that thing pops out every once in a while. But you're not getting the return on that investment for that player. And on top of him not playing to the right mark, I don't really know if you're utilizing him correctly all the time either. I'm not going to blame it wholly on that. Adams isn't coming to bear, but neither side is doing their part, so to speak. Andrew Truck and Miller says, how long do you think Russell will be out for? Russell probably will be out for 4 to 6 weeks. Knowing Russ, he'll get back inside of 4 weeks. But he'll go into the knife, and it'll take a minimum of a month to get the healing going down on that. I mean, I know that Goff did it, but the thing with it, I've in my past history of thinking about this with quarterbacks who get the fingers thing, when it gets to these fingers, it's bad. It's really bad. If it could be like on the thumb, you can kind of get through that because you can grip it on the edge of your thumb and keep your finger off the ball. But once it gets to these fingers, you really need to get those over the top of the laces. You really need to curl those over the top of the ball. And that's the one that to me makes you have to take the time you need to take to get it feeling okay. But even once he gets back at that point, Andrew, he's not at 100%. He's not feeling that ball like he was feeling coming into this game. You're not getting 100% of Russell Wilson feeling the football through the rest of the season, bar none, no matter what they do surgically wise. Leland, just like the Seahawks football, I was elated and disgusted and surprised and disappointed all in 3 hours. They run the gamut, don't they? They cover the full gamut as to what's going on, as to what you can expect. There's no doubt about it. We all feel it. It's like you go from heart attack to exuberance, and it's weird. It's wild. Normal NFL games don't always go in this kind of fashion. There's kind of a general way they just will play out that sort of fits the type. Not our Seattle Seahawks. Not with Coach Carroll here. Merck ZK, Adams is horrible. I know that trade was bad, and the contract was even worse. It's worse in retrospect, definitely, especially after you had a year to look at him and realize you couldn't use him right. If that's where we've landed on with him, they must have talked themselves into that they could have used him right, but they don't seem to show any way of doing that. I don't know if he's just completely fallen off as a player in addition to that. It's just bad all the way around. Wilt Watterson, the game wasn't even that bad. Y'all hyping it. This game wasn't even all that bad. Y'all hyping it. Our Hall of Fame quarterback who sits on the precipice of leaving the season if we don't get beyond the mark we've been getting to the last 5 to 6 years, just got a major injury and will probably miss the first game of his NFL career. Getting hit by the player that's been the main nemesis of causing a lot of his pain, including last season that bounced you out of the playoffs. And this game wasn't even all that bad. Woo. Woo. Megan, greetings, gang. Well, not sure how I feel. Glad it wasn't the blowout I feared, but I'm concerned about the finger. I'm concerned about a lot of things. Mason says, I will forever thank Carol for our first Super Bowl, but it's time. It is time, Mason. It's time. It's time. You had 4, as Seahawks Brendan Nelson talked about on this channel today when we did our pregame look at this game. You had 4 years in a rebuild. 2017 came along, and the Legion of Boom was fully out the door. No Michael Bennett, no Cam Chancellor, no Richard Sherman, no more Earl Thomas. You had a line to rebuild, a line to put it all back together again, a line to put it in just how you want to put it. And you got a chance to handpick how you want to handpick, how to innovate into the new modern NFL era and the way you wanted to innovate. You had a variety of different things you could have done as far as wrinkles at that time of new wrinkles and new, or just whatever you wanted to do, rebuilding the Legion of Boom. If you want to just fit to that type again and bring in big corners and find the Cam Chancellor again and whatever you want to do, you had a chance to do that. And we saw Carroll shoot his shot now over the last 4 years to do that. And he's had carte blanche. Carte blanche. Because he's not bought into the Hall of Fame quarterback, right? He's not built him a great offensive line. We know that. He's gotten some okay playmakers on the outside. Fine. But not game, It's not like they've loaded up like other Hall of Fame quarterbacks have seen loaded up for them, like we're seeing with Patrick Mahomes or what Tom Brady's has, or we can go through a couple other guys with this. But the fact of the matter is that his defense to land in this state now 4 years into this maturation process is unacceptable and frankly lands firmly at the doorstep of Coach Carroll. Leland says Russ out for 6 weeks with a mangled middle finger on his throwing hand. That's probably a possibility as far as 4 to 6 weeks is where I'd put it. Rams House. How you doing, Rams House? Good to see you on in here, man. You're always very kind coming in here. Says, go Rams. Congratulations on your guys' victory today. Wish you the best. Sorry about Wilson. Thank you. We are definitely not feeling great about that one. But well played. Came into our house. You beat us today. No excuses. Keaton is balling. Jamal was a waste of picks and money. Novelty player. Well said, Keaton is balling. I would have fought you on that at every turnover this offseason, and I would have been correct. This is one of those moments where when I'm having debates with folks and they tell me, oh, you're wrong, you're going to be wrong, you're arguing this so hard, and I argue, and I say, well, or sometimes I'm like, I hope I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm like, well, if I am wrong, well, I say, if I am wrong, I'm going to own it. I'm going to say I own it. I was wrong. You were right on that spot. For all those people that we had those arguments through this channel, through the chat, over the time, I was wrong with Jamal and him being a fit here in any way, shape, and form. Okay, let's see. We got a couple donations. So Elliot Clark coming in with another dono. Elliot, you're awesome, sir. I salute you. $3 donation. Thank you, my man. This is not bad about the loss. Our season was already done. Fair enough on that, Elliot. I can't argue with you on that. There was enough data to take in off these first couple of games in the season to walk away with that feeling. I can't argue with that. I mean, you just have two of the more embarrassing losses in the Coach Carroll era. I referenced this recently before we went into even the Niner game where I said, this is concerning. You've got 10 years of history here with Carroll. And if I was to take a top 10 most embarrassing losses through the Coach Carroll era, you just put two of them back to back against opponents that were not world beaters, but probably playoff teams at best. Disconcerting. So, smart of you to see that ahead of time on that, Elliot. I was holding on to a little bit of hope that was not be where this goes on things, but indeed that is where this doth go on those things. Can't discount at this point. Can't turn away. Can't look away. Can't hide my eyes. It is what it is. Where the season is in kind of a done state at this point. Russell's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, and you think Geno's going to hold okay? I'm not hating on Geno. Backup quarterback with the schedule we deal with the division we deal with a defense in this disarray. No possible way. No possible way, unfortunately, on that one. But thank you, Elliot. Appreciate it. Barry Soitoro coming with another donation. Barry, this is like number 2 or 3 for you tonight. Thank you so much. You are awesome, man. Again, another salute, sir. My old school folks, my OGs. Barry says, who is more sad about Russ's finger? Hawks fans or Sierra? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, yeah, know what I mean, know what I mean, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, know what I mean, know what I mean. He's going to have a little bit of a tough time, no. Russ ain't going to be able to make us smile quite right tonight, huh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, know what I mean, know what I mean, know what I mean, know what I mean, you know what I mean. I know what you mean, Barry. You dirty man, you dirty man. That's so dirty. I can't even reference how dirty it is to the chat. I just got to hope that they understand what you mean. Thank you for the $5 donation, though. I still will salute you and appreciate you, sir. And Masahiro's Vlog. I appreciate you subscribing from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. You are awesome for doing that. You are a gentleman and a scholar for doing that. This is a scholarly channel. It's very scholarly. We're very, very upper crust here. We're very, very dignified. Very dignified here at this channel. Rams House, I truly hate injuries. I hate injuries too. I hate injuries to quarterbacks especially because it just kind of sinks a whole team, you know. Even the backups come in, you know, we have our history and past of looking at, remember that one guy went down back in like 1990, you know, remember when Chris Sims went down and in came Jeff Hostetler with his porn stash and he was like, me and my porn stash are going to ride this team to a championship. And they did. You know, we're back in the 80s, you know, John Elway and that juggernaut Bronco team. And in comes Doug Williams with the Washington Redskins. And he just carves up that Bronco defense in the Super Bowl. Oh, man, that backup. Whoo. And maybe we got Nick Foles recently, right? We got Nick Foles in 18. 17, whatever the hell it was. Who cares? No one's ever going to remember that Eagles title. It doesn't matter, and it'll die in the darkness of who gives a shit anyway. But Nick Foles came in and was able to do it right. So you got a little bit of maybe baseline there. But, man, those times are so few and far between. So few and far between. And Russell can probably get back from this finger at some point. But at what point, where's the team at that point? 2-7, 3-9? I don't know. Of Sam, Geno actually did good up until that interception. He did. I'm not going to knock Geno. He did fine. I don't know if it's sustainable fine, but he did good. Austin L. Geno looked good. And y'all in the chat, I'm going to mess up the chat tonight. So I barely will read your shit right. I'm not going to get to all this stuff. So repeat it. And if I miss it, I'm already going to see you guys bitching and moaning. Like, well, you missed my chat. You missed my question. I'm going to miss your question. Okay. I'm getting tanked tonight. Just give me this. Okay. 130 shows in. I haven't had to get tanked off any loss. I didn't get tanked off the Packer loss to end our season a couple of years ago. Right. I didn't get tanked off the Rams loss last year. But this is a little different. This one hits me a little different. Okay. This one's striking my underbelly in just that prime vulnerable spot. And it's hurting just a little bit. Okay, so this is my magic juice tonight. This is a little bit of what the doctor recommends. And so you guys are just going to have to ride with me on that tonight. I'm sorry. We're going to have to ride with me and just like, we're all just going to have to deal with this together a little bit on that. Shane Hefner, I effing hate the Lambs. I hate the Lambs too, which is why I'm in the midst of drinking. Because losing to them and knowing that now they're going to be, along with the Cardinals, in this driver's seat. And we could have won it. Like we could have, if the offense was rolling early first half, you could have kind of gotten on this game. You know, a couple more passes, a couple more completions, a couple more sustained drives. I mean, my God, we haven't talked about you get Russell moving the ball up the field, you're rolling good, and then you run 4 straight running calls. 4 straight running calls? They go nowhere. 4th and 2. Should we trust our Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime? No, F that. Let's try a running play that hasn't worked the last 3 times in a row. Let's not give our quarterback one passing attempt in that moment to see if he can maybe push the ball up the field. After he's just brought us up the field with a good drive. Dear God, sometimes, you know, folks, I'm sorry, dear God. Megan says, with a $2 donation, thank you, Megan. She says, Brandon doing the Monty Python. Hell yes. Hey, you know I got some Monty Python blood inside me. I bleed that Python. I got Python. I love Monty Python, though, Megan. You know it. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you again, Jacob. Multiple donations tonight, multiple folks. All of you are very kind for doing so, and you are appreciated. Don't make any doubt about that. Jacob says, Paul would have let this fly. Paul wouldn't have let this fly. Rest in peace, Mr. Allen. Let's go get an owner who cares. Yeah, let's do that. That would be a good thing to get at this point. Jody Allen sitting there, that stupid, silly committee that's sitting there going, I picture them in this dark room, cigar smoke, poorly lit, a lot of shadows, a lot of just all you can see is the guys talking below their face, Yes, it's a loss, but he has sustained us in some success for good time, and it's the fans like that, sustained success, yes, and then somebody else like, yes, it is good. He's done very well with that. Yes, we will leave Carolyn, then shall we tell Jody? No, we not shall tell Jody. She doesn't need to know and she doesn't care. She likes the Trailblazers better. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I don't know why they all have British accents, but everybody on the Seahawks owner committee has British accents in my mind. And the evil British accents, right? Like the types that are like barons and lords. That's what they got rolling in my mind at the owners committee. And they don't give an F about Coach Carroll and what he's doing as long as he's putting butts in seats and making it interesting, which really, to Coach Carroll's credit, you got to give him credit in that respect. They do always make it interesting. There's not a moment you look at him and go, well, that was a complete more. You'll go, it's lame. You'll say it's a complete car wreck, bodies strewn across the street, blood everywhere, broken bones broken out of bodies. You'll see that. That'll be a part of it. But, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I don't care on that one. Oh, Sean B. Totally sucked for me. Sucked for all of us. Brandon, you won't get to all the comments. I'm not getting all the comments tonight. I'm in a place of I get to now cover a team for the rest of the season that's most likely going to be a complete clown show, and that's going to be both awesome and lame at the same time. So I'm coming to peace with that tonight. It'll take me one night and some drinking. And then I'll come to my peace on that moment, and I'll arrive into next week, and we'll be back into my same happy self of responding to every single comment in the chat. You better believe it. But tonight's just not one of those nights. I can't butter it up. I can put a smiley face on, but it's the liquor smile in it. But it sucks at this moment, Leland. It just does. Bodine, we need to trade for a premier pass rusher. No pressure at all. Only Taylor looks good. Hyder, Dunlap, and Benson look bad. We need a top cornerback or a pass rush. Russ will be back soon. It was just dislocated. We will see. We'll see if Russ can get back quick off of that. It did look pretty badly dislocated. And those finger injuries like that take some time to kind of heal up and get right. To think he's going to bounce back in just a couple weeks, I don't know. Yeah, we do need more pass rush. You could theoretically go get some more pass rush. I don't know if you're just like last year where you're a Carlos Dunlap away from that all getting fixed. Your secondary is kind of fairly broken, and broken at a schematic level, which goes beyond just a personnel person you're going to offer. And the question does come down, Bodine, is who's that guy that's going to fix that? Who are the trades to be made at this point? We're pretty long down the tracks here. We're not in the off season. We're not in training camp. We're not through the first couple of games. We're now looking and staring down the barrel of the trade deadline, and there's not exactly a plethora of names out there to go out there and get. Shane's secondary got diced up. They did indeed. Aiden Simmons, at least we went 1-1. Stay positive. We got to get back to a winning record in 2 weeks. Aiden, I'm trying, my guy. I hope the beer would put me a little bit more into a positive state, but I'm not going to lie. It quite hasn't. Not exactly at the moment yet. Maybe it will, eventually speaking, but I'm not super positive at this moment. Again, especially Aiden, remembering on this, above all on this season, Aiden, it's the future of this team that's riding. It's the future of Coach Carroll. It's the future of Russell Wilson. It is the future of major change, major rebuild potentially, and all the glories that brings with it, both on the 4 to 5 years, 3 years from when you can get those glories to the 2 years of hell you have to kind of get through to get to that spot. Washington Fisquest coming in with 2 donations. He's double dipping like we've had a couple people double dipping tonight, and I appreciate those double dippers. You are truly honored in the Hawks Nest and remembered and spoken about in whispers and lore. Washington Fisquest with the first $5 donation says, "Well, at least our punter is awesome, even in the bad times, especially in the bad times. Go Hawks." Hey, even in the bad times, especially the bad times. Even when I've got a piss poor attitude over here, okay? Even when you guys have to watch me get sloppy, okay? Even in those times, okay? Even in those spots. Let Go Hawks reign. And don't let us forget. Don't let me forget. Don't you forget. Don't nobody forget. You better believe Go Hawks. There are brighter days ahead. It might take a great deal of time to arrive at those bright days, but hey, they will arrive. But thank you, Washington Fisquest, on that first donation, and also the second one where you say, "Oh no, we overpaid the wrong safety." Yeah, it would appear we would. We could make a great argument here that you should, instead of just maybe have ridden with, let's say, Marquise Blair at the strong safety spot, paid Quandre Diggs, and then not have given up the 2 first-round picks and the third-round pick, that would have been a front office strategically better play to make in this situation rather than freaking out and getting Adams last year. Let's not also forget, though, that part of the reason you made the Adams trade last year and desperately going for him as they did was because you were hoping he'd come in and give you pass rush because your pass rush was so piss poor because you hadn't addressed that properly in the prior offseason. You know, it's like one bad mistake, one bad decision begats another, and an inability to reflexively move off of that. Zach Weber, Russell is going to leave, you guys. Just you wait. Yeah, Zach, why you can definitely understand then, Zach, why I'm drinking tonight. Shane, Jamal Adams in coverage. Ha, ha, ha. Get the F out. Yeah. That was just turned his back, didn't look back at the ball. He's got an interception there if he just turns back at the ball. He's a bigger player than than Jackson. He's got a pick there if he just looks back. Keaton is balling, says, "Where was Neal this game? He looked so poor against San Francisco. He's looked so good against San Francisco, and then poof." Yeah, Keaton, they ran out the dime packages against San Francisco last week, and then they came into this game and they said, yeah, the dime package stuff that was working, we're not going to do really any of that against San Francisco. Yeah, that stuff that was really being effective against San Francisco, we're not going to do anything against the Rams. We're going to go and we're going to stay more into nickel stuff. And to your point on that, Keaton. I don't know why you wouldn't have brought him back on the field for some more snaps in this game, especially with as much as Brooks struggled in coverage. I had a lot of reasons. Me and Brendan Nelson talked about this in pregame about how good they looked with having those 3 safeties out there where you go to dime. Normally with dime, you got 4 corners on the football field. What the Seahawks were doing, we're actually bringing on their dime packages last week with San Francisco, 2 safeties to play the inside slot corner roles there in the dime package. And that gives you almost this cool, innovative type look of bringing on a package where it's in the package itself, it's built for coverage, but you have the 2 safeties now, which if the offense wants to go to a run set, you have Bobby in the middle, 2 safeties that can theoretically tackle better than a corner can. So it's not your typical dime look. There's a little bit of a wrinkle to it, but they didn't go to it in this game at all. It was just not considered, I guess. I don't know. Trench Kid, we can go 3-0 next 3 games. We'll be fine. It's possible. There's a possibility you could find a way through this, I guess. Trench Kid, maybe. Your defense is going to have to get above league worst. That might be a place to first get beyond Geno, beyond the thumb that's hanging like a broken chicken gizzard on Russell's hand. Maybe the defense getting a little bit better is also kind of the beyond, and where's that coming from? Klazda says Jets going to have 2 great first-rounders this year. Yeah, the Jets could end up with 2 top 15 first-round picks, if not 2 top 10 first-round picks, and that would hurt. That would sting. That would sting. Ryan Austinson was at this game, disappointing to say the least. Ryan, I'm sorry you had to watch that in person. That's a brutal game to go out there. Usually primetime games are real fun affairs, especially in Seattle. And, I can't put it on the fans. You guys were loud in this game. You definitely were affecting the Rams team early on in this game. It just the momentum shifted as it did. But it's disappointing. And to say the least is the right way to put it. I can't quite put it in the right words of how upset and disappointed I am with the current state of things and what we're looking at right now, with the reality of what this game is boring out. B-Russ says, Brian Stutter, doctor guy on YouTube, basically said it's a tendon, not a jammed or dislocated finger. He can't extend his finger, so that probably means surgery. Bingo. Bingo. And B-Russ, I'm not a doctor. I'm half drunk. But I called that without even looking at it. How about that? Surgery is always great. Mal 6, this is also maybe overacting, but Adams was not worth that at all. Not overreacting, not worth it at all. We've had almost a season and a half worth of data now to look at this guy. What has he done to change the defense and impact the defense week in and week out? Splash plays are great, but if you're not great in between the splash plays, whatever. Ian Nichols, thank you for the $5 donation. You are, sir, awesome and another long-time contributor to the channel, and I dig that about you. He says, live to fight another day. F the Rams. They still suck. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. 12's for life, baby. And then, Nichols, you're right, baby. 12's for life. And you're right. F the Rams. F the Rams just because. F the Rams because of McVay's stupid face and his stupid beard and his small little tiny hobbit body. F him for all that. And I know I got some Rams fans in there, and I'm sorry if you got to hear this about your coach, but he's a little bearded freak. Oh, Jeffrey Higgins, thank you for super chatting $5, Jeffrey. All of you are awesome, and you are lords within this house, is what you are. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. He says, sipping some Gentleman Jack with you, bro. Cheers. Great minds think alike. Go Hawks, win or lose. Well, I'm thankful I'm not the only one out there tipping a little bit of a cup to what's going on right now. I think it's the greatest salve we can kind of utilize right now. And I'm not telling you it's good to go drink your worries away or drink your problems away. Indeed, in many respects right now, if you could think about it in a certain way, I'm working right now. If you kind of really think about it in that fashion. But look, there are times where you just need to get away. And I'm not talking about a Southwest commercial here. I'm talking a little bit about an ability to just take that mind that's right now suffering with an open flame underneath it, turning you over like some shish kebab or old tribal village where they'd capture a guy and being kind of into cannibalism like they did in the old cartoons, and they're just sort of spitting him over a spit. And when that's feeling like that in your heart, you sometimes need to get away and run a little bit to a different pasture, just for a moment. You come back to reality. You come back there. It's always there. It ain't going anywhere. It's going to be right there slapping you in the face tomorrow morning. You better believe it. But for now, you just sort of dance in the fields a little bit, pick a daisy maybe. Blow one of those, whatever the weeds that blow the things that people do in the movies. And we'll get back to reality tomorrow. Right now, it's fun time right now for me. Oh no, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to like this. I got my people in here. I'm going to enjoy this for a second. Then I'm just going to bleed and cry. Kind of just a bit of both. Barry Soitoro says, Geno played surprisingly well. Lockett's flop killed this game. Also, the heartless defense. Brooks is horrible. Adams can't cover. Agreed. I'm going to go backwards to front of that, Barry. Agreed. So maybe I could have just started from the front to the back on that one. Aiden Simmons, I'm not worried about Russ. I'm worried about the defense. I'm worried about everything. I'm worried about it all. I'm not worried about Michael Dixon. But everything else is pretty much fair game in my worry list as far as it stands. I'm worried about Russ with his finger. I'm worried about the acclimation to this new offense. Again, in this game, to start this game through the first half, you had an offense that was really being predisposed towards trying to attack in the deep passing game, which is not a good. You need to do more of the short stuff here. More of short, intermediate, occasional deep pass. Short, intermediate, occasional deep pass. That needs to be our rhythm, right? Like a pop song. Those are your chords. And right now we're on that one chord where you just got, where they're just holding on to one of my people in this who knows the guitar. What's that thing you hold on to where you like make it just twang, where you're like holding that note? That's what the offense is doing a little bit too much of right now, at least in this game. And I've seen at least shades of it in prior games before this game. Landon Edwards says Geno gave us a spark. That was surprising. I was surprised. Look, 98 yards facing down the barrel of the gun at that point. You have no momentum offensively at that point, and he came out there and he slung it. He slung it. Very good to see on his part. I dug it. Paul Third comes in with another $5 donation, and he comes with it from Australia, my guy down under. I appreciate you, Paul. I'm going to someday, Paul, we get enough of you, Megan, and the lot. If you guys ever do open up your country again and take down the walls you're starting to build, I'll come over there and check you guys out down in Australia. That's definitely one of the bucket list places I got to see. So thank you for the $5 donation. He said when I had mallet finger, which is again not a duck biting your finger, but what is a medical term that Paul has looked into on this, which is what he thinks Russell Wilson has. There wasn't any surgery, but just a 6 to 8 weeks and a splint. Cam Newton's another guy that has dealt with this. So we'll see then. And that would almost in a way be worse, Paul. I mentioned surgery because usually you'll go to a surgery on this with this type of injury because you are able to speed along the recovery process by a couple of weeks. But 6 to 8 weeks, if you don't do surgery, would make sense, and that it'll take a little bit longer if you don't do surgery. So that'll be, with Russell, he'd probably be back by 6. But again, how effective at that point, Paul? Probably not as effective as a Russ. Probably like 92% Russ where he's at that point. Cassie Family. Cassie Family has become a member just now. And Cassie Family, I'm sorry if it's Cassie or KAC. If I'm wrong on all those accounts, kill me for it. I'm sorry about that because you are being a member, not just being a subscriber, but a member of the channel. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Cassie Family, for doing that. You guys are awesome. We got a new couple of members, and keep an eye on Cassie and all new members on the channel. Keep an eye on your community posts. I post at least weekly, bi-weekly articles on the channel, just talking about the state of our Hawks, just for you guys, just for my members. So thank you so much for doing that. I do appreciate you. And again, sorry if I don't miss you in the chat. We got 200 people in the chat. If I don't get your chat in there, repost it back in, pop it back in through there. I'm gonna be with you guys here all night as long as I'm able to speak words and not just slur everything. So I'm gonna stick with you guys. I'm gonna ride with you through this night. I'm gonna eat this bitter pill. I'm gonna swallow it down. I'm gonna work it back through the bottom of my throat here as we get it down, past that little lip thing that makes people choke. I'm gonna do that with you guys, okay? I'm with you tonight. We're going to all do this together. I'm holding your hand. Some other dudes over here holding my hand. We're all just this is where we're going to be. Okay. So hold on in here. If I miss your chat, I'm going down through. I'm going to break through it. So I'm fighting through this. I don't care if my vision eventually goes like this. Okay. I don't care. I'm with you guys. I love you guys. You're here with me. I appreciate you. The one says fire Ken. Agreed. Fire Ken. Fire Coach Carroll at this point. I'm open to all things. Devin Martzall, Jamal Adams sure was disappointing tonight. That long pass to Jackson should have been a pick, but he has no idea where the damn ball was. Oh, go Hawks. Yeah, I agree, Devin. I think pretty concretely at this point we can say, you got the heels last year of the play. There was this play where he was on Cooper Kupp in the playoff game running up the field in a very similar play last season, and I blamed it throughout the offseason on injuries. He can't even raise his arms. How is he? Both of his arms are messed up, and he's got the quad thing and the pulled thing and the dislocated thing. But at the end of the day, that play was a little bit on that Cooper play of him not going up and recognizing the ball coming in. And you see that there today where you're not even going to look for up, say nothing of being able to track the ball. You're not even locating the ball as a secondary player in that moment. There's no excuse for that. You're playing cover 2, which is basically cover 3, right? What Earl Thomas used to play was basically you're the center fielder covering and keeping everything cleaned up on both sides. And the beauty of Earl Thomas was he's able to basically play in cover 3 and do what two safeties do in cover 2, Earl Thomas could do in cover 3 alone. That was one of the magnificence of his play. But when you get to two safeties having cover 2 on either side, you're only having half the field and you got to keep it clean deep. That shouldn't be that hard of a task. It can be a tough job, and it shouldn't be that crazy as hard as he made it look. He made it look damn near impossible, which is not how it should look. And that's the part where people are right to be knocking Jamal Adams on that play. Because even if strong safety, free safeties are going to be better at that, but even strong safeties need to have that in their base given the skill set. From time to time, you're going to have to play some cover 2 in this league. You got to keep things clean over the top. You can't be beat like that like he was. That's just kind of an unforgivable play a little bit. Barry Sotoro says, Barry Sotoro coming with another $5 donation, a member on this channel, a multiple time donator. You're getting just the multiple salutes at this point, Barry. I appreciate you, buddy. Barry with the $5 donation says, laughing out loud, Cam Newton signing in 3, 2, 1. I was thinking that as well, Barry, is we will probably have a good likelihood of seeing a Cam Newton signing coming along the way at this point. Maybe not a good likelihood, but I would not be shocked tomorrow if we arrive in the standpoint of Cam Newton signing. He is the open available guy there on the market. The Seattle Seahawks have some money to spend. If it does indeed look like Russell Wilson's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks, which I don't think Russell would hold himself out that long, but even upwards of 4 or 5 weeks, you could bring a Cam in, you could have him run a read option-based offense, a read option-based one read look offense, and maybe muddle through a little bit better at that point versus Geno, despite the fact I know many of you will go, but Geno looked good coming on. I get that. But Seattle may look at it a little bit differently when they're considering all factors into this, and I don't think Geno's going to look quite as good as he looked first coming off the bench in that first drive for that 98-yard drive, as he'll look once a team's kind of preparing for him and what he can do. I might be proven wrong on that, but that would be my given instinct there just a little bit. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation as well, coming in hot. And again, if I missed your chat, you really want me to have something respond to what you have to say, just put it into a super chat. It can be 99 cents even, and I will respond to that above all else. But I am going to, with people who put money into the chat, respond to them first and foremost here. Charles Riley says Adams is the bestest. Adams is the bestest. Just kidding. He's garbage, but it's not his fault. I blame Pete, John Schneider, or both. Blow it up and let Russ move on from Pete's prison. Pete has definitely built somewhat of a prison planet here for Russell Wilson all the way around. And I agree with you, Charles. And everything you just said in your comment, I'd agree with it. I think that Adams is still a very upper level player. I don't like seeing him in cover 2. I want to see him more at the line of scrimmage. I think the Jets utilized him more at the line of scrimmage throughout a time there than we are here. And that is a part that sort of annoys me a little bit about how they utilize him and what they do with him. And I don't know why it is that they insist on dropping him back into deep coverage spots. Go to cover 3, get him into more of even the lurker role of what you had Cam Chancellor doing. It doesn't make any sense why you go and give up that much draft capital for a guy and then you don't find a really good way to utilize him or put him in more of the positions to succeed. Maybe Adams just sucks that badly. Maybe he was this upper level all-pro player with the New York Jets who now just comes to Seattle and the second he gets paid, he sucks. Because I know there's people in the chat that'll say that. Maybe the coaching staff's not quite knows what to do with them. And maybe he's better at a 3-4 attacking scheme, which you are the antithesis of at this moment with the defense you run. But it's in the coaching staff's best interest to put the player in the best position to make them succeed. And when Greg Williams, Mr. Bountygate man, Mr., I'm going to, just to be an a-hole to the nth degree guy, I'm going to get you guys injured guy, when he's found a way to better utilize Jamal Adams than you, as a head coach, that speaks to your acumen as a defensive coach. And I'm speaking to both Carroll and Norton. That's on you at that point. I've said long ago, you have coaches that get players and they'll get 90% out of the players. There's more on the bone you could have got, but you're not good enough as a coach to get that out of that player and put him in that position to get that out of that player. Then you got your good coaches that'll get 100%. Whatever you have as a player to give, I will get 100% out of that out of you. Then you get the coaches that can get actually 110%. They can take a player and go, yeah, this is what you actually really could do at your top end level, and I'll find a little bit more in that. And this is something I've picked on again and again and again and again with Coach Carroll. What type of coach is he at this point? Is he A, B, or C? Is he 90%, 100%, or 110%? And I think you can make a very, very strong argument at this point pretty solidly to say he's a 90% cat, 90% kind of guy. Just my feeling on it. Shane, what happened to Lockett on that Geno pick? Did the Rams player grab Lockett? Based on a little more of the chat, I didn't look deeply on the play at that point, but it seems like he did a little bit of soccer stuff on that. The Rams defense in the secondary was playing a little more grabsy. They were being very physical in that secondary, especially on Lockett, who's a little bit of a slider player. Probably a little bit on the line, but I don't know if you can go one way or another with it necessarily. Mason, I don't think it's Norton, but he has to go before people realize Carroll needs to go. I agree. I don't think it is Norton. He does need to go at this point, but Carroll needs to go in addition to. Emmett, 21 Gaming says, fire Ken. Fire Ken. Emmett, I'm going to fire. I'm ready to start firing. I'm ready to start doing way different stuff that's being done. It can't be worse. Bringing somebody in different than Ken Norton couldn't be worse. Frank Darcy, is Jamal Adams going to make some plays or just lose games for the Hawks? Frank Darby, it looks like just lose games for the Hawks at this point. We're through a season plus 5 games of data at this point, and outside of maybe the Falcons game, which was his first game playing with us, he's really not had any kind of impact. Hawks Nation, Jamal Adams, the worst safety in the league, shaking my head, playing like it. Yep, playing like it. Yeah, Corey Pitts. I don't know if he's the worst safety in the league, but he's bad. He's playing bad. How about that? Let me quantify that better. He's not playing worse, but I mean, he had a good week last week against George Kittle, but George Kittle was also playing on half a leg last week after Jordan Brooks potentially tore something there on that one hit that he made early on that game. Corey Pitts, that one hurt. I thought for sure we were going to win with how well our offense was playing. We had the opportunity in this game. We had the bull by the horns, you could say. And we let it out of our grasp. 35-60 mood. Yeah. Fire Ken right now. Good game like DK routes, but now fire Ken. I'm with it. The one says defense sucks. Yes, they do. Megan, 3 p.m. here. I'm seriously considering those double shot vodkas straight I mentioned earlier. Hey, I'm 1, 2, 3. I am number 4 beer in now. Megan, I'm 4 beers in officially, so it's getting real sloppy here. Eventually, I got supposedly a shot coming here at some point, but I've already arrived at that stage. I've arrived at that spot. Barry, Geno does not look like he can run this offense better than Russ. Make me wonder if Russ is actually trying. I think it's a little bit of a counter thing, Barry. That's my contention on this. I could be wrong. Been wrong a lot on this team recently, but my contention on this a little bit is that it's just he's such a different guy to go to from Russ and how defenses play Russ. And there's a big book on Russ, and especially for those divisional foes, there's a big book on Russ. So I think he got the benefits of that a little bit out the gate. But I can't deny what you're saying, Barry, and that he did run the offense a little cleaner from what we had seen Russ prior to this game, relying a little bit more on those deep shots. I mean, there was a shot that they had of Russ in this game where the pressure is coming around. He steps up in the pocket. Colby Parkinson's breaking over across the middle, breaking open across the middle, and Russ doesn't even look at him. And you go, dude, that's the read. You know, that's the 9-yard completion you need right there. Paul, I've had that injury. Mallet finger occurs when you cannot straighten your finger. When you do try to straighten it, the tip of your finger remains bent towards your palm. Ugh. Yikes. Bodine Lynchfield, that was Stella. I love those. I am a Stella guy. Part of it is because I'm such a weak suck drinker. So I know there's going to be folks in the chat that are drinkers that are like, why are you drinking such a weak beer? Because I get drunk quick because I don't drink. So it's very much a rarity. In fact, this is probably the first time I've had the beer in about 4 or 5 months maybe. So that lets you know how dark I am right now. But I like the taste of it. I like how light it is. It's not a heavy one, you know. It doesn't upset your stomach. So it's good. Just solid all-around beer. Spud Homer, if it's one thing if a young screws up, but Geno sucks a fat one every time he's on the field. He's lucky to have a job. Well, Spud, I think that's to your point why they'll look at Cam Newton here this week. Austin L., that intro trug was legendary. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I when this happened, I'm like, I'm going to just open up with that. It's the first thing that came to my mind. And frankly, I was like, it seems appropriate. Shane Afner, Josh Myers is in effing this trash. Yeah, Myers missing the field goal when he did. That hurt, didn't it? Put a little pressure on later on the game where you'd have a tie game rather than where it was at. And it was a relatively easy kick. B-Russ, yep, I literally took 2 shots before the game ended. Guess it's time to drink. I'm drinking. I'm going to be killing. I got at least 2 more beers in me before this thing's over with and probably a shot as well. It's just, this isn't just the end of a game. This isn't just the end of the season. This is the end of an era. This is the moving on of the greatest potential quarterback in this franchise's history. If those all in themselves and the cumulative is not reason to drink, I don't know what it is. John Sims, serious question. Is Russ past his prime? Yes, from an athletic standpoint, John, I mean, you watch Geno Smith moving around, and he looked at very similar movability and how he's, getting around in the pocket to how Russell, even better in little spots, to how Russell moves right now. I think Russell has lost over the years some athleticism, some of his quickness a little bit to get away. There's a play Terrell Lewis in this game where Lewis sort of is rounding off of him and has an arm on him and sort of flips off him a little bit, and Russell sort of tries to shake his hips, and Russell can't break out of that, where once it seemed like Russell could kind of get out of those type of tackles. So athletically, yes. From throwing the ball, I don't necessarily think so. Quarterbacks and their ability to throw and ability to make all the throws down the field, if they have a good arm before in their 20s, they're still going to have a good arm into their 30s most of the time. But he was a guy that relied a lot on his ability to escape out of the pocket and improvise, and that's been taken from him a little bit. And he's having to now, learn extra attributes of the game because of that. And it's a bit of a process. And it was a process in that first half where, again, because he does so well with completing those deep things, those big chunk plays, he will fall in love with it, and he'll be looking down at those big plays first and foremost, play and play out, where sometimes he needs to be looking more into those short and intermediate passes and just owning that. It is a process to bring on a new offense like he is. Tony LG says, worst possible outcome. Correct. Paul Third says, if your tendon is only stretched, not torn, it should heal in 4 to 6 weeks if you wear a splint all the time. That looked like a tear to me. When your finger's hanging, and Paul, you've had the injuries, so you can say more, but when it looked like it was that substantial where he's sitting there when the camera's on him tight, and he's trying to stretch that finger out. He's trying. And that thing's still going like this. Or like this. Sorry, I can't. This shows my immobility and my old ass. When it's like that, all right. It's like it's probably in a worst case scenario mode of what you talk about there, in my opinion, Paul. If your tendon is torn or pulled off the bone, it should heal in 6 to 8 weeks of wearing a splint all the time. After that, you will need to wear a splint for another 3 to 4 weeks at night only. Yeah, I'm guessing then we're looking 6 to 8 weeks-ish at that point. Cale Gibson says, untimely penalty on Old Man Brown cost us. Yeah, it was a bad penalty. Glad we didn't pay him. He had a couple of rough moments in this game. And he's not looked as good as he's looked in the past. He looks like a guy who's 36, 37 years old playing a young man's sport. And I don't think he's completely fallen off a cliff, but it just doesn't look, he looks like he's gotten, look, there's not a lot of 37-year-old left tackles in this league right now. It's not the worst thing to say about a guy. But it probably is the case. Emmett21 says, offense is amazing. We fire Ken. Corey, the defense stepped up in this one. They did mostly what they needed to do. The defense stepped up in this one. They did mostly what they needed to do. I was really disappointed in Adams letting that one go. Agreed. I mean, if Adams gets that one play, the defense looks a lot better, to your point on that, Corey. And that's not a bad point to make. And probably something I'm missing a little bit here in my drunken stupor is if Adams picks that interception off, you're speaking a little bit better about your defensive day than you are. And it's when things started to go bad, they just started to go bad. The momentum hit, and there's not a lot you can do about it. But Adams, one of the better players on your defense in that moment, has got to make that play. It's just inexcusable. Thomas Gray says, damn, guys, GG, go Hawks, hope for the better days. I do too, Thomas. Shane, Myers took the momentum out of the game when he missed that field goal. Gimme. Yeah, you would have won in the half with 7-point lead. You're feeling like you're getting the ball back at the start of the half, a little bit better position, 100%. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm making another donation. Thank you so much for you guys who are multiple donating on this channel. I do appreciate you for doing that. Megan with a big $5 donation. I salute you, madame, very much so. Hope you're having those shots by now, by the way. Says, can't believe I'm nearly in tears here thinking about the game. I never am in this emotional about the sport unless the All Blacks lose. I'm guessing that's a Australian team. You're not speaking to skin color potentially there. But thank you, Megan. And I would be probably a lot more sad right now and not smiling and seemingly to you guys. I'm not happy at this moment. I am down in the dumps and forlorn. Kitty, the crying thing is not doing good for the channel right now. So we're just going to have to let that be till after I'm done. But I'm drinking a little bit, so I'm a little bit in better spirits because I know the pain's going to come tomorrow morning when I wake up and realize what this team is and where it's at and what this all does mean. And it would put me into tears a little bit, honestly. And I'm not a guy that cries. I'm not a guy that gets emotional at all. In fact, I've probably been oftentimes in my life accused of being a little bit not super emotional about stuff to my detriment. And this is one that does because it's the best decade of football that we have seen in Seahawks history, the best quarterback in Seahawks history, the best, most successful coach in Seahawks history. And it's all kind of coming to a sudden stop. And not just a sudden stop, maybe more of not a sudden stop because this is 5 to 6 years in the process, but more of a coughing, sputtering, wheezing, grinding stop. TJ says the effing offense. Effing everything at this point, TJ. John Damon Walls says Bobby Trees. Bobby Trees? Keenan his ball. Russ played bad. Come on. He didn't play great. I'll give you that, man. Did not play great. And maybe bad is the right word to use. Shane Hafner, Dwayne Brown asking for a new contract and then getting laughing out loud. Yeah, Dwayne Brown's not looked good through this year for a guy that wanted to get paid. And, see, I was looking smart on that one. Jacob Kessinger, thank you for the $2 donation. Jacob, again, another multi-donator. Thank you, folks, tonight. Those multiple donators in the chat. I appreciate you. I really do. Says, blow it up. Trade Russ, Lockett, and Carson for picks, ? Russ, you will likely at this point be traded if we go on the current trajectory that we're going on through this season. So that is going to occur. Tyler Lockett will not be traded because Tyler Lockett, you just signed to a new contract extension this offseason. So if you traded him, 3 years of his bonus money would accelerate instantaneously, which would cost too much to move on from him. So Lockett is going to be here into the foreseeable future. Chris Carson essentially signed what was a 1-year deal this last offseason. Yes, it's a multi-year deal, but Seattle can get out of it relatively free and clear after one season for something like, $4 or $5 million dead money hit, something like that. So I would expect, because the contract doesn't cost them a lot and the running back position tends to get pretty tight. Okay. Okay, kitty. Because that's the case, I would not expect at that point in time them to move on from Carson, but keep him another year, even as a short yardage type back dude. But Russell at this point is looking likely, Jacob. Would I do it? Which your question is, that's the base of your question. You're keeping Carson and Lockett because you're stuck with them a little bit at that point, Jacob. Doesn't make any sense to move off from him. But with Russ, would I move him at this point? No, I wouldn't want to move Russ. But I think Russ will want to be moved. So that's more, I hope I'm not avoiding your question there, Jacob, but I don't think Russ is going to probably push to move this. He's going to look at this and say, you've gotten my ass beat by Aaron Donald every year. I'm getting hit too much. I mean, he spoke about this as much as last offseason. Has anything been changed in this offense of what Russell Wilson talked about this last offseason? Has there been any dynamic change done? Has there been any, turn of the screw, change of the stroke? No, there hasn't. It's been more of the same. And so, I mean, the pass protection has maybe been a little bit better, maybe a little bit better, but not enough to move Russ off that spot, figuratively and literally. So, you're going to be at a point with you're moving Russ, whether you like it or not at this point, and I don't like it. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Charles, you are also awesome multiple times over, saluting you multiple times over. Says, Brandon, I appreciate your light drinking. I've indulged to excess in order to convince myself the Jamal Adams trades make sense. My liver is gone. That would be as would happen if you were trying at this point to drink yourself to excess to finally convince yourself the Jamal Adams trade was right. And I have been a long rider of Jamal Adams saying this is going to work out, and it's going to be good, and they're going to figure this out, and it's all going to go okay. And it's not. It's not. And, tonight was a night you needed him to shine. You needed him to step forward. You need him to provide that element that showed why you traded for him against a team that has been so tough against you. And instead he, shit the bed. Instead he, literally failed in the biggest moment of the game when you needed him most. That's not what captains would do on a football team. That's not what team leaders do on a football team. That's not what great players do. And that's why I don't have any excuses for it, frankly. JMG63 says Dwayne Brown is trash. He certainly is backsliding quickly. Aiden Simmons says we needed that score before the half. That was a turning point. Having back-to-back drives with no points messed us up. Agreed. That part hurt. Batman Fan 20 says, terrible game. We needed Geno Atkins ASAP and trade for a ton of corners. I don't know what the ton of corners are that are available right now, Batman Fan. I don't disagree with you, but I don't know what corners are available at this point. Geno Atkins, who knows why they haven't signed him up until this point, but I don't think that's going to be the next signing you're seeing at this point. Something in it just to me says they're going to go another direction. Seahawks Network says, man, that sucks. So many problems I could talk about, but first, hats off to Geno Smith. Dude hasn't played a meaningful snap in 4 years and is put into the middle of the biggest game of the year. Yeah, he did admirably. DJ, what's the excuse this game on the offense? I don't have any excuses on the offense this week. You didn't fall back into old habits as happened in the Titans and the Vikings game of looking deep and starting short. You didn't even start short in this game. You came out very conservatively, running and pounding the ball to not much success. You threw the ball to good success, but everything down the football field, and then you didn't ever go back to attacking anything short. And it removed the consistency of your offense and sustaining drives, in my opinion. Emmett 21 says, but the defense coordinator needs to be fired. Don't disagree with you, Emmett, but don't forget, Coach Carroll runs this defense every bit as much as Norton does. Firing Norton doesn't remove the Carroll problem, and you bring somebody else new and still fall back into the same issues that we're dealing with right now. MSR Rook says, Pete Carroll lost us that game by roasting Jordan Brooks in coverage and not playing Ryan Neal. Fire Pete. The only good thing is that might come out of this game is a big Seahawks trade. Maybe, Rook. Maybe, but I agree with you on the front side of that. I don't know about the back side, but the front side I do. More Ryan Neal, less Jordan Brooks in this game would have been better. That's part of what I'm intimating about with going to more of the dime look and then them not going to the dime look and why I'm frustrated by them not going to the dime look. Because I think Neal gives you a better player in coverage, a far superior player in coverage than what Jordan Brooks gives you. Megan says, done that injury, not fun, and my fingers are still out of shape 25 years later. Yikes, Megan. AJ Johnson, Seattle needs to rebuild, new quarterback and new coach. We're going to be at that point, I think, AJ. I don't know about new quarterback. I think Coach Carroll will sit here with his hubris, his ego, his great pride and say, I can do it again. I can do it again at 70. I'm that good. He shouldn't be, but I think he will be. So I agree with you, but I don't think it'll happen. Salty Seahawks fan, it's the same every game. It is, isn't it? Gets old, doesn't it? Gets tiresome, doesn't it? You just want to see, by God, something different, don't you? Same. Megan, as soon as Russ went off, I thought that wasn't good. Seemed him shake off much worse. Yeah, when he's sitting there showing the camera his finger hanging there, you're just like, that's over with. That's done. This is done. That's done. This is done. That's not gonna. You're not bouncing back off that one. No, that's not happening. Megan with another $5 donation. Megan, thank you so much. I appreciate Miss Gok Roger. The one thing that has me smiling is that Blitz, our beloved mascot, sent me a message on Instagram to thank me for the work I've been doing for him. That's awesome. He did that. I appreciate Blitz for sending you that message and get Blitz into the Hall of Fame. We got to the 9th to vote him into the Mascot Hall of Fame. Let's get that done, folks. If we can get one good thing we get done this week, one nice thing we get. And thank you, Megan, for the $5 donation. Again, I appreciate it. Washington Visquez for the $5 donation as well. I appreciate you. You better believe it, because you come in all the time hot with those donations, and man, you're awesome for doing so. He says, I'll drink to that, Charles and Brandon. The best drafts we've had around here are in the fridge. That is very true. That's very true. We haven't had a good draft in here since 12, 13, whatever it was. It's been a long time since, like, here, listen to my cat. She's mad about it. I mean, everybody's mad about this. So thank you for the $5 donation. Drink up tonight, folks. Don't take the pain tonight. Don't get mad tonight. Don't get frustrated tonight. Let that be tomorrow. That tomorrow will come. That tomorrow will be facing you for weeks as we move into the future. But tonight, enjoy it. And tonight, take a deep breath. Tonight, just, it is what it is, and just let it bathe you over for the moment. You know, that's all you can do with this type of stuff when you get a bad beat like this. Standard Champion with a $5 donation as well. Thank you, Standard Champion. I salute you, Sir, you are awesome for doing so with the $5. It says Pain. Thank Dixon's double punt that tomorrow is Friday and not Monday. Well, that's maybe a good silver lining. Thank you for mentioning it. That's at least the silver lining we get. We get the weekend to just basically sit back and relax and try to find ways not to think about this loss. Try to just move beyond it and not think about it. It's Friday. It's a new day, whatever, but it's pain. It is standard champion. It is pain. It is pain. I can't stay on my chat tonight. I can't be on top of stuff. It's just that feeling inside of you where you just go, damn, man. 4 years, 5 years of building this point, the hope and the offseason you put together and just the hope and to land at this spot where you go, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Raj, is the finger broken or dislocated? Probably dislocated. Probably Megan can speak a little bit about this because she's talking about having it and Paul third as well. But it does seem like it's in a state, whatever the terminology is, it looks like a 4 to 6 to 8 week injury, somewhere in that nature. Matt Brown says, blow that defense up. Yeah, I'm ready to blow it up. I'm ready to blow the defense up. I'm ready to blow the scheme up. There's no sacred cows here that I'm not going after. Seahawks Network, let's talk about Jamal Adams now. Well, I've probably covered him pretty good here so far, so I won't re-intimate, but I'm annoyed and pissed off where he is, no doubt about it. Landon Edwards, soft coverage is killing us. I don't think you have the ability and talent to play man coverage, so your only other option at that point is to play soft coverage. That's one of the downsides of bringing in zone-heavy players who can't play man, which is, again, going back to the schematics of this defense and the inadequacies a little bit of this defense. Shane, Jamal getting $17 million per year for what? Dude is horrible in coverage. I agree. What are you doing here at $17.5 million? What are you providing as an impact on this field to earn that type of money? What are you doing? Bobby Wagner is making $18 million a year, but guess what? Bobby Wagner is leading the league in tackles. Bobby Wagner, if you measure him against the upper-level middle linebackers in this league, and you can knock Bobby Wagner for being slow and losing 2 steps, but the guy's still giving you production. Where is Jamal Adams' production? Where does it come from exactly? And I'm looking for it. I'm hoping for it. I want to be right on this. I don't want to be wrong, but... Fortunately, I'm looking wrong. Leland Kimball, Wilson was the best deep ball thrower in the league. He was. Yeah. Was the best deep ball thrower. You're thinking because of his finger he won't be anymore? Oh, no. Oh, no. John Damon Walls, let Russ crap the bed. The King, I don't know what you mean by that. And maybe the beer talking, but I'm not sure what you mean by that, John. The King, isn't Adams' defense, how was he supposed to know the ball was underthrown? He ain't got eyes in the back of his head. The King, it's more about tracking the ball and not, yeah, I know you got Deshaun Jackson deep. He's fast. You got to be aware of his speed, but just turning your head to not look at the ball as the quarterback's about to throw the ball is not going to help you out in coverage. And again, I saw this last year in that play with Cooper Kupp down the field where, his shoulders weren't in position to get it, but he also sort of mistimed the throw, wasn't able to track the ball correctly. You see that a little bit. Oh, come on in now. All right, folks. It's shout time. Here's my buddy Aaron's going to come on the mic here in a second. So, Aaron, come on in. Come on in now.
How's it going,
Say what's up.
How's it going, boys?
There we go.
Everybody?
We got my buddy Aaron on the house. I promise you guys shots here. Shots. So, Aaron, we took a tough loss tonight, my guy. Uh-oh. Tough loss. Season looks over. Russell's got a broken little finger hanging by a thread. So.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
Here's the greater days tomorrow, folks. Here's the Seahawks greater days. It's a tough one tonight, but we're just going to own it. Cheers.
I'll finish up with some more whiskey. Oh. Let me know when you're ready for another one.
I might get there. Woo! Thank you, Aaron.
Yummy.
Woo! Woo! Oh, Lordy. Oh, that was whiskey. That was whiskey. Oh. Am I still reading the chat? Oh, is this still live? Are we still live? Where are we at? Where are we on the chat here? Woo! Woo! All right. B-Russ, yeah, probably a got mallet finger. Yeah, dude. Those fucking birds are mean. If it's rain tendon, either way, season is over. I'd say time for Pete to retire and retool this thing. Pete, just let it go. Be like Frozen, man. Go watch Frozen tonight, Pete. Get yourself in your down comforter, your plush pillow. Think about things and just Frozen it, man. Just let that shit go. Just let it go. Time to go, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm not hating you. You did great. I will celebrate you here forever. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But we need something new here, and we don't need Russ to go. And maybe the only hope to keep Russ at this point is to not have this goddamn coach here who can't figure out how to run a defense anymore when he's supposed to be a defensive mastermind. Maybe. Maybe. Holy shit. Woo! Wilson's most sacked quarterback, laughing out loud. Yep, most sacked, most hit. Great. Always awesome. Quarterback talks about getting hit too much in the offseason. What do? Well, let's just put an offensive line together that's going to get him to be the most hit quarterback again. That's naturally what you do. Landon, at this point, I feel like we are better playing away than home. Yeah. Does seem like that. Merksy K, two back-to-back run plays. Yeah, on the 4 downs in a row, I don't understand that one. Why don't you trust your Hall of Fame quarterback? You're going to trust your, third-string running back instead? Yeah, that's smart. Standard champion, I can't believe Pete just sits back and watches his defense dismantle his legacy one shitty drive at a time. People will say the LOB carried him. They will say that indeed. They'll say you got a special set of players who could take a certain set of ownership over this to capture a special defense. Certainly you had a hand in that. I'm not taking that away from Carroll, but you got to give him some credit there. He brought the players in. He brought the scheme in, and it was innovative at the time. But those days are over with. We're not living in 2012 anymore. We're living in 2021. It's long past. And frankly, 5 years in football is like 10 years in any other sport. And we need to kind of come to the spot where we arrive at going, your day is done, man. You had your chance to rejuvenate this and put this together exactly how you wanted to put it. You had full autonomy. Nobody was coming in trying to force your hand. No more Paul Allen even. He had passed on. It was you and John, and you had say over even the top of John. And you have messed it up. You have messed it up. Corey Pitt says, before this game, I've seen Greg Olson talking on the Colin Cowherd show. He said that the first half of last year, the game plan was to score at least 5 touchdowns every game because the defense couldn't. Yeah, and Greg had some thoughts is what he said before this game too, which I think you can hate on Greg for it, but I don't think it's incorrect, which Greg talked about the fact they asked him what he thought was going to happen with Russell Wilson on the back of playing with Russell Wilson last year, where he thought this was going. And he quantifies this and he says the first statement and then sort of, kind of try to lightens it up a little bit as if he's talking to a Seahawks fan in that moment. But the first words that he utters out of his mouth is, I think he's gone. And then he starts saying, if this, if that, but this, if that, but the first words, the thing that comes to his mind, the first thing he wants to get out of his head is, I think he's gone. I don't think you saw a lot of evidence tonight that was going to push that in another spot or another direction or another eventuality. And that's what part of why I drink tonight. That's part of why I'm so sad is, again, it's not just the lost season in this moment right now. It's the lost era. It's the lost Hall of Fame quarterback, most likely. It's the Hall of Fame coach who is going to hold on to the better end despite whatever data is out there to show him he should not do that. And if that doesn't lead a man to drink, if that doesn't lead a man to take whiskey shots, I don't know what the hell does. I don't know what the hell does. Emmett, 21 Gaming, we are doing really good on offense right now. I don't know if we're doing really good. Fireball, hey, what is a great game? I don't know. G-Rod, once again, Russ is running for his life, trying to carry this team. Yeah. Also, a little lack of embracing the short attack early on in this game, though. Where were the bubble screens? Where were the screen games to the running back that we saw Geno Smith the second he came in the game? Where were the short passes on drag routes or slants? Everything was deep down the field early on this football game. Spencer K says, GG's, it was a good game. I wish I could say the same. I Certainly don't knock you. I'm sure you'll be a Rams fan, so I don't knock you on that. You guys played well. But we're struggling a little bit right now. Megan says, yes, Brandon, thought the same when I heard the song. Why are they playing Journey in the effing stadium too? Why are they playing that song? Like, you can't come up with better with Journey to hype up our players. Like the bittersweet symphony crap. Like, figure something else better than that, please. Random complaint. King, I feel like we could bounce back next year. Maybe. To me, it's all about whether you keep Russ or not. If you don't keep Russ or not, you're out for a couple of years, in my opinion. That if we want to just pay brass tacks, that's the brass tacks to me. Shane, Russ is the most sacked quarterback. Great. Awesome. Beautiful. B251, once again, this loss on defense, period. Yeah, the people excusing the defense to me, B251, I don't excuse the defense on this. I mean, you can't enter these stages of football games where you simply cannot stop the opposition in any way, shape, or form. I know about momentum and I know about swings in the game, but the state that you arrive at that we've seen in Titans and the Vikings in this game where you suddenly land at these spots where you can do nothing, where you have no answer, you have no ability to do anything or to counter in any way, shape, or form, is unacceptable. When you have a defensive-minded head coach who has poured endless amounts of assets into the defensive side of the football, that becomes ridiculous at some given point or another. Fred Firevol says maybe we should play Geno. We're going to play Geno, so we'll see. AI says our defense sucks. I doubt we are making the playoffs. I don't see us making the playoffs at this point either. Shane Hafner, maybe we should average 28 points per game. This offense is not it. Yeah, it's not it. Elena McCollum, Russ and offense who had opportunities to get up when Stafford was shut in the first quarter. Russ and offense did nothing. Agreed. Defense did step up in the first half, and the rest of the offense didn't have. And again, to your point on this, Elena, the offense, if it's going to fail right now, I'm going to have a certain amount of patience for. If the offense is going to fail trying old habits that die hard, I'm going to get pissed off about that. I'm going to call that on that. You have a new offensive coordinator. You have a new system. Stop doing the same shit you've been doing for 10 years. Start doing new stuff. Embrace the new offense. Darren Tamondong says Seattle has to be out of their minds if Ken Norton still has a job by next week. Agreed. It's time to fire people. It's time to start doing it. I don't think it's going to have a great effect, Darren, because I think it's still Carroll conducting this train on at least the defensive side of the ball, and I think he still conducts a lot on the offensive side of the ball. I couldn't help but think on the 4 straight running plays in the first half, and on that 4th down run where he went to Collins, that was Carroll coming in and having a little bit of say in that moment. But, yeah, Ken Norton's done nothing to earn his job at this point or show that he has any reason to be a defensive coordinator in this league outside of being a longtime coach under Carroll and a absolute yes man under Coach Carroll. AI says our defense sucks. I doubt we are making the playoffs. Yeah, sorry. Remember the time 92. So frustrated that this team can't win at home of all places. Seems like it's going to be a new era of Seattle sports with the rise of the Mariners and the incoming of the Kraken. Well, I like how you worded that. Mariners are definitely on the rise. Seahawks are definitely on the downfall a little bit right now. No doubt about that. Maybe the Hawks Nest becomes a Mariner channel. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, it's a tough point right now. We're at what may be, when we look at this in retrospect, the truly bottom of the pit. That we have landed at the bottom and that we start to rise maybe from this, not necessarily this season, but in the future from this. But we are at the bottom of the pit. Depressed Jets fans, how bad is Wilson's fingers? How long is he going to be out? 6 to 8 weeks would be my guess. Daniel W. Geno looked good, sat in the pocket, held the ball on runs and ran himself. Guys in the middle of the field didn't run into sacks like Wilson. Yeah, Geno looked good. I like Geno. I don't think he's an upgrade over Russ Wilson. Speaking of coach's time management issues, I thought that he used all of his timeouts in the first quarter, but had more in the fourth quarter. Please explain this to me. Every half, Megan, you get three timeouts to use. And if you don't use them or you do use them, they're gone by the end of the half or either half. So first half, if you use up 3 timeouts, you get 3 more in the second half to use. So six total timeouts in the game. But if you don't use those 3 timeouts in the first half, they don't carry over. TJ, are we even shocked about Russ? It was just a matter of time, but it just looks just stiff. He will be back next week or two. I don't know if he'll be back next week or two, DJ. This kind of injury, it's the fact that he didn't come back on the football field and even got it through speaks to how not broken the finger is, but how he couldn't get a grip on the football and feel comfortable throwing the football. He had one throw he made him Parkinson on a bubble screen where he put Parkinson to a single knee just trying to make a throw, which would lead me to believe that he's not feeling good with that finger and that it's not something he can just fight through. Landon, I knew we were bad at stopping the run, but worse than the league. How does that work when this is supposed to be the heart and soul of our defense? Part of the reason why, Landon, that I am lauding so much Coach Carroll to move on, and along with him, Coach Norton, is that you run a very simplistic defensive scheme, so you don't confuse offenses on the very often. Within that simple scheme, you basically ascribe to doing 2 things. First and foremost, and sorry, folks, I'm going to start slurring, by the way. So you guys hang on with me here. We got 156 people in the chat, but it's slurring. So you can jump out if you want. I don't blame you, but it is going to be slurry as we go forward. That whiskey shot did me in. The 2 things you do with your defense is this. You stop the run, you contain the big play. Over the course of this game, outside of the Deshaun Jackson play, you basically contain the big play. But you're not stopping the run. And before even containing the big play, your offense is built to stop that. Your defense is built to stop that. Before the big play, they're built to stop the run. If Coach Carroll has a pecking order, the first part of that pecking order is stopping the run. You're not doing that. It is built within the 4-3 under scheme that we run on base downs. You run a 4-3 under scheme. Why? To get the 5th man on the line of scrimmage down on the football field, to give you basically a de facto 5th defensive lineman on the field, to basically tell the offense, do you really want to run on this play? Do you really want to go against 5 defensive linemen, which is counterintuitive to running the football? So you're trying to force them into passing situations, even at the expense of giving up short passing plays. But then to give up yards in the running game, inexcusable. Inexcusable. Especially when you have 2 one-techs you're bringing out on early downs. Like me and Brendan Nelson talked about. You trot out on early downs, on run-centric downs. You put 2 one-tech defensive tackles. 2 guys who are programmed essentially in how you build them to first stop the run, and maybe they'll give you a little bit of pass rush. That's why, again, there's no apologies here. There's no excuses for Coach Carroll here. His feet should be held to the fire in this situation, in my opinion. Ryan Woodridge, hi, bro. Will the Buccaneers beat the Dolphins this weekend? Yes, absolutely they will. 100%, Ryan. And I would even take the Buccaneers with the points, which I'm sure they have. The King, the offense did good against the Super Bowl caliber Rams? No. No, not Super Bowl caliber. No. Depressed Jets fan, give us that top 15 pick, Seattle. Why you want to just twist the knife right now, depressed Jets fan? Why you want to depress? You're twisting the knife. You're twisting the knife, my guy. You get the top 15 pick, just take it and be happy with it, okay? Just take it and be happy with it. Be happy with it until, your 165-pound quarterback gets injured, okay? Be happy with it up until that point, okay? So you want predictions from my Hawks Nest channel? Here's a prediction for you, Jets fans. Your 165-pound Johnny Manziel quarterback is going to get his ass broken in half. Right about the time you got the team built up well enough around him with our top 15 first-round pick we're about to give you. So savor that flavor, okay? Savor that flavor. B-Russ, props to Geno. He came and played lights out on that first drive. It kind of annoyed Lockett. Just flopped over on that play when he was barely touched. He could have at least stopped the interception. Look at the play a little deeper. Admittedly, B-Russ, by that point, I was pretty indignant, resolved towards believing that I didn't think and didn't have really much faith in Geno Smith bringing us back. Maybe I should have, but I just didn't. I will go back and look at that play and talk about it a little bit more on Wednesday. If it is the case that Block had just flopped, which does seem to be the case, we'll see. Emma21 Gaming says, hey, on the bright side, our offense is doing amazing. Yeah, not doing amazing. Fireball, defense is the problem. Yes, they are. Shane Hafner, Lockett, and falling down. Yeah, okay, so it sounds like he was doing a little bit of too much flopping. Shane Hafner, Lockett. Michael J., this is so sad. We literally couldn't guard Robert Woods. Robert Woods ate us up for like 7 catches in the first quarter and a half. Soft zone coverage, off coverage. Again, this stuff isn't just built around adding a player. It's built around schematically being broken. And broken at the most base point of being broken you can. Not symptomatically. Okay, and I didn't say the word systematically, but symptomatically, but at a core level. Tony LG, even after watching a loss, Tony G says, even after a loss, watching you is the best. Hey, man, if I can put one smile on one face tonight that is in the same drudgery as I'm in, if I accomplish that tonight, then I have accomplished the best of aims of this channel. I can ask nothing more than my misery provides you a little bit of happiness and smiling, and I don't mean that on, just saying that. I truly do mean that. I love you guys. Yeah, I know the pain you guys are in along with me tonight. I truly do. And so, that's why I drink tonight. I knew if I didn't drink tonight, if I was just in my same sober-minded approach of coming into this night's stream, I'd be nothing but a buzzkill with complete negativity to throw at you guys. At least I got jokes right now. At least I got jokes. That's something, right? And we're going deep tonight. I'm only 4 in. I got 2 more left. So we got at least a couple more beers left to go. Along with maybe another shot. My buddy here he's saying, let's go with another one. I think you guys would understand if we inferred that that's what he's intimating, right? He was saying another drink. What you say? If you want another one, I know you need this. I know this is what you need right now. So, I mean, that's on him at that point. Barry Sotoro says, I'm sure glad the Hawks have $11 million in cap space to do nothing with. Very good point, Barry. Isn't it nice that we're sitting on, 11? I think it's actually $12.1 million to $13 million. And then you also, by the way, guys, watching tonight games, did you guys feel good about the fact that you're sitting on $13 million plus the $10 million you could have accumulated in Russell Wilson's base to bonus? Does that feel good tonight? Doesn't that feel awesome? Do you feel like your team did everything it could have done to put the best team on the football field tonight, especially against a Rams team that doesn't have a first-round pick until 2032? Do you feel good on that one? Does that make you feel all right? Does that burn you a little bit like it burns me? A Rams team that's out there scuttling through this offseason just trying to find a quarterback for their team who yet still puts the pedal to the metal and does everything they can. Meanwhile, your team has a 2 to 3 year plan. Such a great feeling, such a great thing to see. Pancake in the sock. I keep saying I want Carroll fired as a Christmas present. He's out coached by McVay every time we play them and gets out coached so often. Yeah, at what point, when does pride kick in for you, Carroll? When does it point? There was a point last season, somebody mentioned in the chat to me that they watched as the game was ending, McVay look at Coach Carroll and point to his head. Do this move. And he was doing it in the way the chat was intimating at the time that somebody came in my chat and mentioned that, was saying, he was pointing to Carroll's head like, see, I'm in your head. It's a comment that's kind of stuck with me at times with Carroll and McVay. Where it's one thing to have the nemesis, the young buck on the block come into play and out-coach you, outdo you, out-counter you. That's one thing. That's one thing that can happen. Every guy can take a shot that he wasn't expecting. Oh man, I didn't see that coming from my ear here. Man, you threw that punch well. It's quite another when you have no counter. It's quite another when you go, you keep hitting me in the face and I can't seem to do any goddamn thing about it. Jesus, this just keeps happening. It keeps occurring. Jesus Christ. How would I try this? It doesn't work. Do I have a new idea? No, I don't have a new idea. I'm just going to keep having it happen because I can't figure it out. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of the lack of counters. I'm so tired of the lack of adjustments. I'm so tired of I'm going to keep putting my chin out there and be surprised when the hook catches the bottom end of my chin. It's bullshit. Figure it out. Do something new. Do something different. Retire. That's the best option, actually. That's truly the best option. That's truly the best option. Every sign has pointed to you needing to do that. And you're riding upon, and it makes me bitter to say because we have people in the chat who come in like Emmett Brown or UE2K that have been riding on this for a very long time. And man, it annoys me to say. I have no happiness in saying this. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. But Coach Carroll has been dick riding Russell Wilson for a couple of years now. Riding on the merits of that. And I don't even think Coach Russell Wilson's a perfect player in any respect right now, or that he walks on water in some respect. But it's just that Coach Carroll's been that bad. Decision-making, managing the team, personnel decisions, drafting, how you're building a defense, bringing in a player like Jamal Adams who doesn't really fit to a 4-3 from a 3-4, but then you don't find a way to antiquate him in properly as well on top of that. Not a lot of way to forgive that. Shane After says, amazing. Cards put up 37 points on this Lambs. Yeah, Sam Cards offense came into this and attacked in a way that you chose not to do. Cardinals put on tape a way for you to go at this Rams defense. You looked at that in tape from the Seahawks standpoint. You looked at what the blueprint they put on tape and you said, oh, look at all that stuff they did. They did that and they did that and they did that. Let's do none of that. That's what our Seahawks coaching staff decided to do. That was their recipe for success. G-Rod says, time for a premium cigar after this one. You're damn right. Time for a Cuban after this one. Time to break felonious law after this one. Matt Brown says, Seattle Seahawks fans page on Facebook is full of a bunch of gomers that would rather see this team ran to the ground than trade Russ or Wagner. Fools. Wagner's going after this year. Unfortunately, Wagner goes after this year not because Wagner's bad, but because at this point in time you save so much money by moving off from him, and you cannot put Jordan Brooks anymore out at the will linebacker spot, or Sam, or whatever you're going to try to do with him. The only potential hope you have of recouping Jordan Brooks as a draft pick at this point is to move him to his natural position, which is middle linebacker. That is undoubted. And I love Bobby is playing as good as he's a middle linebacker in the league right now. I mean, he's lost 2 steps, but the guy with his recognition and some of what he's done is still playing pretty well ball. But you can't afford to be paying a guy like that amount of money when there's no impact there. So you're already paying at the safety position that same kind of money that's getting no impact. You can't do it in 2 different positions. And Bobby, as well as he's playing, is not turning the tide as far as points go, unfortunately. And maybe Bobby had a worse game in this game. I can't speak to it. I wasn't concentrating on maybe he was bad in action in this game. I don't know. My indication on this would be more likely probably Jordan Brooks was playing badly and it wasn't as much on Bobby because that's how it's been going up until this particular game. But I'm not sure. And bust out that cigar, G-Rod. You're absolutely right. Tabor Uskert, they look better than I thought they would. Yeah, that makes... I thought we'd look better. Matt Brown, Seattle. And again, I'm behind the chat, so I'm sorry, folks, but I'm behind the chat today, so I ain't going to be on it. Just give me a pass tonight. Give me a pass this one night when I'm mourning. When I'm mourning so much, just give me this pass this evening, okay? I'll be back on it after this on next Wednesday and all that, but tonight it's going to be buck wild. I'm going to be off. I'm going to be drinking. So just give me a pass tonight, chat. And new subscribers, I'm usually really much better about staying on every single chat and replying to every question and every comment. But tonight is not that night. Tonight is not that time. My soul is not in that state. It will be there Wednesday, but tonight it's not that state. Cowboys are number 1. The Hawks Nest. Can you agree to drink another beer for every 15 likes? Well, I only have so many beers. I got 6 total beers. So we're 4 deep. I got 2 more theoretically, but I'll be drinking through all of them, Cowboys. So I'll be drinking through all of them. We get some more likes. That'll help. I'm going to be drinking regardless. I'm going late tonight. I'm in a I don't give an F mode right tonight. I don't give an F mode. People ain't feeling what I'm saying tonight. I don't care. I don't care tonight. I'm going to feel on the chat. I'm going to talk to the chat. I'm going to respond to the chat. but I'm in one of those rare occasions on this channel where I just don't care. I'm going to roll it as I'm going to roll it. I'm going to give you it exposed like a raw nerve tonight. That's what I'm going to do for you guys. Because that's how I roll with this channel at the end of the day. I don't clean it up. I don't make it all look beautiful for you guys. If it sucks, it sucks. If it's beautiful, it's beautiful. If it's there to be praised, I'll praise it. If it's there to talk crap about, I'll talk crap about or deride. And this is one of those nights where I just got to like lay it on kind of the line of what I'm feeling, which is I'm bummed out as hell. I'm depressed out as hell. And you're in the same place as I am. So let's commiserate together. Let's own this together. Let's not dress it up as to what it isn't, but what it truly is. And in that, we come to a place of acceptance, a place that, frankly, our coaching staff should have arrived at long ago. Mirza says he's all alone back there. Blitz boy is busy running around like a headless chicken. Yeah, they got him back in coverage, which is, of course, the best way to use Jamal Adams is 40, 50 yards off the ball. That's where you want Jamal Adams naturally, right? That's what he's showing you with the Jets is get this guy 40, 50 yards off the ball, get him running cover 2. That's how the best way is to utilize him. That's the best spot to put him into. L.A. Clark says, are the Aussies the highest percentage of Seahawks fans outside of Washington? Whew, that is a good question. We do have a few Aussies. I can't deny that. We got a couple Aussies in there. I think we come strong out of London as well. I think London. Maybe that's some of the Rob Stan's effect out there at Seahawks Draft Blog running what he's been running. But we do have a lot of British Hawk fans out there. A lot of stiff upper lips out there. So I'm going to give them some props too. We're pretty close out there as well. And some very, we got some Danish, maybe some Switzerland. So we got a couple of spots, some hotbed spots. Fatboy Ka, prepare for the worst, wish for the best, because if Russ is gone for a long, your season is done, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't have many wishes. Trade Russ to the Browns or Dolphins. This is UE2K. We're at that spot, aren't we, UE2K? We're at that spot where it's going to be time to make probably a deal. So, and I know you don't say that happily either, and where I land on that either, but we are going to be arriving at that spot. Brian Wirch, we have the technology. We can rebuild him. I hope, well, Brian Wirch, we're using $1 billion technology to get that finger going from like this to like this. Man, it was brutal when you're looking at him, all his fingers are straight, and you know he's trying to straighten his hand out, and there's this one little hanger. There's one little hanger that's holding on that's just like, oh, that looks crooked. That looks like a witch's hand right there, but opposite, because usually the witch's hand's on the end. So it curls here, but instead it was curling here. Not good. Brian Roberts says, Cam, boo, not worth anything. Well, you're not going to bring him in for a lot of money, and if the Seahawks want to run a real simplified offense where it's just Cam running read option and he's running into a pile of bodies off that read option, Seattle could theoretically do it. I know a lot of fans aren't going to be happy by it, but it's a possibility that it does occur. Jacob says, trade Russ to the Eagles. They can get for three first rounders next year. One of them is the 49ers pick from last year. Eric Cotter, thank you for subscribing. Eric Cotter, you were awesome. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation on top of Eric Cotter. First, let me salute you, Eric Cotter, for subscribing, because I do appreciate you even in the sadness, and all of you donating in the sadness to still give me a subscribe and a donate. And appreciate you. Charles says, Aaron, you're awesome, but make sure Brandon doesn't die like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, or Elvis tonight. Keep cool, y'all. You also didn't mention John Bottom, Charles, who is the all-time most famous, which is the biggest word you have tonight for me, right? Because John Bottom literally choked on his own vomit. Jimmy, what was heroin? Janis, I think, was heroin. Elvis was pills, and he was taking too big a poop. So that's what got them. But you should have been John Bottom on that one. And I appreciate the $5 donation, but it's John Bottom. It's swallowing on my own vomit tonight. That's the real worry at this point. And I'm bringing Aaron back in. I'm coming in for a second shot here. I'm not done. The fires are lit, and they are burning throughout the fields, if you know what I'm saying here. So I'm going hard. I'm going hard tonight. I just don't care tonight. I'm laying it all on the line tonight. I'm going largent tonight. I'm throwing my body full horizontal for that catch tonight. I don't care. I do not care. Washington Visquest with the $2 donation says, let Brandon cook. Thank you, Washington Visquest. I'm cooking tonight. I got that frying pan on saute. I'm in that. I don't care. I'm ready for another shot. Are we ready for another? I got Charles Riley coming in with the $2 for an Aaron. A shout out to him. I'm feeling it. The chat saying you need to be taking another shot tonight and get absolutely pissed drunk tonight, because it's going to relieve our pain and suffering. And right now, if there's one thing this channel can provide, usually I'm trying to provide knowledge. Usually I'm providing entertainment if I can. In my best place. I don't know if I do. But tonight I need to provide some relief from a soul standpoint. So I think we're going to need to be in a standpoint really quickly here where I ask Aaron to get us another shot, because I don't think we're done quite yet. I think it's 11 o'clock at night. It's still early. I don't care if it's East Coast time for you. I don't care if you're in Australia. It's what, 3 o'clock in the afternoon right now for you, Megan? You're good. Paul, you're good. We're rolling tonight. We're rolling strong. We're going to have some fun with this one way or another, because I don't care. Right now, I don't care. Tomorrow, I'm going to care. Tomorrow, when I'm not in the chat, when I'm in my bed and I wake up first thing in the morning, it's going to be tears crying, puddle, 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 puddle. But we'll eventually move out of that. We'll get out of that. It'll just be a puddle for a good 45 minutes, but then we'll eventually just get up and face the day for what it is and the reality of what it is. Speaking of, Kitty, we're done with beers here. We need to get some refreshments. But Charles Raleigh, thank you for the $2 donation for Aaron. I got to go tell him that you gave him a donation in order for him to go get us another shot. That's how that works. Bill Johnson, you were awesome for subscribing. You are a kind man for doing so. Jeff Ryan says, Brandon, with also a $5 donation. So both Jeff and Bill, thank you for subscribing. Jeff, the $5 donation. Jeff says, Brandon, if or when the Seahawks start looking towards the future, do they attempt to keep DK or look at him as an asset to get something else in return? So much is built into that question, Jeff, upon who is the figurehead moving forward as we go beyond. Is Coach Carroll still here? If Coach Carroll still is here, is he going to favor a receiver who potentially is a game-changing receiver? Or is he going to look at those first-round picks, especially being down a top 15 first-round pick this offseason, and see, well, maybe I can recoup some of that, especially for a guy in DK who's been a little bit of a has some little diva tendencies to him, which I don't agree with. I think I don't have any problem with DK as far as the diva stuff or any of that. Like I want DK here long term. I want to sign him. I don't want to trade him. I want none of that. I'm speaking specifically with the hat on of if I was as dirty as it feels to put the Coach Carroll mask on my face. It's like Nick Cage in that remake of that movie from the 60s where he's like, they put the bee helmet on him. It feels like that. So like if I'm putting the Coach Carroll hat on, it feels so dirty. That's where I would go with it. But, I would hope not. I would hope not. UGK says trade Russ to the Browns and the Dolphins. Those would be two places that maybe look at. I can't see him going to the Dolphins as a big enough market. I think he's going to want to go to a bigger market beyond that. So I don't think the Browns would be an option for him, even though they're a very stacked football team. Brian Wirch. I'm going to get another beer here. Brian Wirch, we have the technology. We can build them. I love it. I love you guys' optimism. My nose is starting to run. Brian, the whiskey made my nose run. Seahawks N says, laughing out loud, Brown came back like RoboCop. Let's get some Russ RoboCop. He's always been accused of being a robot. Let's get the actual robo-ness back into bloom here. Mercer, Russell will be back for the Steelers. He's effing crazy. Look, Russ is as hard a man as you're going to find. And he doesn't look it because everybody goes, oh, well, he's such a robot or he's lame. In his lameness is a resolute toughness that few have ever given him truly credit for. And the fact that he's been able to keep the consecutive game streak like he has, not only on the back of playing it consecutively in the regular season, but all those playoff games in addition to that, and he's fought through every single one. You can bet your bottom dollar that if Russ can get back a day faster, a week faster, 2 weeks faster, he's going to do everything he can to get back to that spot. That is Russell Wilson. And you can knock him in his play on the field on being a modern quarterback and embracing the stuff that we've tried to get him to embrace a little bit, which I think he's starting to do. It wasn't there on the first half. He was kind of doing up until this game. But you cannot argue his toughness and his ability to withstand the punishment that he's withstood throughout his time. I wouldn't be, I end up finding back, he comes back in 2 weeks, it wouldn't blow me away. But I don't still think even if he comes back in those 2 weeks, he's at the same place as far as his ability to play at a high level that he would be without that finger where it is, which is just sort of hanging by a little thread. Jacob says, Kessninger says, trade Russ to the Eagles. They get, yeah, so that'd be okay. That's also a spot you could be seeing him go to. Washington Fish Quest have a similar finger thing, I think. Same timeline here, Paul. But then I also had a month of rehab to be able to move the bloody thing. The splint made the tendon come back stuff and short. That's also part, you touch on a part, Washington Fish Quest, and thank you for the input, you guys who've dealt with this in the past. I think this gives us a little bit of a view into it, because I think you can read a little bit into it, seeing where his finger is at versus the rest of the hand and what he's dealing with here. But Washington Fish Quest brings up a very good point on this, being that beyond just the time to recuperate is the time to get the finger back after you have to from the entropies that you have to deal with at that time, to get the finger back to where it actually can have its strength back, even once it's healed, which is another couple weeks to get that back to where you need it to be. And do the Seattle Seahawks have that couple weeks of waiting period to get it back to that spot? Which is an interesting question. In utero, we need you here all night, Brandon. I ain't going away. I ain't going away, man. I ain't going away. I don't care if I got 60, 70, 80, 90, 150 in the chat like we got now. I don't care. Tonight is a I don't care night. Tonight is I'm in pain, and I'm going to try to bring you guys in your pain to a feeling a little bit better. Not through optimism of the future. Maybe it's through a laugh. Maybe it's through a mistimed joke or a bad joke or an inappropriate joke. I ain't going to care. I just want to put a smile on your face tonight with this show if I get a chance to do it above all else. If I find a joke to make, I'm going to make it tonight because I know where you all are at. I know where you're sitting right now behind your computer watching this show. I know what you're feeling in your heart. You care. You love this team above as much anything else, as much as a family member. And to see this happen right now and the way that it's playing out right now, it affects you in a certain kind of way. And you know what? I'm affected in that same certain kind of way. And it ain't easy. And there's no way to simply gloss over it or shortcut your way through it. You got to take this pain. You got to bite down on that piece of wood and hope tomorrow brings a better day. I truly do believe that, and I hope you guys are with me on that. I appreciate you riding with me here on this channel. I ain't even asking for a like tonight. I don't even need a like tonight. I don't even need that from you tonight. I ain't going to ask you to do something tonight. I ain't going to ask for any donations tonight. I ain't going to ask that. You guys have been great with the donations already. We don't need more beyond this. If you do it, great, but that ain't what I need from you tonight. I need you to commiserate with me tonight. I need you to lock in and we touch skulls and we go, fuck. Tomorrow's going to be a little bit better, maybe, man. Tomorrow's going to be a little bit better, man. I hope so. That's where I need you at. Be there with me right now. However long this goes, however long this needs for us to get there, I don't care. Be with me on that right now. Be with me in that pocket right now. We got to take that pain. We got to swallow this bitter pill down and then move forward beyond it. Zach, can't trade injured players. Stephon Gilmore, Zark has something to say in regards to that because he was just on IR, remains on IR, and was just traded to the Carolina Panthers. So it would seem that injured players can be traded. Seahawks end. That second touchdown call back was BS, though. Look, it was on the line. No doubt about that, Seahawks end. It was on the line. It was on the line. And I was referencing back to last week with the 49er game and Carlos Dunlap constantly getting held on the same kind of way. Because there's different kind of holds for an offensive lineman, especially on the edge. You have the out-and-out holds. You have the, I got beat at the last minute hold, which is kind of what it is, where you're on the shoulder at that point, tugging down. It doesn't sometimes get called. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it depends on the referee crew that's out there on a given week. It fluctuates referee crew by referee crew. And that's what probably infuriates fans like yourself in that moment to just want to see a little more consistency across the board in how it's called. I can't argue with that. But it is a penalty that goes up and down in how it is called week to week. Jacob Kessinger says, if there is any trade that is, would you prefer to keep a Hall of Fame quarterback? If there is any trade that is, would you prefer to keep a Hall of Fame quarterback? I would prefer to. I don't want to move on from Russ. I've never really wanted to move on from Russ. The only time that I put a little bit of a hyphen on this was during last year in that back 8-game territory where I said, if you're not going to bring in a modernized offensive coordinator, if you're not going to build an offense around Russell Wilson, if you're not going to protect your most valuable asset, then move on from him and build the team you want to build, Coach Carroll. And I was acknowledging at that time a little bit of the fact that Coach Carroll had just signed a 5-year extension, so he wasn't going anywhere. So we were stuck with him regardless of what you thought about him or what you wanted with Carroll, whether you wanted him pushed out the door or not. Outside of his retirement, which probably isn't going to occur after they just signed a 5-year extension, you weren't going to see Carroll move anywhere else. And if they weren't going to really, back Russ in the way that he should be backed and needs to be backed to get the most out of him, then go ahead and move on. The team sort of split the difference, quite frankly. They split the difference. They didn't choose one lane or another. They got the fork of the road. The fork of the road appeared, right? And they chose the middle, which wasn't even another road. They're just creating a new road down the middle from that. And that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Pick a lane or another. Have the balls to choose what you want to do. Don't sit there in some middle lane like, oh, this lane here, this lane here. What if I just sit in both halfway? No. Bullshit. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, and thank you for Charles for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. Charles says, is there any way Ryan Neal can usurp Jamal Adams and Jamal can be Blitz, the mascot? Charles, I thought you were going to say Blitz boy, but you said Blitz the mascot. That's awesome. About the highest paid mascot in history, but less detrimental. Very much so. I mean, Ryan Neal has outplayed Jamal Adams this year so far in his play. He's done that. I say that as a Jamal Adams backer, but Ryan Neal has performed in that way. He has. Better fit in this defense, just better fit overall, better player right now in how he's playing. And Jamal is at that spot. Sorry, but you're at that spot. You're at that spot. Washington Visquest says, I'll drink to Charles and Brandon. The best drafts we have around here are all in the fridge. You better believe it. You better believe it, man. That beer's tasty at least tonight. At least tonight is tasty. Jeff Rhines, Megan Gok Roger says, 4:30 p.m., time to bring out the vodka, friends. Megan, get deep on it. Just get deep on it tonight. Don't worry about it. Don't be like, I got things to do tomorrow. You got nothing to do tomorrow that's any important to enjoying tonight. In fact, I'm going to go tell him I got to get another shot. Hold on. One sec. I'm getting another beer and I will be right back, folks. 1 second. I got donations on the shot. All I'm saying is if no one comes down the pike, it isn't unwelcome. Because I got donations on the shot. So, like... You want to do another shot? I'm saying, I'm being... Well, why does it have to be one or the other? You can be answering. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? The audience is speaking. That's all I'm telling you right now. I know. They like us. They like us drinking. No rush. You're good. All right, folks, we got another shot incoming because I'm rolling like that tonight. And the donos are saying take more shots. That's what I'm reading from the donations. And when the donations come in like that, I feel like I'm disrespecting them if I'm not listening to what they're telling me to do or they're asking or questioning. So it's, you're going to have to ride with us again tonight, folks. Eric Cotter, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Charles Riley says, with a $5 donation, and thank you. Oh, I already got that, Charles. Vector 7 with a $5 donation. Man, there's more donations tonight than ever with you guys in the state you're in. I can only imagine where your mentality is. I appreciate you. It speaks to the kindness of your guys' heart that you're donating in the state you're in right now. Because like me, I'm in belligerent stage. I can't even barely concentrate, and yet you guys are donating to me on that. Thank you so much for doing that. I hope I'm not being a complete clown show here for you guys tonight as far as the show goes. Don't know the quality goes. Like I said, this is probably about the 120th, 130th show, live stream show we've done in 3 years here on the channel. This is the first one where I've actually ever cracked a beer, which should probably tell you guys something. Probably tell you something. Sector 7 with the $5 donation though says, I am wasted and I am barely here. I love you, man. Go Hawks. I will be here when we win the next Super Bowl. I love to hear that, Spectre 7. You know I will be here with you, and I will remember that comment. That's the cool thing about me is I got one of those weird memories where this type of stuff just somehow weirdly embeds itself in, and I end up remembering it somehow or another. But I appreciate you, man. I'm glad you're wasted with me. I'm glad I'm not alone. It makes me feel a little bit warmer in this world to know there's a couple of you guys out there that in the middle of this night, as everybody should be going to bed for their work day tomorrow, that you guys are with me, having a shot, having a drink, having a bowl, however you're imbibed, maybe just maybe a little bit of tea, maybe a little hot tea is what you're having tonight. But whatever you're doing, you're with me right now, and we're going through this all together. We're all going through this process a little bit better. It's the one-up shot of this channel I never imagined with is the commiseration, is the ability to, in those moments you suffer. Yeah, in the highest of heights, it's amazing and beautiful when we all get to celebrate. But in those lowest of lows as well, we get to also sort of kind of take our deep breath, take our medicine, take a step forward and go, okay, there will be better days ahead. Yeah, it's dark right now, but there will be better days ahead. Megan Gach Rogers says, $2, 5 p.m. Friday night here, man. It's going to be Friday today, tomorrow. I'm going to do a little bit of more work tomorrow, but I am not going to be the least bit productive. You can count on that. And what's nice about me is I work for myself, so I don't have a boss to answer to. So you can suck it if you don't like it, but I am not going to be a productive man tomorrow. It is going to be a lost day. It's going to be like one of those lost days if something happened dimensionally or something. I don't know. It isn't going to be a productive day, I'll tell you that. Eric Cotter, thank you for becoming a member. You are awesome, along with Megan being awesome for giving me that $2 donation. And Megan, I hope that vodka shots are flowing strong right now. I hope they're flowing tough right now. I got another whiskey shot inbound. It's inbound right now. It's like one of those flights that's floating around the airport that's like, we're inbound, we're out of fuel, we need to get landed quick. Well, that's what's about to happen right now. So I hope you're getting the same on your end down there in Aussie land, and you're doing well. Wish we're all commiserating together, but we can't, so at least we're doing it over the stream. Eric Cotter coming in not only with a membership, but a super chat. And not just a super chat, not a super big chat, a super amazing chat coming in strong. Eric coming in with $25 donation. That was 25. That was $25 donation here as we're deep in the stream, and I'm barely pronouncing my words correctly, but Eric doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn. He's like, here's $25 to you, you drunkard, you sloppy sucker. And I appreciate that, Eric. And he says, I love you're on board with us while we drink our way through this pain. That's a great way to put it, Eric. I'm on board with you 100%, and we are drinking through this pain together. There's no other way around this. There's sometimes in life where there's no way to pull that tooth, that rotting tooth out of your jaw, right? Tie it to that doorknob, tie the other end up around your tooth, and then, and you got to do it. And sometimes you got to do that with a beer and a shot, and a little bit inebriated, or a little bit high, or a little bit out of your normal mind, because to deal with it in your normal mind is just too painful, just too hard. And that's where we are tonight. And that's all right, because we're all there in the same spot together. We're all dealing with in the same spot together. Is the season done, folks? No, it's not done. Yeah, I'm pessimistic tonight. Yeah, I'm skeptical tonight. Yeah, most of the chat's with me on that. But the reason why when you're coming in, you're listening to this chat right now is because this chat doesn't just put rose-colored glasses on its eyes. It still celebrates its fandom while still being somewhat critical of its team, while still looking through its team through a realm of reality. I reference it over and over in my chat. I say it over in the stream that I got the smartest chat, the smartest folks coming back. Is it because they donate to me the most? No. Because I get the most subscribers, the most like buttons? No. That stuff's great. That stuff's amazing. But it's because people are really putting their thinking hat. They're looking through not with a lens of rose-colored glasses, but through the reality of what we're seeing. And in the reality of what we're seeing tonight is a little bit of mourning. Is a little bit of inebriation on my part in coming to the full realization of that mourning. And it's not dark, and it's not horrible, and it's not awful. It's kind of those things, but it's not all those things. It's the making of the peace with what is. And so thank you to all of you guys who are coming on this chat tonight and doing that, and that you're feeling similar. And Eric, in your $25 chat and the amount you're putting out there, I can undoubtedly say you're feeling similar. And I appreciate that about you guys, not just about giving it to me, but you're willing to come in here with me, commiserate, feel that pain, swallow it down. We'll move beyond it. It's not going to last on this channel. This ain't how I roll 24/7, but it's how I roll tonight. It's how I roll right now. I'm invested in this team. I'm invested in the success. As much as anyone with the success of this team brings the success of this channel. But on nights like this, I can't even think about channel success. I can only think about my team and where they're at and the potential future they could be grabbing onto that's sort of getting lost here a little bit. But thank you so much, Eric. You're very kind. And Charles, not even thing to say, just another $5. It's like your $30th you put in as well, Charles. Just coming in strong tonight with the donation game, man. Thank you so much. You're awesome for doing so. Charles coming with another $5 donation. Doesn't even have anything to say. Just here's another $5, Brandon. Here's another $5 for you drunkard. You can barely pronounce your words, but you're in pain. I'm in pain. We're in pain. And here, let's feel a little better. Tiago. Tani Kawawa. Tiago Tanikawa. It took me 5 pronunciations. I got around there eventually, Tiago. I'm just going to take a little bit of happiness in the fact that I pronounced the first part of your name absolutely dead on right, because I've seen that before, so I know Tiago. Thank you for subscribing, Tiago. You are awesome for doing so. Megan, you have been donating constantly throughout this chat, and that's what I dig about you. Thank you for the $5 donation out there from Australia. It says, F this, F this. The Hawks have driven me to bring out the 42 below vodka. I brought this back from New Zealand 2 years ago. Migraines be damned. Yeah, migraines be damned. I don't care if I'm hungover tomorrow. I got a shot coming in. I'm going to probably be hungover tomorrow. I don't drink about once every 4 or 5 months. I'm drinking tonight. I'm going to be hungover tomorrow. And you know what? I don't give an F. I don't care, Megan. I'm with you. I'm right now. I don't effing care. Let that migraine come. Let that pain come. Deeply embed yourself upon me and let me feel that pain and own that pain. Because that is what this is. Not a bump in the road, not a bad game. Well, you get the Rams fans coming in here. It's a very well played game. Is it, jackass? F off. Okay? F off. Talk to me about well played games. F this, Megan. That's a great way to put this. F this. It's time for another shot, folks. Now, you know the man. You're well acquainted with him, but you're going to get well and better acquainted with him.
Shot time.
Oh, he's bringing in the full bottle. Let's show him the bottle here first.
We've had quite a few tonight.
All right, we're going Jim Beam.
It's just some
Jack. Are we going Jack?
Hold it straight. There we go.
I got it straight. Well, thank you to my savior tonight, Aaron. Mr. Aaron Sanders coming in here tonight. Let's go with the chip. To beautiful futures.
Let's do it. Shots, baby. Shots. Woo!
Woo! Woo!
I'll be back in 20.
All right, bring it. 20 minutes. Let's go. I'm not done. Who are you guys? Where am I? What time is it? Is this still 2021? Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. I told you it's going to be a long night. I told you it's going to be a little bit sloppy. There's 146 in here, 146 of you in here who still like a little bit of sloppiness, and I dig that about you. So it ain't gonna be pretty tonight. It ain't gonna be clean tonight. It ain't gonna be styling tonight. It's gonna be sloppy. It's gonna be dirty, and I'm sorry for that, but that's sometimes how this channel's just got to roll. That is the mourning process by which we find ourselves a way somehow to finding some peace with all this. God knows how that's going to happen. Patrick who knows says Nick Foles always available. Oh man, that whiskey shot hit different. That one hit different. Yeah, Nick Foles. Look, he can get hot. I did not like that whiskey. That Jack Daniels did not go down good. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Woo! Jack Daniels went down a certain way. Woo! Yeah, Nick Foles is available. That technically is true. He's never run the Waldron offense before. Is he going to come mid-year through and start to learn the Waldron offense on the fly? Probably not likely. The thing I think about Cam Newton is an ideal option is you come in and you have him running the read option, one read look game. You go outside your offense, and it's easy peasy. I don't think they would do that with Nick Foles, who also, by the way, Patrick does carry a little bit of a cap hit, even if the Bears were to swallow up the bonus money that he's still been due on the multiple years aspect of his contract. CWE Bed-Stuy says we need to trade Russ because he might leave next summer. He's going to leave next summer. If there is a trade that is on the market right now, I don't think you could do a mid-trade deadline deal right now as we stand, because of the fact is that he's got a finger that's hanging on like a wishbone that's been already snapped. What team is going to go out there and make a trade deadline deal like a Miami team to bring him on and hope they get returns on that this year, when in actuality he will not be performing at 100% Russell Wilson level, but probably best case scenario 90% with where that finger is and where that finger will heal towards this given season. But I'm with you, CWE. He's probably going to be traded in the offseason. Northwest fugitive. It hurts so much because we were so close at many different times. The Adams could have been interception. The Dwayne Brown holding, the missed field goal. It was almost there for the taking. Very well said, Northwest fugitive. Very well said. This game was there for the taking. Your defense held up in the first half. If your offense could get a little bit more done, sustain a little bit more, get a few more points on the board, everything is really close in this game. And outside of Russell Wilson's injury, that was the case. But you did fall short. You did fall short. Charles Riley with the $10 donation. Charles, you come in like $20. You guys are being very kind for me being as sloppy as I am. I appreciate you about that. Like I said, I can't fully appreciate it right now because I'm going to be drunk very quickly here very soon. But thank you so much for the $10 donation. You've been multiple donator on the channel in the past, donating tonight. Thank you to everybody that is in that state on this channel this year. Despite the great results, you guys in backing this channel has been unfailing. And despite the fact, even on nights like this where I'm probably not bringing it, that's a testament to you guys and the support of this channel. And again, the long-term future of this channel, and hopefully this being in what we do, I do full-time. And why I tell you over and over again, beyond the donations, my favorite time of the week is just talking with you guys and BS. And so I'm going to go all night. I might get sloppy. I might drunk. I might just be slurring through every question through the chat by the time we get through the end of this. But I'm not going to care. I really won't care because I'm just want to talk to you guys and keep interacting. So thank you so much. Charles says, Brando was like Captain Kirk when the Romulan doctor offers to relieve his pain in Star Trek V. Kirk says, I need the pain. Without it, I'd lose my identity. Brando, we need you tonight, and you're here. I'm at that spot, brother. And well said, well put. In fact, I'm going to read it one more time for you folks. Brandon's like Captain Kirk, and that's from Star Trek for you younger folk. When the Romulan doctor offers to relieve his pain in Star Trek V, Kirk says, I need my pain. Without it, I'd lose my identity. And I can't do right now because I'm too goddamn drunk to do a good William Shatner. But I know exactly what you're talking about right now, Charles, and I am absolutely, I know exactly what you're touching on. I need that pain. I need to feel this. I need to swallow every bit of this down. I need that shot to burn down the back of my throat through my esophagus into my freaking belly. All parts of it. No relief. Swallow this. Let it guide through you so you understand what the reality of everything truly is. Thank you so much, Charles. Kelsey Kripp with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kelsey. Sorry it took me a little bit of time to acknowledge, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. I absolutely do. Says, thanks for keeping my husband, Mike, entertained during these dark hawk times. I am glad to keep husbands entertained in that respect, Kelsey. I'm glad. I hope he takes, if there's a modicum of enjoyment to take out of this stream to provide a little bit of an inch, a hair of relief to the Seahawk pain that is existing inside you right now as a Seahawk fan. I hope I'm doing that, Kelsey. You're relieving a little bit with the $5 donation, making me feel a little bit better. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I tell your husband, just hang on. Better days will come ahead. We're at the lowest of the lows right now. I truly believe that this is not going to go to a lower state. You are kind of at that spot where you stand right now, which means once you reach bottom, what do they say, folks? What do they say, folks, when you reach bottom? What is it that they say? There's nowhere else to go but up. Up. Charles Riley coming in with another $5 donation. Aaron, you're getting donations on your shots. You're getting donations on your shots, bro. Aaron's going to keep bringing shots in when you keep bringing the $5 donation, Charles. So this is not going to stop this train. And you're going to get me to the point tonight eventually with those $5 donations. I'm going to be vomiting because Aaron's going to be digging this. And you're going to give him some momentum in this aspect of things. Thank you for the $5 donation, Charles. No, we're good, sir. We're getting shot donations, my guy. We're getting shot donations. Spectre7 coming in with the $5 donation as well. Says, get yourself some Irish whiskey, man. Come on. Hey, it's Jack Daniels night. It's a Jack Daniels night. Listen to Aaron's cries from the other room. It's a Jack Daniels night. We can't do the whiskey liqueur. We can't go liqueur. We can't go spirits. This isn't like where you're drinking some spirits. You got to go for that hard edge, that hard southern edge to it. You need a little bit of that tonight. You need a little bit of some stuff with some teeth tonight. A little ain't going to do you. Irish whiskey's going to get you feeling okay. It's going to feel, you feel okay with some Irish whiskey. I'll feel a little buzz with some Irish whiskey. Is Irish whiskey going to get me over the great pain? Is Irish whiskey going to get me over the great potato famine of 72 like it did my ancestors? I don't think so. I think sometimes there's a little bit more required. I think sometimes there's a little bit more called upon. Can I get a hell yes in the chat tonight? We're going to get a hell yes in the chat tonight. And Eric Cotter coming in with a double don't know high water mark. High water don't know. What did you do, Eric, last time? You went 25 large. Now you're going 50 large. When you're going 50 large, you're going back past what the house has got at the minimum on, man. Going past the house minimum. And you know what? I appreciate that about you. And you hit me in a certain way when you do that. Eric Cotter with the $50 donations, $15 donation, by the way. And this is already on his $25 donation, folks. So let's give a nice little tip of the cap and a shout of the hat to Eric, Mr. Cotter. He says, we got this long game. I'm disappointed in Jamal. Hopefully we do got this long game on to your point on that, Eric. And I am disappointed in Jamal tonight. I expected better out of Jamal tonight. You're running cover 2. Keep yourself clean over the top in cover 2. Inexcusable not to do so. You're not being put in man-on-man coverage up the field with the receiver at that point. You're in cover 2. You're built to beat deep to keep things clean over the top, to not get beat deep. So then what happens? You get beat deep over the top. Certainly Jamal is probably at that point trying to think about attacking underneath and reading the play and staying a little bit shallow to maybe help out with where the defense is at that point, but there's still no excuses, no explanations, no, well, he had this, well, he had that, no, and no. It's on Jamal. You got to do better. You got to do better. Megan Gok Rogers says, damn, that vodka had a real kick in the ass. F, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby, Megan. There we go. We're all on the same page now, at least, Megan. We got the same baseline going across the board, and that's what we need to be at right now. So get that shots of vodka flowing. I'm going whiskey over here. I killed the beer to open this show. I'm like 5 deep on beer, 1 whiskey. I don't care tonight. I'm going deep. And I know Aaron's listening in the room, so we're going to be needing another shot here soon. It's going to go that hard tonight, folks. This is a different day. This is a different loss. This is a different kind of feel. This is a different way. This ain't just one little blip in a schedule. You can think that if you want. You can operate from that assumption if you think it's right to go that way. Go ahead and do that. I'm not tonight. I recognize the forest despite the trees. It's an evergreen standing right in front of me, 55 feet. See it clear as a day. I ain't getting confused by it. I'm going to own it. I'm going to ingest it. I'm going to take that 55-foot tree and take it right down the back of my throat and go. Because it is what it is, and there's no glossing it up. There's no dressing it up. There's no calling it something else. There's no playing a blame game here. Take your blame game, put it somewhere else. Schematic foundations. Take it down to the nub. There are problems here that go beyond just a glossing over and a quick fix via a trade or a signing. That's what leads me at this night to drink. That's what leads me at this night to take on whiskey shots. I ain't a drinker. I don't drink but once every 4 or 5 months. Why I'm doing it tonight is I'm mourning. Mourning it like I would mourn a family member falling off, passing on. It's that effing bad. That effing bad. But it's not bad in the respect of getting to at least be able to commiserate with you folks. You've been very kind tonight. You're awesome. I've been effing up on the chat. I ain't staying up on the chat tonight, but you guys are still being patient. Nobody's giving me shit in the chat for doing that. Thank you for giving me this night. I'll be on it after this. I'll be back on my P's and Q's moving forward. But just give me this night not to be on my P's and Q's. Give me this night to be a little buck wild. Give me this night to go off the handle, off the bitter end a little bit. 3 years of building to this point from this channel and hopes and prayers that this thing could get a little bit better and that you could capture this Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, and it lost. There's some mourning involved with that. And it becomes, and for it to happen in such a crystalline way, to occur on a play where Russell Wilson has a guy open down the field, and if he can just get another second to throw the ball, he completes that pass, but doesn't get that second because Aaron Donald gets in there and causes pressure. A long nemesis, the biggest nemesis of the Seattle Seahawks since he has come in the league, and that's acknowledging that he's been a nemesis for other teams within this division, but a bigger nemesis against us above all else. It's almost like the universe gives you this moment where it all, like I said, becomes crystalline. It all becomes readily apparent and undeniable. And get me the fucking whiskey at that point. You know? Give me the drink at that point. Megan Gok Rogers says it's 42 below vodka right here, my son. Straight or with Coke on an empty stomach. This will not end well. It will not end well, Megan, but this isn't a night where it should end well. And if you and I end up both with our head over a toilet, so be it. We aren't doing it on the often. We aren't doing it on a nightly basis. We're doing it on a day where we are swallowing that bitter pill, where we are coming to the realization of what we are as a team and where we truly are as a team and what the future portends. And Megan, you got a brother-in-law, I believe, or a brother that loves the Cardinals. You feel confident about those 2 Cardinal games coming up? A Cardinal team that beat the doors off this Ram team in fucking Los Angeles. I don't. Charles Riley coming in with another $5 donation says, what are Aaron's thoughts on the Hawks? Is he breathing down the all-22 in the other room and soon to emerge saying Jamal Adams is good? Well, we'll get Aaron Sanders' thoughts on this here after when he brings in the next shot, which hopefully he's listening in the other room, so he's going to be bringing in another shot. But he's not as big of a football fan, Aaron, and maybe that's to his benefit tonight that he is not a big football fan, being that that he's not as invested in it. But he knows his brother's pain over here. He knows when I'm in my dire straits, and he comes to my rescue as good friends do. So, I appreciate that. But, yeah, maybe I need to start putting him on the all-22 tape and have him start grinding on some film. That might help us. Might give us a few clarities. He's a smart guy. So he would maybe be able to pick up a few things that even I've been missing on the tape a little bit. No doubt about it. And Aaron, yeah, we're definitely going to be doing another shot tonight, brother. It's one of those type of nights, man. It may be Thursday, but it's Friday somewhere. It's Friday in Australia, Aaron. We got a couple Australians in here. There is Friday there. So I think we've got to go off of their time. And at that point, it's like there's really no work day tomorrow if you think about it from that aspect of things. But thank you, Charles. And sorry again on the chat. I'm trying to go fast on this, but bear with me. Ryan Roberts and San Francisco are weak just as much. They are weak. CW bedside, the game was horrible. It was horrible bedside. Mirza, boys, moving on. He wants another ring in Seattle. I'm sorry. We got our one and only in 2012, 2013. We ain't going back to the big show for at least 5 years. Well put, Mirza. Hard to see this team in a position to go to the Super Bowl at this point. We're barely going to back in the playoffs. How do you get to the Super Bowl? How are you going to get to the Super Bowl? How are you going to quantify that at this point? Bean says more like they don't know how to use the players they obtain. I agree, Bean. There's a long history of this. Well, not a long history, but at least a history of this where you made big-time trades. You made as aggressive of trades. If you look at the last 10 years in football, at the top 10 most aggressive trades made in football across the board, you might point to Jimmy Graham and both this Jamal Adams trade. And in both of those deals, you've not found the appropriate way in order to utilize them. With Jimmy Graham, you took a guy that should have been an H-back tight end, a move tight end, a slot wide receiver at times. You turned him into an inline tight end. Jamal Adams, you should have taken a guy who should be playing more predominantly at the line of scrimmage and then got him playing off of the line of scrimmage more into those type of cover two type of looks that we saw today where he got smoked by Deshaun Jackson. That does look back to the coaching staff and how you use players and utilizing players correctly. Very salient point and right on the button, Bean. Megan says, Megan. Brian, Rob, some Lombardi dirt on it, not a weight-bearing bone. Rub some Lombardi on it, not a weight-bearing bone. It's very true, Brian. I don't know if Russ will be able to rub some on it because it's one of those injuries where when you throw the ball and you're releasing the ball and your fingers got that injury like it does, it catches. It's a little bit like your back. If anybody's ever had a spinal injury where when you go to do something and you try to do a movement, even if you try to power through it, the back will sort of catch and pull you back a bit. Well, the finger's the same way. When you go to throw the ball at the end of the throw, when it comes off that finger, there's a little bit of a catch. And so you saw this even with Stafford in this game where he went to throw that ball at times and it wasn't as accurate, wasn't on point with even those Rams fans. I'd say like in Rams fans, I wouldn't feel great moving forward despite this win because you don't know where Stafford's finger really is on when he's got to play legitimate defenses. And that's the thing that's going to hold Russell back and take a little bit more time for him to get right is you just can't rub finger on it because those type of injuries catch no matter what you do, no matter how strong you are. You can put a shot, you can't really put a shot in your arm to deaden it. So you have to have the pain there. It's got to be with you. It's not like a leg injury or a back injury even that you could do that. Are we rolling again?
We're rolling again, baby.
All right, you guys asked for it. You guys keep donating on this, which means you're going to be, you guys just put me in pissy shape here by the end of it, but I don't care. You guys keep donating. This is what you want. You asked for this. You wanted this noise. You want to be a Sherman, right? I'm going to be a Sherman. You asked for this noise. Don't ever say you want one-on-ones with us. Don't ever say you want whiskey with us. Don't ever say you want whiskey shots with us. Because we will give you whiskey shots. Let's tone this up, brother. Here we go. Let's go.
Woo! Man. Brandon!
Aaron! Aaron!
Back in 20.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay. Here we go, folks. What was I talking about? Well, I feel like we were. Let's get a dog in here. Let's get a dog deal. Come here. All right. We're now shotted up. We got some puppies. A little puppy, a few shots. That always makes the show better, right? That always makes the show better. Just hang out for a second, puppy. Just like me. Love me. Patrick Renault says Watson's agent's on the phone, 6 a.m. I don't think that with the Seahawks geographical area and what you tend to get with the general what you have in Seattle, I don't think they're going to take a guy that likes massages. You know, I don't think that's going to be happy there. So I don't think the Seattle would trade for Mr. Watson. Jay Dallas 94. First pick was knocked out of Lockett's hands for a pick. Lockett dropped a touchdown pass. Good touchdown on him, but it bounced off his chest. Oh, you're gonna hop down? You want out? Okay. Jay Dallas says touchdown. Yeah, the first throw but the interception by Russ was a horrible interception. The throw to Lockett. You have Lockett with Ramsey, which pre-snap you could have recognized that Ramsey was on him from Russ's standpoint. That's not good on Russ. Go somewhere else on that given play. And then again, it's for what was it like? About a 15-yard in route was about what it was. Again, just to my point on, you didn't lean back on the short passing in this game. Everything was get the ball down the football field and press deep down the football field. That play was one of those big signifiers of that through this football game, and one that I don't have really any J Dallas 94 excuse for. It was kind of BS that sort of situation happens in that throw that happens in that moment. Russ has got to stop falling in times when he's on the football field and falling in love with getting it down the football field and constantly pressing down the football field. Sometimes take the checkdowns, sometimes take the quick, easy throws. Would have been nice to see a little bit more of that. June 32nd, I screamed when we ran on 3rd and 2nd and 4th and 2nd, one after another, and didn't change anything. I did the same June 32nd. I mean, that was a keynote moment in this game when you walked away from it and said, what? What? Oh, we have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Oh, we do? Yeah, we got a Hall of Fame quarterback. Okay. He's driving us up the football field. Oh, he is? Yeah, he is. We are on right now our 3rd running back in our depth chart. We are? Yeah, we are. He's all right. He's okay. He's decently. He's not great. He's okay. But that's what he is. He is? Yeah, he is. Okay, so let's run 4 times in a row to that guy and not trust the Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime, who's playing pretty well in this football game. Isn't there some moment where somebody in the room, that offensive coordinator or head coach comes in that moment and goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you not trusting the guy who you pay $40 million a year to? Why are you trusting an offensive line that is not moving people off the ball in the running game? Does somebody have an explanation for that for me? I'd love the chat to have an explanation for me on that. Running 4 times in a row in that situation, you talk about a watermark moment, a moment that stands out to you that you go, what? That was one of those moments. I'm so angry about it, I can't even keep my goddamn mic in the right spot. Northwest Fugitive, Mirza, he needs to run some Robitussin on it. Very good reference, by the way, Mirza, to an old Chris Rock stand-up, a bit. One of his all-time classic bits. Very subtle mention there, Mirza. I see what you did on that. Very subtle mention to that Chris Rock bit, which is an awesome bit. Northwest Fugitive, can't believe people are calling for Russ to be traded. He's the only shot the team has at being competitive. Northwest Fugitive, I don't think people are calling for him to be traded. Let me quantify this properly and appropriately. It's not that people are calling for him to be traded. It's that people are going, he's going to be traded with where we're going right now, which is where we're going right now is Coach Carroll remains. He's not moved on from. He's not fired by ownership, which maybe from your standpoint, Northwest Fugitive, I don't want to speak from you, but maybe that's a standpoint that you sort of take after this type of game, which wouldn't be a wrong standpoint, by the way, Northwest Fugitive, for you to potentially take. But people in my chat are kind of smart, and they do sort of math. And they look at Coach Carroll and they say, he just signed a 5-year extension last year, probably not going to get fired on the heels of just literally signing the extension in under a year. Coach Russell Wilson has made some overtures about moving, so he becomes the guy that most likely moves. So it's less about them, and I'm speaking for them a little bit on this, but I would tend to believe it's less them believing that that's the appropriate way to go, and more believing that that is the likely way that this goes. If that makes sense, if you just, sort of wear two hats on that situation of what you'd want to happen and what you think will occur and happen. Zark Markenberger says that Watson's going to prison. Likely, maybe. Drew says, and Aaron, that one got me shook, dude. I'm like, the chat's definitely going into two lines as far as reading this. Juice, we were spoiled with Cam and Earl for a long time. I do like Diggs though, but no money for him because we have to burn next to him. Well put. Look, Quandre Diggs has earned his money. I mean, he's earned his money on a defense that's not playing well, on a defense where there's not a lot of highlights. There's a Darrell Taylor here. There's a Quandre Diggs there. There's a Bobby Wagner there. Quandre Diggs is one of those few guys that you actually point to and say is playing well, is playing good, is doing what he's supposed to be doing, is on point for the responsibilities of the job that you ask him to do. I mean, that interception on Stafford was straight out of, I practiced for years with you with Detroit. I learned a lot of insight off of that, and I know how to read you on what you're going to do on a given play. I feel like that first Quandre Diggs pick was absolutely that. And he did it last week against the San Francisco 49ers. The guy's earned his money. The problem with him earning his money is that Marquise Blair's exists on this football field, and he's probably not going to get his money. It sucks. It's sad. It's maybe not right from many Seahawks standpoints as far as what they think, but it is the reality of the situation. We were spoiled with Cam and Earl, two talents that absolutely fit together like peanut butter and jelly, and you're not going to ever find that probably again in the same way in the Seahawks secondary in the same fashion, being that you've never had it prior and you've never had it after. Jamal Adams and Quandre should fit together really well based on their skill sets, but don't. Some of that maybe is the inadequacy of Jamal Adams. Some of that is the inadequacy of the Seattle Seahawks scheme. But it still remains the reality of the situation. Charles Riley says, Cam Newton signing, that is an awesome idea to sign Russ's wife's ex-boyfriend. Did Cam Newton tap what's-her-face? Did he get in on that? And Aaron, we are going to need another shot, by the way. I know you're listening to this, by the way. We are going to need another shot. If I'm not to the point of being sloppy and at a spot of not being able to be decipherable, we've not done our job tonight. We've not done things correctly. That would be crazy. She got both quarterbacks, Charles. That's nuts if she did. That girl's got something magical going on at that point if she's able to pull that off. It's just bad. And Washington Fist Quest says, are you going to the future? Said, Mirza, trading Russ is about clearing his salary and getting picks so we can build a proper team. It's not fair to him or us fans to put all of our hopes on him and pray our defense wakes up and plays defense. Thank you, Mirza. Very well said to the folks, to the folks like, it's not about wanting to move on from Russell Wilson from the folks in the chat that are speaking on this. It's not. They don't. Many of these folks that are speaking to this, and this is a little bit of my channel and what I would offer to you folks out there that are listening to this that makes my channel a little bit special and different from Homer NFL channels that you normally listen to. And that the people in my chat try to think a little bit more deeply on this stuff. They try to look at it on levels, not on one surface level, but the deep level that's 25, 20, 30, 35 feet below. that it requires a little bit more nuance, that requires for you to deal in the area of gray area in a black and white mentality that we deal with in the modern age. Everything's black and white. Everything's black and white. Well, sometimes we deal a little more in gray. Where I love Russ, I wish we could have kept him, but I also recognize the fact that there's no getting rid of Coach Carroll at this point. If he truly wants to stay, if he wants to really, truly hold on till the bitter end. And that's what I love about my chat. And I know folks that come in here new get a little thrown off by that, going, what is this? I don't understand this. But that's what's going on at play in my chat when you read that. It's not a lack of love of Russ. It's more of a reeling and dealing with the reality of the situation for what it truly is in totality, not partially, but totality. JDM, Pete's early on success was based on an elite drafted players playing with a hell of a lot of heart in a basic defensive scheme. It's frustrating that Carroll and Schneider are unable to hit their picks. Yeah, you benefited on Pryor. You benefited. The thing that I've maintained with the JDM is that Coach Carroll went into a lot of, not just him, but his assistant coaches, his assistant recruiters, right? When you're in college football as a head coach, you don't just have your recruiting you do going into dorms and not dorms, but into homes, and you've got your coaches going into this. You've got your assistant coaches going into this. It's a variety of a lot of information is being brought into you on. Hey, we went to this guy in Louisiana, and I know you're interested in Pete, but he's got this thing about him we don't like. And then you get another guy from your scout guys who's gone into Colorado, and this guy you were looking at bringing a 5-star prospect, bringing in. The coach got to learn that was like, yeah, that 5-star prospect you really like, coach. He's got this problem where he's not really loving the sport. He just wants to get high and chill out, and he's going to be like that in college. You probably want to avoid him, coach. Now, coach not only took that information off of the players he brought in to scout and bring into USC, but then he utilized that information going forward into his first and second and third drafts into the NFL. And he had a leg up beyond other coaches, other general manager personnel who hadn't been in the living room of these 5-star talents and really smelled what was, smelled what the scent really was in the room with the player you had, being a player that was truly driven to be a great football player, who truly loved football, who was truly going to be a player that you could count on to want to get the best out of, not just in college, but moving on to the pros. And I think that Coach Carroll benefited from that in a lot of different ways. And he lost that benefit the longer he was in the NFL and the further he was removed from his staff having gotten in those front offices. But it doesn't change the fact that he's been failing recently without that given information. And that Schneider, frankly, has been failing a little bit given that recent information. Juice with the beer mugs. Thank you, Juice. I appreciate the thumbs up on the beer mugs. I'm glad you guys were hanging on. We got like 130 in the chat. We got up to 210 tonight in the chat. I appreciate you guys hanging on with me getting so sloppy. I do. Regardless of whether we're getting donations or not. Hey, thank you guys hanging in like this, being champs like that. That's a testament to you guys and the support of this channel. So thank you for that. I appreciate you going on. It's going to be a ride tonight. We're going deep. I'm nowhere near the top of my chat right now. I'm nowhere near. I'm falling way behind. I got my cat screaming for me right now. I don't care. Aaron's going to come in with a shot in this another second. I'm going to get even more sloppy, and I don't give a fuck. I don't really give a shit. So hang in with me. Come in here with me. Don't give a shit with me. Don't care with me. Don't care about the loss with me. Let's get beyond this together. Let's move beyond this together. Brian Ward says one word, Johnny Manziel, Mr. Football. They called him that for a reason. They did indeed. Russ' salary is killing the Hawks. Well, look, I mean, that's what I think is going to eventually be a little bit of the,
It's not 20 minutes, but Megan voted vodka. No one else voted.
All right, Megan voted. So Megan has super chatted $2, and she said, back to the water now, Brandon. Need to pace myself. Oh, so Megan needs to pace herself, but we don't, I guess. I guess we don't.
So we're doing vodka. It's crappy vodka too. So
is this what is they called in the bar?
It's like
vodka. We're past the whiskey, folks. Look at that. Look at that clearness. Look at his clearness.
I got the Hawaii one.
Give him the close view.
I should give you the Hawaii one.
Give him the close one.
That's where you're from.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah,
that's clear. This is bad vodka. This is the state. What, Aaron? Wait, hold on. This is the state we're in. This is the loss. This is how bad the loss is. We're the well vodka in this house. We're beyond whiskey. We killed the whiskey bottle.
It's my wife's vodka. She loves vodka and she drinks it.
Wife's vodka can't be wrong, right?
No, it's.
Oh,
I'm
dude.
not a big fan, but.
Is this like Sky? It smells like Sky.
Like, I don't even want to say what it is. It's 100 proof though.
All right, 100 proof can't be wrong. It's gonna make the pain go around.
I'll bring Brandon water. Make sure he's all right. He'll be fine tonight.
He'll check the pulse later on. If I vomit in my own death, that's not the worst way to go out for the stream. I'm just gonna say that. If I John bottom at this in my death,
you might pass out at the keyboard here in a second. We gotta slow you down. That's why I'm trying to do 20 minutes.
Hey, 20 minutes is a good time though. It feels like a safe time. It feels like it keeps you healthy.
See, I'm always red, dude, because I drink too much. So.
That's right. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it.
One more. All right. To the Hawks' future, folks.
Hawks, baby. Ooh, that was spicy.
Why is it so spicy for vodka? Why is it so spicy for vodka?
That was a rough one.
Why is it so spicy for vodka?
Holy moly.
Who made it spicy? Vodka's supposed to be smooth.
We need a chaser on that one. Woo! I need a... Oh, there we go. Need a Stella chaser.
That was more spicy than the whiskey.
Oh man, Jack is so much better than that. Woo!
Jack is so much better than that. It's still kicking in.
Oh yeah, that one's gonna be rough. I'm going into my room over here.
Hold on, I need.
I'm gonna follow the chat. That was rough. That was rough.
That one had some teeth. I'm not gonna lie to you, folks. That one might have got me. Whoa!
That was bad, man. That was so bad.
It's still kicking in.
Megan, it was
Megan, I'm sorry, Megan. The vodka was not a hit. I appreciate your donations. And Megan came in with a $5 donation. I'm supposed to be meeting my 2-year-old nephew for breakfast tomorrow. Won't be pretty with the booze-induced migraine, but I'll have to deal with that. Well, Megan, I'm going to get a booze-induced migraine because I went whiskey to vodka, which is the beer before liquor, you're in the clear. Liquor before beer, you're fucked. Something like that. But somehow the phrase goes like that, Megan, but goddamn. Oh, that vodka was worse than all of those whiskey shots. Those whiskey shots went down like shout out to Jack Daniels, man. Jack Daniels is clean and clear and smooth. Aaron, I know why you do what you do with that. Because the vodka, everyone gives the vodka rep, the smoothness rep. That is not a well-earned rep. That is not a well-earned rep. And you cannot go well vodka, man. Your wife is killing herself at this moment. She's killing herself loving that stuff. And that's a quick death. That's not a slow death, Aaron. That's a quick death. Where are we at with the chat, folks? I don't even know. There's 130 people in here falling on with his sloppy ass, and I appreciate you doing that. But let's go. Let's go on the chat. The court of Toulouse says Russ's salary is killing the Hawks. Look. I don't disagree with you in this respect of, look, you make more than 15% of the salary cap. The last 30 years of history in the football has been that you've not won a Super Bowl if you're going to do that. That's a lot of history. That's a lot of baseline to go off of. And I can't disagree with a guy or gentleman or a woman, whoever you may be, that believes that way when looking at that data. It's stark data. There's not an outlier that can be found. And without even an outlier, without an anomaly, the data becomes pretty succinct and one that you cannot deny. And it is not denying. And that you pay your quarterback more than 15% of the cap, you're not going to get the Super Bowl. Say nothing of winning the Super Bowl, you're just not even going to usually get to the Super Bowl. Say nothing of even winning the Super Bowl, which is absolutely an impossibility if you're taking more than 15% of the snap. Hard for me to put this on Russell Wilson at this moment. I will be honest with you on that. I look at my defense. I look at all the assets that have been put on the defense and the returns that I'm seeing. And I say that leaves me wanting considerably. So I don't disagree with you necessarily, Court of Toulouse. There's a little more nuanced in my not disagreement, but then maybe what I'd counter with you on that. Wheeler, what's the point of trading for a quarterback though? If Russ is gone for 6 weeks, the season is over by that point. I do think where we're at right now, Wheeler, to your point on that, is that we are not in a trade for it mode. There's nobody that I would be willing to trade for at this point or sacrifice to the future at this point, albeit however dark I think that future is. I don't think that there's one trade fix that exists that somehow gets you through to the other end of this. And by the way, Aaron, we are going to need another shot at some point in this. So we're at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock right now. By 12:30, we are going to need another shot to get this stream into the right place, into the right standpoint, into the right point of where I want to really arrive at, where I really want to really close at, where we're not just hardlining it. Yeah, Russell Wilson's salary is not helping. Is he elevating with the salary that he's costing? No, probably not. Is he bringing on a new offensive scheme and system for the first time in his career, really? Because I don't count Schottenheimer coming on. I think the last 10 years he's basically been running the same kind of offense with the same type of offensive principles. Bringing on a new offensive scheme and not taking to it immediately within the first 5 games is not the worst treacherous mark I can put on Russell Wilson. Indeed, I want to give him more time than that. But I don't think the fan base will give him more time on that, especially considering this injury. I don't think that Coach Carroll will give him that time on that, especially considering this injury. So we're going to probably end up with Carroll and no Wilson after this season. I'm calling it for work tomorrow. Juice says, well, I appreciate that, Juice, but please do listen to again on replay on it because you'll be helping me out on that. Patrick says Urban Meyer's available. That is actually a really solid joke, Patrick. That is a really solid joke, and I love that. Is awesome. Any humor tonight that anybody proposes, welcome humor. I love your humor. I'm going to welcome it. I ain't responding to the chat tonight in any way, shape, or form, but I welcome any humor I see, and I will try to read it 100%. So, Urban Meyer available is a great joke. Oh, shit. Should we grab Aaron Rodgers? Let's bring Aaron Rodgers in. Why not? Why not? He wants out of town. Russell wants out of town. Match made in heaven. Match made in heaven. The Seahawks Network, the fight that the offense put up in the second half reminds me of how much I love this team. Offense put in the second half. I do love the Team Seahawks Network. A Hawks fan till death. Hey, I'm a Hawks fan till the second Seahawks Network. I hope you know that about me. I don't care. I'm going to be down, but I'm with this team. I ride or die with this team. If we aren't making the playoffs, if this is the worst team in the Coach Carroll era in year 11, so be it. I'm riding this team until I die. I'm riding with it until I die. Eric Cotter, oh goddamn, we got some chats. I'm sorry I'm behind the super chats. I'm not on the chats. I'm not on the super chats. I suck like shit tonight. I'm sorry, folks. Give me 1 year. Give me 1 game pass, please. Please give me 1 game pass just tonight on this. If you're holding me impossible, if you're like, I'm a new subscriber, what the hell has happened? I usually respond to every chat in the comment section. Not tonight, because I'm in a state of misery. And I only ask you for 1 night of this with me, patient. I usually don't go off the deep end. This is one of the nights I'm going off the deep end. I'm going to take some shots. I'm going to drink some beer. By the way, Aaron, we are ready for another shot. I know that might sound surprising, but we are at that stage of things at some point or another here. Let's see. I've had so many people donate here, and I'm not responding to them, so I'm sorry for that. Irish whiskey's not happening. Megan says, damn, that whole vodka had a real kick. Megan, I hope you're with me on this. I hope I'm not riding alone on this one. Megan says it's 42 below. Vodka right here, my son, straight or with Coke on an empty stomach. That will not do well. A little Coke wouldn't help though, Megan. A little Coke with the vodka, man, that makes that vodka go all the way on the taste. There is no taste with that. Charles says, what are your thoughts on the Hawks? Are you breaking... Oh, Aaron's thoughts. Sorry. Aaron's breaking down that all-22 in the other tape. So Aaron's going to have some all-22 thoughts here pretty soon coming on. I got Aaron with my all-22 login. He's looking deep right now. Yeah, he's as drunk as I am on the other end of things, but that doesn't matter because we fight through here. Eric, Ryan is better than Jamal at this point. did we just get taken? Yes, we just got taken. We're about to give the New York Jets not just 2 first-round picks, but an additional third-round pick. And we're going to give them a top 15 first-round pick this year, most likely, for a player who you are not getting any production out of. You got taken on that trade whole hog, and there's no way to dress it up otherwise, which I would love to do at this point. I'd love to do nothing but dress it up. I'd love to put a nice corset dress on the top of it, a little perfume. I'd love to do that at this point. Unfortunately, in the Jamal Adams trades, you cannot do that at this moment. So that's not happening at this standpoint of things. Sorry, my cat's being needy and stuff, so deal with it. Juice says, I'm calling in and work tomorrow. Sounds good, Juice. And sorry on the chat tonight, folks. I'll be better beyond this, but tonight is not going to be that night. CWE Bed-Stuy says, looks like the Cards and Rams making the playoffs in the NFC West. Yeah, it does look like the Cards and the Rams would be your front runners at this point. Maybe Seattle sneaks in the back door if Russell can somehow get better with his thumb later on. Somehow, probably not likely to happen, but that's your best case scenario at this point. Sorry, guys. Washington Visquest, to give some credit to John Schneider, glad we didn't extend Dwayne Brown. He is decent left tackle, but his value is 1/3 of what it was in August. Well put. Dwayne Brown's not been very good so far this year. He's not been the upper level top 6 type left tackle. He's not been throughout his time in Seattle ever a top 3 left tackle in the sport. Let's be real. He's not at that stage of things. He's not. Top 6 left tackle, better than the upper cup level of things. That's what he's been. He's not been this year. He's not. He's looked like a guy who's heading in towards late 30s as a football player at the left tackle position. Not been great in that respect. And that, I'll tell you guys, folks, I'm sorry. The shot is definitely hitting. I'm not a drinker, so we are at 12:15 in the morning. I see my viewers sort of slightly dropping off. I can't believe we got 120 of you guys in the chat right now willing to listen to me bullshit here. So bear with me. I'm going to slur my words, but I'm going to go as long as we got 100 people in here. We've got 80 people in here. We got 70 people in here. I'm going long. So it's going to be sloppy. It's going to be weird. The reason beyond that is because why? Why, folks, am I in a sloppy state? Why am I in a state of that I don't trust anything? Why is my cat coming over here and trying to comfort me? Why? Because you should be so much better. You should be so much beyond what you are at this point and what you're putting on the football field. You have a coach, you have a quarterback, you have cap space. You walked into this game with $13 million in cap space. You could have brought in much more in this offseason, much more prior to this game. You just sat pat. You said, no, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm not even with the L. Just, I'm all right. That's what you chose to do coming into this football game. You made a dissertation from your coaching staff and your general managerhood of looking at this team and saying, no, we're good enough. We're all right. We're fine. We don't need to make no more trades. Josh Gordon, we don't need that. Stephon Gilmore, we don't need that. Richard Sherman, we don't need that. CJ Henderson, we don't need that. And I haven't been very mad throughout this podcast live stream show. I haven't been very angry up until this point. But maybe some angry is worth coming at this point. Maybe a little bit of temper is warranted. What are you doing? What are you doing, Coach Carroll? What are you doing? You're 70 years old. Your football team looks in as much disarray and out of sorts as we've ever seen during your time period here in Seattle, including your very first year on the scheme, very first year on the scene, where you weren't able to implement and bring in all the parts and pieces that you would like to bring in to fit to your type, to fit to what you're trying to build organizationally and team-wise. Why is it looking at its worst now and you're 10, 11. I can't even keep track. He's been here so long. And how is we as Seahawks fans supposed to take patience from that? Supposed to take some sort of give it time. Give it some patience. How can you not look at yourself in the mirror as Coach Carroll in this moment and say, I am not doing enough. My time has come to pass. And again, I'm sorry to the folks in there. I'm not reaching on the chat, but there's parts of this I read on your guys' comments which are so succinct, so on point, so right on, that to go delve into other chat comments and to delve into other things of what others are saying here and what they feel in their Seahawk heart is inappropriate. It's off base. Is to just speed through shit. Which I'm not trying to speed through shit right now. I'm trying to own shit right now. I'm trying to own where this team is. Own what I feel about this team. I say it again, I'll say it 10,000 times. The points put in my chat are so on point. The people that come into my chat, I'm not saying that I'm driving you in there. I don't know what has caused this to bring people in that are so smart and so intelligent and so on their point and have such, as I've said before, salient comments, salient, SLIENT comments on what they're talking about. But they hit it on point time and time again in this chat. Whether there's 110 people in this chat, whether there's 250 people in this chat, you hit it on point every single time. It's part that drives me back to this channel time and time again, that motivates me on this channel, is the intelligence that is operated from you folks. And over again, I see it. And I don't know why it can be so obvious to you out there, why your intelligence bears through so often, and why it is so inadequate on the coaching level of things and so inadequate on the front office level of things. It's the part that I truly don't have an answer for, even in my drunken state, even in a state of I don't give a F. And I'll say whatever is on the line at this point, I still don't have a creative answer for that. It does not make any sense. It just makes no sense. Jason McEward says, bringing Eric the enemy as a head coach. Eric the enemy is, I believe, who you're saying, Jason. If you folks are being weird on the chat on the way you word stuff, you're going to lose me on this point because I am drunk as F. So, yeah, I'm going to have to, if you guys have worded in that way. But Eric the enemy as a head coach on this team would be a natural transition, would certainly be one of the first people at the top of your list of, let's not look at college coaches. Let's look at guys that have been in the NFL scheme that know what they're doing in the NFL level and bringing that into Russell Wilson. Eric Bieniemy would be one of those first guys that you would look at to bring in. A guy who was a fantastic running back coming out of college back in the day, out of Colorado. Won the Heisman, I believe, out of Colorado, if my memory is not mistaken. And a guy who wins the Heisman out of Colorado as not a guy with a lot of a skill set that has that quintessential Barry Sanders or Reggie Bush type skill set, but wins it as a running back from a lesser program as that kind of player, and who's been one of the main confidants of Andy Reid in Kansas City now for going back for 3 or 4 years. He would be an obvious target, a straightforward target. If you're making a top 4 list, a top 3 list of head coaches, you are going to consider Eric Bieniemy would be one of those guys at this point. Brian Wirch says, well, it's hard to see all over those linemen. It is hard to see over those linemen if you're shorter. That certainly provides a little bit of a detraction. And maybe to your point, Brian, there's a point on this where maybe Russell Wilson just can't run the Seattle Seahawks offense in the way that you need to run the Shane Waldron scheme. And to your point on this is how much better Geno Smith ran when he walked into the game. I don't tend to believe that. I think give Russell Wilson some time into a maturation process in this offense throughout the course of the year. He looks a lot better, in my opinion. But that is a point of contention and a point that I've not been proven right on necessarily. UGK says Stellas are delicious and refreshing. Get the job done. Look, UGK, they're getting the job done tonight. I'm drunk as hell. I'm past the buzz point. I'm moving into the drunk stage of things. For you that are hanging on in the chat at this point, God bless you for doing so. I'm going to stay on with you guys through the end of the chat, regardless of how drunk I end up, regardless of how slurry I get up. I don't care. I don't really care. I'm not going to ask you to like this tonight because it's going to be sloppy and drunk. So why should I ask you tonight to like what's sloppy and drunk? But I'm going to be with you here. I'm going to be with you here. I run on my channel 6, 7.5, 7 hours live stream sometimes. This is one of those nights to run those kind of live streams. Not because I'll have them a huge plethora of people looking at this chat wanting to watch this. There's people getting ready to go to bed tomorrow, getting ready for their Friday day. Because you have chosen to be here with me. Because you have chosen to be that kind of dedicated fan who bleeds like I bleed the blue and neon green. Because you recognize this day for what it is. You recognize this loss for what it is. And I commend you for having done so. I recognize you for having done so. And in a drunken haze point where I probably won't remember it tomorrow, yeah, probably. But I still recognize you. I still realize you're one of those people hanging with me at this moment, realizing that this is not just a loss. This is not just Coach Carroll effing it up again and not getting the most out of the talent on the defensive side of the ball. This is not just Russell Wilson with his finger hanging by a thread. This is in actuality the dying of an era on a multitude of ways, on a special era, on an era that should have gotten more than it gotten out of. And we'll point to the reasons why that became the reality of what it was. But it is the reality of what it is. You should have gotten more out of this era. 1 Super Bowl title, 2 Super Bowl appearances with the Legion of Boom, with Russell Wilson as a Hall of Fame quarterback through this time era that you missed out on. You will look back at this in retrospect and say, you should have gotten more. You should have done more. You should not have fallen this short. But you did, and you had damn control over the aspect of it. It didn't have to go this way. But you chose, be it from a general managership, from a Coach Carroll standpoint, whatever the hell you want to put the onus upon. You chose not to put that pedal to the floor. You chose not to go all in. We're sitting on $13 million of cap space right now. And guess what? That $13 million of cap space isn't just the $13 million of cap space that you own and control at this moment. It's also in addition to the $10 million of cap space you could have created by basically generating Russell Wilson's base money, base salary he would have been owed this year, to bonus money. You didn't do that. You said, we're such good a football team right now, we don't need to utilize that $23 million of cap space we could have created. No, we're so smart, we're so brilliant. Who needs that? Who needs that? We're saving that for another day, for a far-off day, for a day after we win Super Bowl titles, and then we run Super Bowl titles, and our players' values have been overinflated, and we got to do something at that point. That's when you saved it for then, I guess. That's the only methodology I can think of with the front office and Coach Carroll is what they were thinking. Because you got Russell Wilson in a make or break a season. You got Russell Wilson in a season where either we get beyond the heights of where we've been beyond, or if we don't get beyond that heights, guess what? We got to move on from Russell Wilson, and we got to start from square one, scratch, baseline. And this front office and this coach looked at that scenario when they said, F it, we don't need that. We don't care about that. Well, let's go to square one. Square one's where we need to be. Does that feel good for you Seahawks fans right now? Does that feel appropriate for you Seahawks fans right now? Because it doesn't for me. It feels like you've shit the bed to me and you're draping yourself in your poo. Wipe it on your face a little bit. When you're in the process of losing a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, you don't rub poo on your face. You do everything you can to avoid that situation, bar none. And nobody needs to be asked about that. Nobody needs to be questioned about that. Nobody needs to wonder about that. Whether you're in Seattle, whether you're in Los Angeles, whether you're in Tampa Bay, whether you're in New York, it doesn't fucking matter. You come to the same response, which is that you do everything goddamn possible that you can do in your fucking hands to avoid that eventuality. And this team hasn't done it. This coaching staff hasn't done it. This front office hasn't done it. No more excuses, no more apologies, no more saying let them off the fucking hook. I don't care who doesn't get responded to in this goddamn chat. Look at me, John Schneider. Look at me, Coach Carroll. You're fucked up. You're fucked up. That's on you. That ain't on Russell Wilson. You can make all excuses about his robotic demeanor, about his PR implicitness. It's on you, motherfucker. You. Bear that burden. Take that heat. Own that loss. Make no excuses for it. Because we out here in Seahawks land, you know what, my God, we are tired of it. We're tired of excuses. We're tired of the BS. I don't care what Russell Wilson is taking up percentage-wise of the salary cap. Your defense is a shit show. Shit show. And no matter how you scuffle and backtrack, no matter how many excuses you bring to bear, it doesn't change the fact that your defense is a shit show. That is failing the day. I don't care who puts in my chat otherwise. I know what I'm seeing. I know the reality of what I'm looking at. I don't need a chat to tell me otherwise. So you swallow that pill, Carroll. You swallow that pill, Schneider. You own what you have brought to bear, motherfucker. Don't put it on your quarterback with the $40 million. You own that. Because you have built this team. You have had full autonomy over creating this team, over putting what is out there on that football field. And I'll tell you right now, I don't mind telling you right now, it is lesser than what it should be. It is lesser than what I would expect from this football team. And it's got me drinking tonight. It's got me pissed off tonight. And I don't care who has a problem with it. I don't care who unsubs for me from it. I don't give a shit. You came weak in this game from your standpoint of things. $13 million in cap space. $10 million you could have created an additional cap space on top of that. What excuses do you have? What apologies are you going to make? Inexcusable. I have been a Seahawks fan for 40 years. Guess what? It took you 40 years to get a Seahawks franchise quarterback on this team. You passed on Warren Moon. You passed on John Elway. You passed on Brett Favre. You finally get Russell Wilson 40 years into the process, and what do? Let's build around the defense. Let's not build the biggest offense we can. No, that'd be crazy talk. That'd be fucking insane, right? It's all coming to bear now, right? It's all coming to bear. And you can look at finding the guiding light from within that. You can look at being encouraged within that. But I'm just going to call it what it is. I'm just going to call it for what I see it as. Because that's what I've been doing 3 years on this channel. And it's pushed me up to pretty decent heights. There seem to be some people that have resonated with that thought process of things. But I am going to call it as I see fit, whether I'm responding to you guys in the chat or not. No excuses. No reasons why this shouldn't be in a better place, a better shape, a better reality. But you can believe, you guys. You can believe I'm going to call it as I see it. Negative, positive, good, bad, or the other. And this is what I see. All right. I'm way on the channel here, folks. I'm rolling hard. You two get Stellars are delicious, refreshing, get the job done. They do get the job done, as evidenced by tonight. Joel Leon, I think that if I'm Ken, I'll just test some new things out. Our season is basically over. Can't hurt at this point, right? Can't hurt at this point to try anything new off of what you have done prior to this point. Northwest Fugitive, I think the people are going to start comparing Russ to Geno. It's way deeper than that. Obviously, they're going to call a different offense for him, and there's no film on him. Northwest Fugitive, 100%, no doubt about it. I'm not going to take Geno Smith as like, oh, he ran the offense so much better than Russell Wilson, so vis-a-vis, he's better than Russell Wilson. No, that is not the case. That is not the case. No, I do not agree with that in any way, shape, or form, for that matter. Keaton's balling as Russell Wilson's years have been wasted. Yes, this has been a long proponent aspect that has been brought to my channel, that Coach Carroll and John Schneider have wasted Russell Wilson's years by not building an offense around him. I have fought against this for years. I have fought against this aspect of saying a balanced team and that they've done what they can, but I cannot take this stance any longer. In that when you look at this in retrospect, especially on this given year, hard not to look at it in retrospect and say that a little bit of you've wasted Russell Wilson, you've wasted a little bit of what you have as far as a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, and you've decided to try to build a defensive-minded approach that's not very good defensive-mindedly wise. You know, that's the problem here. You have the Hall of Fame quarterback and you said, let's put him on the back burner. Let's do that back burner to about 650 degrees, and let's just dial it back in on the defense. That's the way to go. That's what got us in the Legion of Boom. That's got us a Super Bowl championship. But then your defense isn't actually very good, which becomes kind of a problem, doesn't it? This becomes kind of an issue, doesn't it? It's just kind of an issue problem. Maybe trust the Hall of Fame quarterback. Maybe just do that. Maybe that's the spot to go at. Maybe don't overthink this one. Joel Jun says, I think Russ just got to let the ball go quicker. I sometimes look for something instead of... I missed your thought on that, Joel. I sometimes test some new things out. Our season's basically over. Yeah, Russell Wilson, look, he's not yet embraced fully the short passing attack. I'm railing a little bit on Russell Wilson and being a benefactor of him at this moment, saying pro Russell Wilson. I will say early on this game and through the early part of this game, he was not embracing enough of the short passing attack, nor throughout the course of this year have I seen enough of a consistency in embracing that short passing attack. I do add a little of an onus on this that I expect with Russell Wilson taking on really the first offense in his pro career, taking 10 years to, it's really the first new offensive attack he's had in 10 years. Is it surprising to me that it takes a little bit of time for him to bring that on, to acclimate to that? No, it doesn't. I would expect that a little bit. In 10 years, you've been doing an offensive scheme basically the same way. At that point in year 10, you've got a new one to come on. Is it going to take you a while to change some of your old habits? I would expect that. That's not the least bit surprising. You know what is surprising? The defense basically shitting on itself and then smelling its own poo. So crapping itself and then reaching back and grabbing a big handful and then not only needing it to be about 4 inches from their face, but then shoving it into their nose and saying, God, it feels like I shit my pants. Yeah, you did. What was your first goddamn indication? You know what I mean? What was your first goddamn indication? Keaton's ball says Russ's prime has been wasted. I do not disagree with you. Crackhead says you can tell Russ is chunky now. Well, I will say this on that Crackhead is that certainly when you watch Geno Smith moving in the pocket, he was moving very similar to Russ, which Russ is supposed to be an upward mobility guy. You would expect there to be a substantial difference in how those two guys move in the pocket, but there does seem to be a little bit of a lack of mobility by Russ in the pocket. I can't argue that fact as much as I am pro Russ. And you guys are going to see me closing one eye to read the comment section. This is the dead-on indicator of a man who is far too drunken to be on live streaming. And God knows what I'm going to say at this point, by the way. Megan says, the only thing that has me smiling today, Brandon, is that Blitz, our beloved mascot, sent me a message on Instagram. That's awesome. He sent you an Instagram message. Awesome, Blitz. Blitz, you go, boy. You go, boy. Thank you for reaching out to Megan. Look, she helped push, propel your voting through this channel. Are we ready for another shot?
Ready for another shot?
Yeah.
Shot time.
Shot. I got a glass.
I didn't get my glass.
Get your goddamn glass out here. What are you failing the funk on? It's shot time, baby. Folks, I'm never going to get anywhere near, by the way, the chat. So if you want to chat, I'm going to try to say everybody in the chat. So I'm going to try to cover everybody. But if I miss everybody, you really want to chat, said
You went off, bro.
donation. Bro, I always go off.
I know.
Oh, we're back to the good stuff.
We're back to just some jack.
Show the
We
channel.
gotta slow you down a little bit.
Show the channel. Show the channel. Let them see.
It's just some crappy jack. You get it right at Rite Aid, baby.
Crappy Jack that you
Buy
get
Rite
right
Aid
in.
stock so I can become
But look, the Jack Daniels is what,
Oh, dude, we're
160 years
almost out.
old?
Let's just tap this out.
Let's tap it out. Let's go hard.
There
Go
you go.
hard. Oh, I got a
All
little
right, we're
dripping up
tapped
there.
out. We're dripping a little bit.
It's dripping. That's
Tap
how you
it
know
out.
it's. That's how you know it's good, right, Aaron?
That's right, baby.
Hey, what are we drinking to?
I don't know. What do you want to drink to? I'm going to drink to your health and
To the Seahawks 2022
yeah,
season.
22. Seahawks 2022.
22-22, baby.
Ooh, that was hot. That was good, though. Felt
It's
good.
so much smoother than the vodka, though.
You want some Coke? I got some Coke for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll get you some Coke.
I need some Coke.
You gotta slow down. Your fans, they love the rant, though. The rant is awesome.
Good, because I'm
I like
fucking.
it, too. This is the best channel. This is the best channel.
I am fucking going off tonight, folks. I ain't done.
Best channel on YouTube
I ain't
right now, baby.
goddamn done yet.
Channel on YouTube, right
Best
now.
channel on YouTube, you better believe it. We're 4,500 strong. We don't give a fuck. And I'm going hard tonight. I'm sorry. That was good. See, like, the difference between, you call me an American, call me a dyed-in-the-wool American. You want to call me that? Call me that. But you give me a difference between there with Jack Daniels and vodka? Jack Daniels, just good old down country home. Call me a Southern boy. My people come out of Missouri. My people come out of Missouri. I mean, I'll tell you right now, my people out of Missouri, they're saying that's a good boy right there getting his Jack Daniels. That's a good boy. I don't know about this Stella Bear, but I want to tell you about this Jack Daniels. We do there approve. We do there approve of that boy doing that Jack Daniels, because that's what we did 150 years ago. And I follow on with the blood of my ancestors. We might have come out of the Midwest, but we are in the West now. We are in Seattle now. And again, folks, I am not going to get on the chat. We got another
I
shot?
got Coke, but I got Dr. Pepper.
I'm good either way. I don't need Dr. Pepper. I got a beer. You brought me 2
I'm
chasers.
bringing this here.
All right, let's
it
roll.
tastes good, actually, when you drink.
Give me a little caffeine, too. That's good.
Yeah, it'll keep it going. Mike,
We're going 4 in the morning today.
you're going
I'm going hard. I'm going 3 in the 4 in the morning. I don't give a fuck tonight.
this shit, bro.
I'm bringing it. I'm bringing the fire tonight, folks. Dr. Pepper. We got Dr. Pepper as a chaser. We got a little Stella. I'm in the, I'm going to make this true with you guys. We're going to get through this together. This is the hardest time. This is the birth, you know? We got the sack that just shot out the vag, and it's sitting there like a little, like what is that? That's a little pile of, I don't even know what to call that. But we're going to get beyond that, because there is the afterbirth, right? And we do arrive at that stage eventually. And we're arriving at that stage, you know? Once we get through the afterbirth, we'll get through the peace and the renown of this. Let's see where we have the chat. Did I miss a super chat? Probably did. Sector 7 says super chat $5. Thank you, Sector 7. It's Friday, 15 minutes. We're in Friday. We're able to all party now. All of you are able to party now because it's Friday officially. So you're not feeling any guilt. Your team's lost this last week. How can you feel bad at this point about taking shots at this point in the morning? How can you feel bad about this point about missing work? Okay? This is going to be a different game. This isn't that one every other game. This is this game. Thursday night, 2-3. Russell Wilson's finger is hanging by a fucking chicken bone, man. By a chicken bone, man. If you ain't drinking tonight, what the hell are you doing? I didn't put anything up on that TV. Why? Because there's nothing in that TV to watch. What do you want? Lots of pictures of this last game? What the hell is that going to give you? Go over into your kitchen. Go over and get that stiff liquor that you got sitting in your cabinet. Do the cool-ass, badass move that they do in the action movies where you go like this, where you go, and you spin it off super cool, and it lands on the floor, and you pick it up later because that's what you do, because your wife's going to say something about it. But fuck her right now, okay? Right now it's on the floor, okay? Right now you're a badass, okay? Right now you're owning what's going on, okay? My team suck. My team's third place in this division. I don't give a fuck. How about that? How about you eat that, Rams, with your fucking finger quarterback? See how that goes. How about you eat that, Kyler Murray, who doesn't know how to slide and is going to get his fucking ass beat at some point in this year. Eat that. Eat that shit. I don't give a fuck. How about that? How about that? You guys go enjoy your empty fucking victory that means nothing tonight, Rams. Enjoy that. Because it's going to be worth nothing in 3 weeks. Nothing. Patrick Renault says, that's married with chicken children, Russ. Joel says, Russ throwing gang signs. Russ reps the hard Crips South Central, no doubt about it. We've seen him do the dance before. We know it's the truth. I think I'm going to watch Russ Wilson highlights all night. I love him forever. I do love Russ forever. Sad to see. New Zealand rugby team is actually Brandon. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that, Megan. Says, All Blacks are one better live. Much better. Man, I'm reading the chat right now. It's going to be brutal, folks. I got to be honest with you. Greg Head, I'm still hopeful. A lot can happen in 12 games. Look, the season's not over necessarily. You're 5 games into the season. You're at the quarter turn point. Quarter turn means there's 3/4 left of the season to go. Football is a game that goes up and down and back and forth, and the emotions tend to ride high. So is right now where we're at is a certainty as far as where we're going to be at the end of the season. No doubt about it. That's not where we're at. Am I a little bit drawing down negatively and feeling a little bit dark about where the season's going to go at the end of the day of this? Yeah, that's where I'm at because you guys pay me, in essence, you pay me to be an analyst on this and look at this stuff as far as my foresight and also what I'm feeling in the moment. What's the pulse? Okay, here's the pulse for you guys. So hard to see you going forward in this season. Hard to see you keeping Russell Wilson past this offseason, which has me so dismayed, which has me drinking to a point of being basically super sloppy. I'm sorry, it just is going to forevermore at this point. This is going to be a watershed moment on this channel. We can look back on and say, you looked at it and you went, time for the transition. So we're at the beginning of the transitional point at that point, unfortunately, and all that brings with it. CDW Bedside, this is so sad. It is sad. Rask 11, just watched a doctor break down Russ's finger injury and in 6 to 8 weeks without surgery. 6 to 8 weeks is where I put it. I would put it, that's right on point where I put this injury. You folks think that he's going to be back in another week. You're wrong. He would have been back out there this game trying to make it work if it was an injury that come back within week 2 to 3. The fact that it takes 4 to 5 to 6, 7 to 8 weeks is probably more indicative of what you could probably expect with Russell. And he's going to push the mark as fast as he can. Don't make a mistake about that. But that doesn't mean that he gets back faster because of that. Jason McEwer, thank you for being a member of the channel. And thank you to my members on the channel. I haven't given a shout out to you. Let me give a shout out to you. Seahawks Brendan Nelson, one of my hallmarks on the channel, one of my guys that we're going to be doing every week, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years on this channel, doing a weekly segment on this show. I hope so, Brendan Nelson. Robert Jimenez, Thomas Cox, Raymond Hayers, Brian Mack, Big Mac, V Tiger, Jason McEwer, Versace Python, which I just love that name. I mean, you want to call me Versace Python, you can call me Versace Python. You know, it's like, it means a multitude of things. Robert, my brother, my blood,
My brother Pennington, I've known you for 25 years. 25 years. I knew you my whole life. You're my brother, you're my blood. I appreciate you. Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021. Roxanne Roll, I appreciate you as well. Ryan B, Mr. Kane, Barry Soetoro, Benster Smith, Tim Schumi, Preston Morrow, my two-time champion on the channel. It's easy. Member 2 times on the channel. And again, guys, we're getting sloppy, but you're dealing with me knowing our advance. Charles Riley and Matthias 23451, Deborah Marsall, Kevin Carmine, D. Costanzo, my VIP Patreon member, and along with James Tomlinson. Thank you to all of you guys. I like to do my shout out to my folks who really do support this channel. Thank you for becoming a member of this channel. Thank you for becoming a patron. Either which way you go or doubling down either way. It is really much appreciated. This is what's going to help me eventually do this as a full-time. I might be full-time covering a team that's not doing great, that's not winning championships, so I'm going to be a dub team fully and exhaustively covering this team in every way, shape, or form, and it's because of guys like you. When I look at this in retrospect, I'm going to be giving a lot of shout-outs to you folks who were our early adopters, our early folks who became members of the channel and said, I like what you're talking about. You're crazy, man, but I like you. That old school moment, right, where Will Fairley gets hit with a dart in his neck, and you get the guy from, what is it, Schfinkter? What is his name? Spindler. The guy from American Wedding, American Pie, who's like, dude, you got a dart in your neck. And Will Dill's like, I like you, man. What are you talking about? What dart in the neck? It's like that. So you're one of those guys that's shooting the dart in the neck, being one of those early adopters of this channel, helping this channel to grow up and get big. And again, the long-term hope on the channel is that I eventually am able to do this long-term. So thank you for all you members that are really marrying yourself to this channel and owning this early on, because you guys will be the guys that help me get to that next stage of things. And we're getting closer and closer and closer, even on the back of these type of weird, crazy, unfortunate losses. So thank you. Reloaded Fan says, why can't we have the Panthers management in Seattle? Very good point. What a fantastic point. Just Reloaded Fan, you put a great point in. I haven't seen you in on the chat before, but you just came in the chat and you provided a great point. Why can't we do what the Panthers are doing? The Panthers have Sam Darnold at cornerback. The Panthers have DJ Moore and Terrace Marshall at the receiver position, and not really much at the tight end position, not really much at the offensive line position. Yet they are in a go-for-it approach right now. They are all in the approach. If they had chips, if the Carolina Panthers had a stack of chips in Vegas, they would have pushed all those chips to the center of the stack, right? Because they made a good draft pick this offseason and getting the cornerback that they got. He goes down to a weird injury early on in the season. They trade for C.J. Henderson. They say, we're not done with C.J. Henderson. We're going to go out and get Stephon Gilmore on top of C.J. Henderson. We hope C.J. Henderson's going to do good, but we'll get Stephon Gilmore as sort of an insurance policy on the top of C.J. Henderson, which is on the top of the rookie going down to a major injury like he did, which is a highly pricked cornerback in this situation. It shows the Panthers, who have right now Sam Darnold running a cornerback, being like, we're going for it right now. We're all in. And it's a weird deference to look at with the Seahawks organization, who's sitting on $13 million, who's sitting on $10 million plus that they could have accumulated from Russ's base to bonus, who's saying, no, we're good. We're going to wait. We're going to hold on. We feel all right with our current situation. What? A Panthers team that's obviously sitting in the second in that division, that's going as hard as they are, that's going as aggressively as they are, and you're standing pat? How dare you? How dare you? No excuse on that. No excuse. Lolo says, Collins looked like he ran for more yards than 47s. I guess it's because he runs hard. He also had good receiving back. He made a couple catches out of the backfield. They didn't utilize him a lot in this game. They were more into pass-centric standpoint of things. They fell more in love with the deep pass in this game, in my opinion. Brian Roberts says, go smash that like button. Look, I'm drunk as fuck. Okay, no doubt about it. I'm 1 o'clock in the morning on this broadcast. I'm 4 hours deep. No doubt about it, I'm drunk. To me, to ask you to hit the like button at this point is really a gross inadequacy on my part. How am I going to ask you to hit like when I'm this drunk and I'm buzzed and I'm getting overwhelmed at this point by my ability to be thought? I can't, but I'm still asking it. I'm still saying hit that like button. Show the other Seahawks fans out there that are looking for Seahawks content that I exist. They don't know otherwise with YouTube and its algorithm. You hit that like button, it shows me up on their search results. I'm looking for a Seahawks fan channel. Let me show me something to make me understand what's going on here. I show up from that by you hitting the like button. Though it seems weird, though it seems silly, though it seems small, all it takes for you is to go up in that mark and not even hit the subscribe button. It just hit the like button. That's all it takes. Do that. You help me out. You help this channel grow. You help this to eventually make a full-time channel where I can have these occasional streams where I get fucking dumb drunk and basically go off on my tangents, and you guys get a laugh at my stupidness. That alone could provide some returns on itself. I'm behind the chat here. What do we got going on? Thank you though, Brian, for mentioning that. Brian Roberts, my OG, my mod on this channel. I give you a lot of credit, Brian, because you don't donate a lot, but I should give you more credit. You've been here from the day one on this. Thank you for that, Brian. I appreciate you, man. You are awesome, Brian Roberts. And I won't acknowledge often behind this, but I acknowledge it now that you are great for doing what you're doing on this channel. Megan says, Wheeler, yes, I'm sorry, Megan. Gabriel says, Geno just did the offense better than Wilson. That's crazy because it means that Wilson is not playing that well also. We're going to drive towards off of this finger injury that Russell Wilson will move on. That's going to be where this bears out to. If it's for the Seahawks' benefit, I don't agree. Russell Wilson, a Hall of Fame quarterback, moving on is not to the Seahawks' benefit. I think that would be a mismeasure of what we're looking at. Geno Smith had some luck on his 98-yard drive at the 2-yard line, getting down and getting a touchdown. I acknowledge that. I accept that. Does that drive somehow put some shade on Russell Wilson? No, it doesn't, in my opinion. It's more bore out of the fact that you have defenses that are built to stopping Russell Wilson and all the specificity of what that includes. Being that when you bring Russell Wilson to bear, if I'm playing Geno Atkins this next week, I got a defensive play call and specificity down to like this amount. If I'm playing Russell Wilson, it's like this amount. That amount right there on the table, right there. It's a big difference, okay? It's a big difference. The book on Russell Wilson and how to play Russell Wilson and the mush rush that you utilize, especially with your defensive ends, and how you sort of slow roll the play from a pass rush standpoint, how you sort of force him to embrace short passing, that's a book. And that's a well-written book. That's War and Peace. That's a book with 15 to 2,000 words upon it. Okay? So it's a difference when you go to Geno Smith and he does different things than what Russell Wilson does. Off of the gate, the returns you get off of that might be great. But once you get in the second and the third drives of that, the returns of that are going to be lessened, as we saw with Geno Smith today. So I like the first drive. 98 yards is great. I wouldn't take it as like a harbinger of things to come, in my opinion. Lanny Weber says, do you see Quandre Diggs' interview? I got the vibe he's sick either the scheme or his defensive or his team has play. I can't knock Quandre Diggs. I didn't see the interview on him, but if Quandre Diggs is being fed up with the situation, I can't argue with Quandre Diggs feeling that way. And Quandre Diggs is a guy that, and again, sorry if I'm a little buzzed at this point. I'm 5 shots deep. I'm 6 beers deep. I'm rolling fucking deep right now, right? Like, I'm rolling deep, and we're at 100 viewers, so we got my fucking most dedicated folks in on this chat. If Quandre Diggs knocks what he's seeing personnel-wise, what he's having to deal with personnel-wise. What he's having to deal with personnel-wise. I can't argue with not Quandary Diggs on that point as far as saying, like, I'm not seeing good enough stuff here. I'm having to overcome quite a bit in order to shine. And Diggs last week against the Niners and the pick that he had against Jimmy Garoppolo was fully a Diggs being a great player type pick. Not like, whoa, your scheme put this player in this great position to make this play. It was Diggs reading the eyes, reading the situation, reading the play at hand, and making a pick. Much like in this game when Diggs made the pick that he did, reading the situation, reading the play at hand, reading where things are at, reading and understanding where Matt Stafford, a guy that I played with, being that I was formerly with Detroit, I'm keenly aware of what Stafford's going to try to do, and then I'll be able to take advantage of that subsequently. You guys will be able to pronounce that word better, but he was be able to take advantage of basically beyond that because I've practiced against this player day in and day out. I can learn some intricacies within his game to know that if he's at the goal line and he's rolling to his left, he's just going to try to throw the ball away. And if I could be in the position to pick up that ball, I can go get an interception. That's on Diggs in that moment. That's Diggs making a play in that moment. That's Diggs elevating himself beyond the scheme in that moment. And for him to look back on this team where it's at and what it's performing at and think, is the rest of the defense performing at that same level? Is it going beyond itself? Is it going beyond what is called upon in the play for me to execute? No, I would arrive at the stance that would not be the case. So Quandary Diggs has very much a position to stand and say, this is bullshit. What are you doing, bro?
Hanging out.
Do you have another shot?
I have another shot, but I'm just listening.
Bring it on in.
All I got is whiskey.
This is going to be one of those legendary shows. These are legendary shows where they either stand the test of time.
Last hit. This is it.
This is the last hit. Oh, we're going to the well vodka, by the way, folks.
This is it. This is all you got left.
We're going to the well vodka, folks. This shows my commitment, frankly. Wait, hold on. Come in here. This does not show my commitment to the process here. I'm only doing. I've been doing Jack whiskey. Wait, what? John whiskey? Jack. I love Jack. He's so much smoother than this piece of shit I'm about to take down.
New Amsterdam, 100 proof. This is
New Amsterdam. Do you have the bottle?
This is terrible.
Grab the bottle.
Oh, this is the worst.
Show
Don't ever buy this.
This is chick liquor, is what this is.
Terrible. Actually, it's,
Aaron,
if this is chick liquor, like those chicks are badass.
Hold on, though. You got a wife.
100 stuff.
You got a wife with 100, loves what she loves.
She does. My wife's
Aaron's wife is she's refined and she knows what she likes.
Well, she'll drink good stuff, but
she falls back into this standpoint.
This is her fallback liquor.
This is her fallback liquor, which is inexcusable, frankly.
Pretty much.
And I say that on the heels of a guy who's gonna.
I don't disagree.
I say that on the heels of a guy that's gonna drink this.
Yeah.
But like, how dare her? She should know the better things, especially the husband.
She should. I drink the finest stuff.
Aaron is a guy he makes good money. He knows his IT shit. He understands what he's talking about. But he would let his wife go to the lesser realm. How dare her? Can I say how dare her?
How dare her? This is terrible.
My wife never sees this, but she's never gonna watch this.
No, she won't.
Women don't like football.
I've tried to get her to like Grey Goose or something. It's terrible. This is terrible stuff.
This is terrible. Which is taking to Aaron's point, which is him and his brother have some back and forth. His brother would not go to this point. No. He'd be at least own Grey Goose. Yeah. Okay, I'll do Grey Goose. It's the baseline.
Like, I just had to get some. That's the only thing I.
Where's your shot?
Well, I mixed mine a little bit because this shit's terrible.
Okay, hold on. I need the chat to come around.
I'll do all mine.
He's got to do all of this,
which is way more than yours.
Which is way more than mine.
It's okay. You don't drink though.
I don't drink. That's the thing that Aaron's giving me credit for. He knows the pain I'm in.
Yeah,
can you wait the match? Hold on, before you drink. Can Aaron acknowledge the pain I'm in right now? You guys see a smiley face. You see everything else.
It's not even a couple months. It's like 6 months when you drink.
6 months when I drink.
It's a Stella or two.
To get me and what would you say?
Well, it's 1 or 2 Stellas. It's not a 6-pack of Stellas and my Jack and.
What point am I in, folks? I'm to the point of shit vodka, and he's like, every 6 months you drink. That should tell you what you know.
Bad.
And frankly, he's got to get up tomorrow morning. He's got to kick ass in an IT install tomorrow. An IT install at a major building. And I'm talking to like, you guys think of machinist shit? Like, you know what you know? You don't know shit. It's like 15 machinist building.
Might be some IT guys.
He's getting drunk as I am, as I am. That's his point, because he's ride or die. Like, you guys are ride or die.
They are ride or die. You're the dudes on this channel.
No, no.
And the gals. Gals and dudes.
And my gals or dudes. No matter if you have a vagina or a penis right now.
Right.
You're rocking it.
You guys
Look at this guy who doesn't even like football. Look at that drink. Show that drink.
I mixed a little. Like
I don't give a fuck. That's vodka. He's done that. I've done this. I'm about to hit this. It's your commitment. Not to this channel.
Seahawks fans.
It's to your Seahawks fan shit. That's what this is. Here we go, baby. Woo, baby.
Woo.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's fucking go. I don't give a shit if we get a pass. I don't give it. It's rough. No, you take that shit. Give me another double dab.
Boom.
Give me a third dab.
Boom.
You know why? You know goddamn why? Because we don't give a fuck in this channel. Oh, my ad revenue just went bye-bye because I said fuck. Bye, ad revenue. Goodbye. I could give a fuck.
No, you do. You care.
I care. But you know what? I care more about this motherfucker right here. Supplying me some shots, making me feel better in my darkest hour. You all need them.
Doing great. I want to appreciate everybody out there. And you're doing great, man.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Hey, I appreciate it. We are 1:30 in the morning.
You're doing great, bro.
My brother is with me. You know why? Because I got a brother next to me at my side. Always standing in the same spot that I'm standing in. You know why? Because he's got my goddamn back. You know, and every person out there, whether you're a woman or a male, you need those. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, bro.
You know, thank you. God damn it. Thank you, goddamn it. Hawks Nest, baby. You all need that out there at the time. I may not be responding to the chat, but I'm going to respond to is the sense of brotherhood and the sense of what you need in your heart. And that guy right there knows the lows of which I am in at this part. He's watching me. He's paying attention to me. He's knowing that, right? Oh, God, it's been a rough road up until this last couple of weeks. I don't know how this is going to go. I hope he's going to be all right. But you know what? I got a bro who's got my back. And I hope tonight beyond the results of this team and what it brings. Beyond being the second place team, you got a guy that got your back like I got with Aaron. He's got my back, folks. He's here with me right now. And again, keep in mind this, folks. We are 1:05 in the morning right now. We got 99 people in the chat. I got a bro who's got my back. Who understands that, like, even a guy who doesn't like football right now. He didn't like football. But he's got my back. And understand, like, it's a dark time. It's a bear time. Barren, and there's not much there to pick from. But he's still riding there with me. And I would hasten to guess that this is a West Coast thing or a Pacific Northwest thing. I'm sure that this stuff exists to a degree in Florida and Texas and everything else. But it's still great to hear and to feel it nonetheless. I'm in a dark place, folks. I'm drunk, which is going to cover up a lot of what my feeling is of the darkness that's in my heart at this point. The darkness that is in the heart of a guy who's created the channel for 3 years, who was hoping that potentially this year you could really take advantage of that in the way of making this a viable way of doing this full time, a viable way of doing this every day. And that's not the way that this is going to happen this year. That's all right. It's okay. That's football. That's what part of what makes football great is the inability to necessarily predict the outcome of what's going to come from in the future. But thank you to Aaron tonight. Thank you to all of you in the chat who've been so kind to subscribe. I've been missing on it. Eric Cotter says, he's super chatted another $10. Thank you, Eric Cotter. You've been at $35 so far. This is chat just alone. Not to mention, Eric, I know I've seen you prior in the chat, posting in the chat, supporting this chat, putting money in this chat. It's not empty, by the way. You folks that put money in this chat, it's not. I don't forget it. I will always remember it. You were one of the base guys. You were one of the guys that were the foundational guys on making this channel what it was by supporting this channel. Because the eventual hope is, and what I've guided and directed myself on being, is that this channel gets to be a full-time situation. So thank you so much for doing that, Eric Cotter. You were awesome in saying this. Brian is better than Jamal at this point. Did we get taken? Being that you're saying, of course, Dickinson is essentially better than what Jamal Adams is giving you as a player. And while that would seemingly be at the face of it silly, where I would seemingly on the face of that say, what? A strong safety that's ability to be a hitter, you can cover tight ends, and cover running backs. How dare you put a punter eventually ahead of him? But how can I say that if I'm really ascribing to what I've told you guys the base tenets of this channel? Which, if you want to drive to the base tenets of this channel, it's to be honest with you. It's to be honest with you. I will be right and wrong in my honesty. I am never going to hit on the path every time 100% onto what I'm thinking. I'm not going to be 100%. I evaluate this player, so I'll be 100% right on that player. Strap yourselves in. I will never be at that spot. No NFL evaluator is at that spot. Say nothing of no YouTube commentator. To expect that you will arrive at that point is to so believe in your hubris and your ego as to believe that it will blind you over there on the NFL level of things. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And I lost track of thought. But that's all I about the chat. Let me get the chat. It's going to be rough, folks, as we go forward in the night. Wheeler says, not football related, but we need Jace to tell us dating advice. Worked out a lot. Look, Jace, I think one of the great questions that exists up there from Jace's standpoint is, Jace, how did that first date go this week? Because of course Jace was going to have a date with his girlfriend, his wife, to be this week at middle school. So where are you at, Jace? We need some feedback on this, because I was proponing a lot of things and Megan was killing me for it for my week game. And Megan may have been incorrect on that respect. So let's dial in a little bit. Thanks for Dixon's double punt. Tomorrow is Friday, not Monday. I'm glad this 1 week that Friday, tomorrow is not Monday. We get 2 days off to kind of just like releasing this pain. But Dixon, great job on his double punt, man. How often does a punter get blocked on his punt and still gets another punt out after that? Fantastic job on his part. He confused the officials. Great job on Dixon's part of that. I love Dixon's the best Seahawks punter in Seahawks history. If tonight didn't prove it, I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at as far as stats, as far as playing the field, as far as being able to handle things on the fly. Look at that punt. He's blocked on the punt. He just puts his hand calmly to the side. Like, I'll pick that up. I got that. I'll just pick that up and then kick it again. And the officials will flag it and then wave off the flag because they don't know what the hell they're talking about and they've never seen that play once again ever before in their life. You gotta give the officials credit there. You gotta give Dixon some credit there. Optimism by Dixon, who came into the game, is like, as far as normal, how you rate a punter, number 2 in the league as far as punting goes. If he's not number 1 in the league in your heart, then you have a blackened heart. You have a dark heart. You have a heart that cannot realize anything. Swing up, open over the top. I definitely might have missed swing. I don't know for sure, but that will be in Nichols. If you say that's what happened, then I'm available with it. I'm gonna just prescribe this a little bit at this point too. We're 88 watchers in this chat. It's gonna get rough as we go through. I'm gonna go through on the chat on this point. I've taken about 4 shots. I've taken about 6 beers at this point. It's gonna get rough. So if you leave out, if you batten out, I don't blame you for it. I'm going hard all night for this channel. So I'm going to finish it out throughout the comments and throughout the stuff as far as the chat goes, no matter what. You hang in with me. You're a champion. I appreciate you. I will forever remember you on this night, on this moment, in this stance. But I understand if you do bail on me in the another respect. Y2KJ says Jamal Adams still has 0 pressures on the season. That's a very telling stat. You're 4 games in the year and 0 pressures. Very telling stat. Based off of Geno's performance from an excuse, but I have gotten the feeling that in a long time Wilson really is coachable in terms of offensive scheme. There's the thought process in play with Russell Wilson that he is what he is, and he needs to be brought into more of an offensive scheme that is what he is, and that he is not currently in the scheme, the Waldron scheme, in a scheme to take advantage of his benefits. What is Russell Wilson's benefits? The deep attacking aspect of this offense. So if you want to talk about it from a standpoint of a previous offensive coordinator, look at Norv Turner and what he would do with the Cowboys. The Cowboys in the early 90s were very similar to the Seahawks offense. We're going to attack with a running game. We're going to hit you deep over the top. Not in short game, but on deep over the top. You know, you're going to bring your extra safety in the box. We're going to attack you on the running game. We're going to hit you over the top. That is not how the Seahawks are necessarily built to do what they're built to do. But there is an argument to be made that that is the best place for Russell Wilson to arrive at as far as the scheme that he's best built to be within to maximize his skills. I can't argue with that. You saw a little bit of that tonight. No discounting that aspect of things. Because you're through 5 games with Waldron and it's still looking rough, there's a thought process in play that's not necessarily incorrect to say you move on from Russ. Russ goes to a new scheme that's more deep base built. He's going to have more success within that than fitting with Waldron's on time West Coast offense approach. Take the short stuff when it's available. And again, the example of this are not just Russell Wilson, but Matt Stafford, who continues to, up until the midway through the third quarter, struggle within this offense. 48 weeks says middle finger 3-1-2. Yeah, 48 weeks sounds about right. Russ is overrated. This is Elena McCollum. Elena, I gotta give you props, Elena. You were on my channel. You're over on Brendan Nelson's channel. You're over on the Hawk Blogger channel, which is very much sometimes a very separate stage of things as far as people showing up. And you show up on all 3. So for you to say Russell is overrated, like there's going to be people that are going to be standing the standpoint of saying it looked like Geno Atkins did when he fit in this normal offense and just fit within the confines of it and how good he looked versus how Russell Wilson looked. I don't fall in the same standpoint of things necessarily at this moment, but I understand the people who end up landing on that standpoint of things. I can't argue with them necessarily because I understand you're going to see Geno Smith and how he played in this game and extrapolate some things. I think at the end of the day, we come back to the inadequacy of Coach Carroll and how he runs this not only defense, offense, but team in general. And that's where really the blame comes down at the end of the day on this. But I can't discount or nullify the people that stand in your standpoint of things. And I'm so behind the chat. I'm so sorry. If I missed your chat tonight, just let me some morning tonight. If I missed your chat tonight, I get it. I'm sorry. I missed your chat tonight. I tried to, up until this point, up 130 shows into this live stream channel. I've expanded and responded to every chat in this chat. So up until this channel, up until this time, up until this day, I've done that. Today's not going to maybe be that day. And I'd ask you to just give me a break on once every 3 years. Once every 3 years, give me a little bit of room on this one. You know? A little bit of room on this one for a guy that follows his team every single week. And follows intricately what's going on with his team every week. Give me a week. Give me 1 week in 3 years. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking for a day off. I was looking for 1 week in 3 years where I don't quite go super positive, where I don't quite go, oh, it'll all be returned to right in just a couple of weeks. Give me that 2 weeks this week. Give me that time. That's all I ask of you this week. I appreciate it. I acknowledge it. I understand I'm sloppy and drunk at this point in time in this live stream show. I don't care if there's 100 people in there. I don't care if there's 8 people in there. I don't care if there's 60 people in there. I don't care. Whoever's in here listening to me right now, you know my emotion's in the right place. You may know I can be wrong and right. You know I can read things wrong or right. But you know, no matter 100% beyond this telecast, what this may be informing you of is my heart's in the right place. And it's the right place tonight. I'm not going to stay on the top of the chat. I'm not going to be responsive necessarily, but my heart's in the right place. I wish the team was better. I wish the team was going in a righter approach. But it's not where it is. And man, I am so behind the chat. Elena says the offense crap and stagnant. First quarter, you're never going in then incompetent. Look, the offense in the first half was not good enough. You scored 7 points in this football game, a game in which I prescribed our team to eventually end up at a winning point of 34-31. I would be disingenuous if I were to say to you, Elena, that, well, I expected better. But you come out at 7 points in the first half, and you land at that point to say the offense has done good enough beyond Russell's broken finger. It's not done good enough. Russ is not done good enough. You fell short of that defense at that point. And though I do put some blame upon the defense in this football game, I will not put wholeheartedly all the blame on this football game because of the fact of that first half and Russell Wilson only bringing 7 points to bear on a defense that, frankly, prior the week past with the Cardinals were running up the football field on you. And running the football field on you, not only the back on the passing game to guys like AJ Green, who are far beyond his prime, but you were giving significant carries to James Conner. You're giving significant carries to James Chase Edmond. A little bit inexcusable in that respect of things. The count of Toulouse, says Aaron Donald loans Russell Wilson. He certainly has had his best production on Russell Wilson. He's certainly been the best outfitted player on the defensive side of the ball, beyond a corner, beyond a safety, beyond a defensive tackle. Aaron Donald has been the best outfitted player in order how he's played Russell Wilson throughout the years. Beyond this game, beyond 2 games last year, beyond the totality of Russell Wilson's career in 10 years in this sport, he's been the best player in how he's played it. And how he's taken advantage of Russell Wilson up until this point. South Boss says, let's go drunk Hawk Nest. Look, it's drunk tonight. I hope you guys don't hold it against me. I know there'll be folks listening to this the day afterwards going, why did you get so drunk? My hope for those folks who were dyed in the wool in optimism will look nothing beyond what could be the best case scenario in every situation. My hope is for those folks who see me in the state that I am, and it is a sad state to be in. A tired state. It's not exactly inventive. Me offering you guys a drunken approach to this live stream show. But maybe the folks who sit there and look at that in this situation right now can understand that because if it is such a select situation, it's such an outlier. As I have proposed to you guys before this, up until this point, and then I've said to you, I've done 130 live stream shows. Guess what? I've not been drunk in any one of those live stream shows. This is about 130 live stream shows. This is the first one I've been drunk in. Do you think you should take something extra away from that? Do you think in the 129 situations that have occurred prior to this, that maybe you should take something away from that? Beyond what you think about me as far as an intelligence standpoint, beyond the way you think of me as an ability to process anything, throw that all out the door. The fact that you arrive at 130 shows of live stream shows, not my recorded shows, not my pre-recorded shows, not my pre-recorded stuff that is meant to hype you up, but on my live stream stuff. On the stuff where there is no denying, there is no lying, there is no dressing up. The 130th, 20th show, 120th, 130th show, I don't give a shit what it is. That I'm drunk beyond all bear, and that there is a reason for that. No matter what you think, no matter how you stand, as far as where you see this football team, if you throw everything out that I've said tonight, and you ignore everything I've said tonight, and only take one thing from tonight, take it from that. Take it from that one indication that I don't respond to the chat, which I'm normally on the chat. Oh, my P's and Q's 100%. I recognize that the chat is what helps this channel grow. And the reaction of that chat, the talking of the chat, the interaction of the chat is vis-a-vis what helps that channel grow. So on this night, on this important game, on all that rides upon this important game, that I ignore the chat, that I don't say much about the chat, that I am selling the chat short, and alone that I am tonight. And maybe there's something you should read in that. Whether you trust my acumen as a football prognosticator or an ability to assess talent, then maybe you should take something beyond that. I shared the channel that is at 5,500 subscribers, give or take. To give you some perspective, that's just below even a guy like Brendan Nelson, who is absolutely killing it this year. And I feel bad for Brendan Nelson, frankly. I feel bad for that guy. Because he's out there going and he's killing it daily on a content standpoint. And the team is not delivering on what he is bringing from a content standpoint. And Brendan, on that respect, he's doing all he can. But as the coaching staff, as the front office, no. And I feel bad for Brendan in these moments. I feel bad for me. You know, I ain't as on it as Brendan is. I ain't on as the daily stuff goes. But I feel bad for Brendan after doing a daily show with him today. I feel bad for what he's dealing with. Because he's dealing with ineptitude. Ineptitude. Which is not something that Brendan brings to the table. Which is not something which is a failure of Brendan Nelson. He might be wrong on opinion or right on opinion, but he doesn't fail from a standpoint of effort goes. But I can question that a little bit on this team. And again, I'm very sorry to folks. Normally I respond very keenly and on it with the chat tonight. I'm not going to be keenly on it with the chat tonight. And I promise you guys, I hope you don't take that as indicative of the fact that I don't appreciate the chat. I do. You guys make this channel go. You make this channel roll. You make this channel the success of whatever that will mean to this channel beyond this year. You do. That's not emptiness of what I'm speaking about in this moment. That is truly you. But I have a hard time concentrating on your details, concentrating on your comments, concentrating on your feedback in this day when things seem so clear. When the problems that have aligned seem so clear. Maybe I'm wrong on it. I'm sorry if I forget you guys on the channel. I'm going to respond to it. on the feedback for comments side. But look, we're five shots into this. We're 6 beers into this. It's going to get a little dirty. It's going to get a little rot. WROUGHT. Rot. It's going to get a little bit like that tonight. That's the signification of this type of loss. Let's get into it here, folks. And again, I missed your chat. Sorry tonight. Tonight's going to be an outlier unlike any you have ever seen. Tonight's going to be a difference of anything you've ever seen. You've never seen a live stream like this tonight. You will not see a live stream like this tonight. This is going to be a true outlier in the next 2 to 3 to 4 to 4 years of the live stream chat on this channel or anything else going forward. This will be a fucking outlier. So either enjoy it in this moment or click away and run away if you need to look for brighter days, look for only optimism. I don't begrudge you for that. I don't begrudge you for that, and that is not lip service. I don't begrudge you for that. But tonight is going to be an outlier. Tonight is going to be a difference. Tonight is going to be a little bit separate from what you see in the next couple of years. Tonight is pure acceptance in the doldrums of what you are to expect moving forward. And I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to say, give me some more time on that. If you wanted out on that, you could have gone out of that. We got 83 viewers in here. You could have left at any point in time, but you're staying in here strong, and I appreciate you for that. But I'm going to own it. I'm going to be sloppy in it. And frankly, and not being sloppy in it is not to embrace what we're dealing currently with, is to try to gloss over what we're currently dealing with. And I'm not very interested in doing that. In this channel, I will lose views. I will lose subscribers. I will lose people who are interested in the channel based on speaking the truth. If I've got to take a step back from 2 or 3 or 4 other Seahawks channels to fall in that realm of things, then so be it. I will land in that realm of things. Man, I hope it gets better. Let me get back to the chat here. Sorry. Let's go Drunk Hawk Nest. Yeah, we're going Drunk Hawk Nest tonight. Sauce Boys, no doubt about it. Francisco, that's me. Offense had turned the tables with Geno, and he had more control and more communication with the offensive line. I mean, maybe there's going to be a thought process out there that Russell Wilson somehow has come short in this game, and that this game showed Russell Wilson's liabilities in full. You're not alone in that. There's going to be people that think that way and look at it that way. I don't arrive at that standpoint of things. I tend to look at this through the standpoint of Russell didn't perform at his best, and he broke his finger. You know, it's kind of like both go together. I know it's a little bit hard for a standpoint to the Panth. I would argue again with Geno that he gave you some returns initially off the gate, but the returns long term that he gave you in this game, what he gave you as long as this game ran on, is more of what you could expect if you're implementing him as a starter. So Geno somehow showing, I think, to your comment, that Russell Wilson hasn't been exposed or that he can't run the wall of an offense. I don't know as much as I agree in that respect. Brian Roberts says, I actually agree with you. I hope it was a good point that I made on that point. Okay, to the point I'm pretty drunk, so I don't know if that's the case. Elena says, I think it's time for a tall dual threat quarterback. Well, look, if you're not going to be willing to bring Russell Wilson on and willing to implement this Sean McVay offense in totality, and you need Russell Wilson, you need a quarterback to operate in the read option threat approach, a lot like a Lamar Jackson, then own it. Make that the case of what you want to do. I don't think that's going to bring about the right returns long term of what you'd hope to bring along those long-term results. But it is at least a certain strategy that you're taking as opposed to splitting the difference right now, where you're all in on Russell, but you're also in the same respect not quite in on Russell Wilson, right? You've not looked to reduce any of the things that he's quantified this offseason as far as being hit too much, having time in the pocket, having an offense built around him. That has not been the case. Tiago says Brown has been bad the first third of the season. I really want Armstead next year, but knowing JFC probably would have gotten us Riley Reef and Discover suffice to week 10. So you're saying Riley Reef, but you would prefer Eric Armstead of the 49ers onto the Seahawks roster. I don't love Riley Reef by any respect, but I would probably lean to Riley Reef over the top of what we have out there right tackle. When it comes to Eric Armstead's best year has come along when he has DeForest Buckner and Joe Bosa taking the heat off from him. Being that he gets single blocked, being that he gets a chance to exploit those matchups at that point, that's put him in the best situation to succeed. I know Eric Armstead has a lot of talent that makes him a top 15 first-round pick. I don't think he's necessarily owned that aspect of his talent at this point. So I wouldn't be as in as Eric Armstead as I would have been in on DeForest Buckner, who the Colts, though they've made many mistakes here, especially on the offensive side of the ball. One way you cannot place a mistake on them with is making the trade for DeForest Buckner in the top 13 of the first round. San Francisco goes out and gets Javon Killon with that pick. Killon's not looking all that great. 49ers look less impactful without DeForest Buckner there versus DeForest Buckner versus Joey Bosa. That's kind of where I land on that. Elena says, I think it's time for a tall, dual-threat quarterback. Maybe. It's either time for one of two things. Own Russell Wilson, own what he gives you, own what the benefits are of that, and then build around that, or go a different direction. But make a choice one way or another, right? Like, make a choice one way or another. And right now, the team is doing a little bit more of splitting the difference and how they're approaching Russell Wilson in the quarterback position. Jeff Ryan says, anyone else knows Russell was thanking the Allen family for their support in leaving him? Who knows their support? Who knows has been a second ball leaving the soon? Rise of the force of two out defeat. Art of War. I didn't see that pre-game thing there, so I don't know yet. I can't reference it very often, very in depth. What was going on with Paul's people? Who knows with Paul's sister what's going on with her thought processes? I think anybody making a guess or acting like they know within that's making a questionable guess. Francisco says offense turned the tables with Geno Smith. I have more control and communication. Look, Geno Smith, this is something that I anticipated with. And again, I'm sorry about being so buzzed at this point. We're 1:30 in the morning on my time, so I'm going to be buzzed. If you're hanging on with me, God bless you. Geno Smith caught people off guard. Russell Wilson's had 10 years of control underneath on him. You're expecting to play Russell Wilson 24/7. You're expecting a backup quarterback who's going to do things diametrically opposite in the way that Geno Smith does because of the unique way in which Russell Wilson plays the football game. So for Geno Smith not doing as well within that, I'm okay with that. I expect that. I expect him to find his way about. I expect the returns of what we saw from Geno Smith in this game to be expectant of what you see from any quarterback. Offense is not good. Oh, they haven't played good. You score 7 points in the half. That's not good, right? Even if you don't get a kick at the start of the half, that's not good enough. And there's no real argument to be had about that. My God, I am so drunk in this fucking stream. I can't believe I went from 0 to 100 on this. By the way, I've never drank in a stream before, and I've gone from 0 to literally, I got 4 shots and like 7 beers. So I hope you guys appreciate this. I'm taking this pain right now. I'm eating this pain right now because of you. It doesn't hurt any less by drinking it. It hurts. It hurts reading these comments. It hurts going through this. I don't expect donations from this at all. We've had plenty of donations. I haven't even responded to donations we've had. It's to appreciate what I'm going through with this. I love this team. I love my Seattle Seahawks. It's as much embedded in me as any family member. And to feel this pain is real. And to understand what we're going through is real on this. I don't care if you click off because you're the 89th member on this channel or not. I don't care if you're the 60th member on this channel or not. I don't fucking care. It's irrelevant to me. I love your support. I love you being riding it out to me, but I'm on Washington time. I'm rolling right now at 1:40 in the morning. I'm drunk as fuck, and I don't give a shit. I don't truly, honestly give a shit. I can read through all of the chat right now. I don't give a shit. I care about this goddamn team. I love about this future of this team. I love about the potential of the future of this team. I love about that. I love about the potential. I love about the potential, but I fear about the potential of losing Russell Wilson. Check. Sorry, that's what worries me above all else. You lose Russell Wilson. You're in love with Coach Carroll. You're off with the team mismanagement. With a team that can get you the better upper levels. Russell moves on. He goes get you your world titles at a couple of places because he goes to the right place, like Tom Brady, right? Like Tom Brady gets to handpick the team he goes to, much like Russell Wilson will be able to do this offseason. Because not only of Russell Wilson's greatness, but because of the hubris of the front office to believe that they could find a quarterback who could make things happen for them in the same way that Russell Wilson happens for them in order to duplicate that. And the front office looks stupid. The Russell Wilson looks smarter. Does that equate to championships? Who knows? Because that's more of a crapshoot. But your front office looks stupider in that equation of things, in my opinion. Could be wrong. Maybe Russell Wilson's topped out. Maybe Russell Wilson being asked to run a modernized offense is a complete failure. I've not seen enough data beyond that at this point to come to that assumption. Maybe it's a possibility. Maybe. And let's see if we can read here. Dan, that's cold. Francisco, that's me. Steelers are weak inside and hoping Russell Wilson sits out. Let's Geno Smith. And allowed and yeah, we'll see on Russell Wilson with Steelers. Steelers are not a great team. We're both in the similar state that you would expect a better team than what you're seeing on the football field. We'll see how that game goes. It certainly helps the Steelers that it's played at home. And again, I'm sorry on the chat if I don't get to you today. I think you would recognize today. I get to the chat every time. I read through every single comment of everything in the chat. This is the one chat in 2.5 years that I have not read every chat on. So if I don't read your chat tonight, please give me a little bit of fucking length here. Okay, give me a little bit of goddamn rope. Okay, I'm normally going to respond to everything you say in the chat. I stay on my PQs. I'm up on my coffee. I'm staying on top of points with that. This is the one night that's not going to happen. Okay, bear with me on this one. This respect. I'm going to ask you this again from you for 2.5 years, okay? In 5 years, I'm going to ask of you this in one time. Give me a goddamn little bit of rope tonight. Give me a little bit of patience tonight. Give me a little bit of aspect tonight. This is a tough goddamn pill to swallow, okay? This one's not going down the throat nice and easy. Going nice and easy down in there, just dropping in. It ain't happening like that. This is the one night that is tough. Give me a little goddamn rope tonight. Because I don't have any fucking counters, man. I'm a creative dude. I'm a guy who can think outside the box as well as anyone you will find. But as I stand tonight, I can't find a whole hell of a goddamn lot. It looks pretty fucking empty tonight. And I hope you're feeling this with me. And on the way, I need to feel you feeling this with me in the chat or in donations. I don't care if you're donating. I don't care if you're agreeing with me in the chat. It's enough for me tonight to know that you're in the same place as far as that pain. That shit that's undeniable. That shit that you can't look beyond. To know it's gonna take a year or two to get it right. Oh, Russell's gonna go bond. No. That there's those of you out there that feel the same way I do. It makes me feel a little bit better about tonight. A little bit better about what we're dealing with. Because I love my Seahawks. I came into literally acknowledgement and understanding of what this world was and what was around me via the Seahawks. My mom tells a very famous story of me turning cartoons on for me. And coming back 20 minutes later and finding me I've turned it to a football game or a hockey game or something that is mano a mano of men going at each other. And that's what my mom tells me about coming into a perspective focus on this not only world but on our Seahawks themselves. I love Seattle in that way, and the wheel of that I don't even have consciousness yet. I will change the channel as my mom sits me in front of it to move it to a Seahawks game over a cartoon. You can question me on my commitment, on my love, on where I stand as a Seahawks fan, but understand it from that story as concise and intricate as you can. Understand it from the story of a guy in the next room who is not even a Seahawks fan, who's bringing me Seahawks shots as I'm in this level of down, as I'm in this level of depravity. Take what you will one way or another from this, that you ride high on the Seahawks' failure, or that you think there should be change upon the Seahawks' goodness that they're providing in this game, whatever you take from that. I can't respond to the chat tonight because I feel emotionally as I feel, as has emotionally been built inside of me in 40 plus years as a Seahawks fan. 40 plus years. Can you imagine that as a 20-year-old? Can you imagine that as a 25-year-old? 15 plus years of being a Seahawks fan and all that brings with it. On the Super Bowl championship. I'm being in New York as you benefit from that Seahawks championship. Literally on the streets of New York. Literally on the streets of Manhattan. Literally on the streets of Brooklyn. As that's occurring. Can you imagine this perspective that bears out? Or what a person in my standpoint is thinking. And maybe, hopefully, you can come to an understanding of why I say that it's not good enough. And I expect more And then I say to the front office, and I say to the coach, Carroll, you have fallen short. You have not done right by a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. And that you need to own that, by God, above all else. Because if you do not own that, you will not fix that. You will not correct that. You will not change the path by which we are on the. And laugh at me, and scoff at me, and deride me as you will. But those truths are still self-evident. The truths are so evident beyond, you can have a man given 5 shots over the course of the night, 7 beers, and it doesn't fucking matter. It still is the truth, no matter how ways you slice it, dice it, cut it, beyond all measure. You should have done goddamn better. And you're not doing enough. And you are failing us as a Seattle Seahawks fan. And that is accountable, and you should be called to arms on that respect. And fuck you for arriving us at this point. Fuck you for me having to excuse you for your mistakes and where you've gone wrong. Fuck you. I don't care how my mic works, there is no excuse. There's no explanation. I do that every day. I go on twice on live to try to explain what this front office is doing, to try to explain what this coaching staff is doing, and you're falling fucking short. You are falling far fucking short. And there is no goddamn excuse. How dare you? How dare you? I don't care if there's 40 people in this chat. I don't care if there is 10 people in this chat. How fucking dare you arrive at this state? The goddamn hubris, the goddamn ego, the goddamn pride that is unborn to us, that we must commiserate ourselves within. Who are you? It's been 10 years ago since a Super Bowl title. Who are you? It's been 10 years since any postseason success. How goddamn dare you ride on the path of your prior success? How goddamn dare you? I don't care if I respond to a single goddamn comment in the chat. Look me in the eye, Carol. Tell me you've done everything you goddamn well could have done over the past year to win a Super Bowl. Tell me you've done that. Tell me you've been all goddamn in on today. Because I don't believe it for a goddamn second, you motherfucker. I don't believe it for a goddamn second. This year is going to bear out to what it is due to be. And there ain't a goddamn good move you can make to change that at this point. But what you can do is you can own it. Change does not come by always having an explanation. Change does not come by always having an excuse. Change comes by goddamn owning what you are doing wrong and then changing it. Why is this so fucking hard to understand? Where do you want to see your legacy, Coach Carroll? Where do you want to see your legacy? On the back of 2000's marvelous win, on a Super Bowl where you dominated the most able offensive attack in the modern football era. The most able attack to put points on the board in the modern offensive era. Do you want to ride high on that? Or do you want to operate from the standpoint of what have we done for lately? What have you done for me lately? You're sitting on $13 million of cap space. Is that goddamn good enough? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel like you've done everything you could do? Does it make you feel like you fired every bullet in the goddamn gun that you've got to fire? Because it doesn't make me feel like that. It makes you act like you got cute with this season. Like how can we push the fan base to understand that Russell is part of the problem? That Russell somehow is not coming through with all that he could be coming through with. How can we paint this picture in such a way? How can we Van Gogh this shit and lay it down on Russell's feet? How can we make that happen? Muddle through. Grind our way through. Show enough of his signs of Russell's inadequacies and our defensive abilities to be able to move on from him and recoup what we can. How can we make that happen? How can that become the reality of what Seahawks fans truly see? I ain't buying into it. I ain't buying into that bullshit. I ain't. You haven't owned a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. You've let hubris get the better of you. And God damn you for doing so. God damn the future of this organization for having done so. But I'm just a guy speaking in the darkness. I'm a guy with a Seahawks picture over my side and another picture that says, where the off season does not end, and a blank picture on you for you right now with a goddamn draft with a flag that doesn't mean shit. I'm just that guy speaking in the darkness. What the fuck do I know? Who am I to say this is where the team is in? Who am I to question Coach Carroll and where he's brought this team? And that's the question I ask you above all with this live stream show. Who am I in that respect? Who am I of your comments and what you got to say and what your feedback is? Who am I? Well, we shall see, won't we? We shall see with the way the season goes. We shall see where the season ends out at. We shall see. And that's the passion I goddamn give to you right now. Because I give a fuck. Because I care. Because I don't want to see the season in this place. I don't want to see Russell Wilson in this stage of things. That is why I care so much. That is why I am so emotional. Is I'm begging upon the fan base. I'm begging upon Coach Carroll to do everything they can. Will they do that? Will they answer my calls? No, it will not happen. And I'm screaming into the darkness. Does that stop me? Does it hold me back? Does it understand the futility by which I fucking operate? No, it goddamn doesn't well do it. Because I'm an optimist at heart. Optimist at heart. Hopeful at heart. But I think sometimes, despite the fact that I scream into the hopes of people that are intelligent, that I am heard by the intelligence by people by which they think, that it doesn't make a difference, that it doesn't matter, that it doesn't own to one iota. Because I've long ago in this live stream stopped looking at the live stream chat. Stop looking at what you guys' reaction and begin. I don't give a fuck. This team is the way it is. This team is the way it's been constructed. And it should be goddamn better. And there's no excuses for that. Whether I'm drunk or sober, there is no excuses for that. Where we arrive, where we are right now, the end of the Carroll era, the end of the Russell Wilson era, and goddamn hubris in it all. Ego, pride, the great driver of men. It has no business in the NFL. It has no business in your head coach. It has no business in your starting quarterback. Dump that shit. But they will not. Because pride is that thing that is so beautiful. Pride is that thing so, glamorous to glom onto. My legacy, my ability to look at and proper historical gamut. Be the best you can today. Fuck your legacy. Who are you today? What are you today? What is the best you're getting out of that team today? And everything else is irrelevant. Doesn't matter. I could give a shit less. But that is not where we find ourselves, is it, folks? I don't know where we're at with the super chats. I don't know where are the donations. I'm so fucking turned out right now. I don't give a fuck. Get this team right. Take advantage of a Hall of Fame goddamn quarterback in the middle of his fucking prime. And if you don't do that, you are doing something broken. You are doing it wrong. If you can't see that as a front office, if you can't see that as a coaching staff, you are completely blind. Or fucking pass off on them. Go the other direction. Quit splitting the fucking difference. It's doing no one any favors. It ain't doing the fan base any favors. It ain't doing Russell Wilson any favors. And it sure as hell ain't doing Coach Carroll any fucking favors. Where am I? What is the chat going on right now? I don't even goddamn know. I'm so fucking angry right now. It's a boy. The refs didn't give away the 2003 Super Bowl for the Steelers, buddy. Love to the channel, though. I disagree with that on that. That game was the biggest, most fixed game that I've ever watched in NFL history. I try to say that as a fan that's impartial. I'm not impartial. I will own that aspect of it. At the same point in time, the game was fixed on every different level. If you don't think so, I appreciate your chat donation, but I vehemently disagree with you. That was the most fixed game in the NFL in the modern era in the last 20 years, bar none. Bar none. Oh my gosh. Excuse me, guys. Look how I'm struggling here, folks. Look how I'm struggling for you. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm going live. And by the way, you guys are going to see me closing one eyelid to read the comments. This is the true indicator. Like I said, folks, I don't care. I'm going to be here with the last comment. So, I don't care if it's a shitty comment. I don't care if it's a good comment. I don't care. I'm riding with you guys tonight. I'm riding with you guys tonight. Tomorrow does not happen tomorrow. Tomorrow does not matter tomorrow. Yeah, the world can fucking come tomorrow. Okay? And I'm going to deal with that reality tomorrow. Tonight is all that exists. Your chat, your reaction is all that exists. So I'm going to try to respond to everything in the chat on this. I appreciate you guys. We're drawing down about 81 viewers, so I obviously have gotten a little less entertaining than when I started out on this. Kind of understandable. I'm about 6 beers deep. I'm about 4 shots deep. Hopefully you folks can understand about where I am at this point in time. But let's get a little more in the comments. Flag Savage says, damn it. He's due gone to read that super chat. I am due gone to read the super chat. Flag Sabbath, I'm gone. It was going one of those nights again. I've done another 30 live stream shows. This is the first time where I've gotten beyond all measure. You probably can read a little bit of an indicator into that as to why I have arrived at that point. It's a boy laughing out loud. It's letting it be known tonight. You better believe it's letting it be known tonight. There's let not anything be discouraged or understood or misunderstood tonight. Like, I'm at a standpoint where I'm laying the gamut down for Coach Carroll. You have shit the bed one too many times. You know, you have diarrhea, all of your fingers, all of your butt cheeks, all of your body, one too many times. One too many times for a guy that's supposed to be a defensive mastermind, which you have not shown an ability to be anywhere near that standpoint up until this point. I can't return to the room laughing out loud. I KO'd and woke up to screaming. Great alarm, laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm going to go backwards and forwards on this one. I'm going to get emotional on this one. This is a high water mark for the channel, folks. Finally, I'm going to put this. I'm going to walk out of this channel. I'm going to start out this channel about somewhere between 4,455 subscribers. I'm going to end up at somewhere like 4,700 subscribers. That's where this channel is going to end out after this show. Let it be said to you guys out there in the channel, I could give a fuck less about subscribers on this channel. I really could. I care about it in certain respects, but on days like this, on days which are certain like derivative days of driving to where we're going to go from a not just offensive scheme, not just defensive scheme, but a whole team scheme wise, this is one of those days I just don't care. I don't care. I want to do this full time. I want to be 100% on you guys with the channel, but this is one of those days I don't give a shit. I'm so angry and so beyond the pale of my anger that I can't be brought back in the bear of like, well, you might lose 15, 20, 30, 40 subscribers off of doing this kind of mantra. Do you really want to do that? Do you really want to go down that track? Because you get more subscribers by being more positive, by being more on the point of things. No, I don't give a shit. Unsubscribe for all I give a shit at this point. It is 2 o'clock in the morning and I don't give a fuck. You know why? Because the future of this team and where it's going is not in a good direction. Because with Coach Carroll running this team and where it's going in the future direction is not in a good spot. Because there's more of a likelihood off the back of the night that we're probably going to move Russell Wilson this offseason, and that does not make me happy. So hold me to account for that. Unsubscribe to me from account of that, right? Like, draw me to the line for account of that because I'm not being quite positive enough. Because I'm quite not jumping on that barrel enough to tell you how good everything is. Do that. Do that. Do that. I do not to guide you in any other direction than to say to unsubscribe in that direction. That is not motherfucking me. That is not the guy you're driving on this channel right now. The guy you're driving on the channel right now is a realization of, I'm an old ass motherfucker. I am old as fuck. Look at that. You see that? That's gray going down the sides of my lines of my hair. A line. You see that? Woo! Look at that. You notice that? Gray, 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 gray. All the way to the back. Lord, look at that. That means that I've actually lived a lot of life in addition to what I'm talking about. That means that I know a little bit about what the fuck I'm talking about. So when you hear me talking about shit, when you hear me espousing about shit, you might want to just pay attention if you happen to be one of those young bucks that doesn't have wisdom at your right hand. And wisdom is not something you can shortcut. It is not something you can always read about. It is something that you just have to listen to on those folks that have gone wider beyond that. And I'm 40 plus years old in this globe, in this reality. And so when I'm giving you something, when I'm giving you acumen, when I'm giving you advice, whether or not you want to discount it or throw it away, you probably want to take into a first account whether or not it's a guy who's had 40 plus years in this life, guy's moving into more of his mid 40s at this point. Maybe he's got a little bit of wisdom to provide in this respect. Maybe he's got a little bit of perspective to guide us in this respect. Maybe he's not so caught up in just the Coach Carroll tenure era, but he can look at this through a lens of the full 40-year era, going back to Coach Knox, to Coach Erickson, to Coach Flores, to Coach Holmgren, to Coach Mora, to eventually arrive at Coach Carroll. Maybe one of you guys out there can do that. It's not to give me more clicks, it's not to give me more subscribers, it's to give me more to the goddamn fucking truth. Do we want to not get to the truth? Is that not the most important thing at the point of this process? Beyond me being right, beyond me being true, beyond me being on point, is not the most important thing beyond all of this is to me be accurate, on point with what I'm seeing? We'll see if I'm not the truth on this. We'll see if I'm not portending to a future fate on this. But if Coach Carroll sits back where he is, and Russell Wilson sits back where he is, which is to probably say Russell Wilson's out a couple of weeks, and now you're getting Geno Smith. The season that doesn't get to its uppermost point, Russell Wilson then moves on. You're then at square one. And let's talk about square one. Square one is Matt Flynn. Square one is Charlie Whitehurst. Square one is Tavarian Jackson. Square one is every other quarterbacking decision you've made prior to Russell Wilson being wrong, poor, and inadequate, which is what you will find yourself back in within if you move from Russell Wilson. Did Russell Wilson play perfect in this game? No. Did Russell Wilson play lesser than what he could have played in this game through the first half? 100%. Should have been played better. I would hold his feet to the fire. Is Russell Wilson still a Hall of Fame quarterback at the back end of his prime that you're going to be moving off from without any real understanding as to why you're doing it outside of Coach Carroll wants to double back down into his old methodology? No, I don't have a way to land on that. And that gives me a problem not only in today, but in a year from now, which maybe you can understand why I drink tonight. Maybe you can understand why I've taken on more than 4 of these tonight. Why I've taken on 6 or 7 of these beers like this tonight. Why does that happen? Why is a guy who spends every day on uncovering this stuff arrived at such a disjointed place? Arrived at a place that when in 5.5 hours in the stream, he can barely cognitively bring out a spoken sentence. Why is that guy at that spot? Is it because he's such an alcoholic, being that I don't drink but once every 4 or 5 months? Do you guys think that's the reason? Think I'm such a sloppy drunk and I don't know how to hold my liquor, that's the reason? Or could you goddamn feel like maybe it's a reason that there's something at stake here? That there's something that goes beyond this year here. There goes to be something beyond the effect of this game in the season here, right now. Do you think maybe that there's a little bit of that at play? If you don't feel like it's at play, if you think I'm completely out of my fucking mind, how? Why? How do you arrive at that standpoint of things? What gives you the optimism? How dare you get the optimism at this point? What does it provide you for you outside of blind luck? Outside of blind homerism at this point? How do you arrive at that stance? I'd love to hear it. And I'll try to address it in the comment section of this chat, but I don't think I'm going to see it. Because at the end of the day, I think most of you are at the same place I'm at. Which today was a portent to the year being over. And there's no major deal you can make via trade, via signing. It's going to fix this. The Coach Carroll's defense is truly broken. That we've certainly at this point, 5 games into the year, seen Russell Wilson adapt and embrace this new offensive scheme. All those things are missing. All those things are missing. You can cover up for it as ever you may do. You may gloss over it in the chat as ever you may will. But those are the realities of the situation. And to draw optimism out of this game off the realities of those situations is blind homerism in my my respective things. I'm behind the chat. Sorry, folks. I appreciate you guys donating in the chat. I'm sorry I'm behind the chat. I've gotten drunk. I've gotten to a point of I don't give a fuck. So I love you guys. I'm sorry if I missed you in the chat on the donation game, but this is the price you pay for this kind of loss.
There is some of that.
I am ready for the shot. Shot. I'm ready for that well drink shot. I'm ready for that well vodka. I'm ready for well vodka. I got the Dr. Pepper, but I don't have the well.
Drinks.
I need some more.
I only got Dr.
You got a vodka?
No, I don't got shit.
What's that whiskey doing?
Oh, we got a little bit in there.
Where's your shot?
That's all we got.
I want a half and half. Get your shot glass.
I don't got enough to...
Get your goddamn shot glass.
That's all I got. That's not even a shot.
Hold on, let me see that thing. God damn it.
That's all I got. God damn it, Mike.
Okay, well, the question comes, you're not a football fan. I've been on for...
I'm a football fan.
You're a football fan. I'm in 5 hours and 35 minutes. Haven't done enough.
I just don't... There's some stuff about football today.
Do I take this shot? Here's the question.
You should do it.
I should do it.
Yeah, you should.
Aaron saying should do it. Chat, I'm not anywhere near you on updating on no whether I should do it. There's a little bit jacked up. Look.
Like a tad bit.
We've killed the jack.
We killed the bottle today.
We killed the bottle. On top of vodka. I don't even have the vodka. We killed that. Do you have the bottle?
Oh, I got the bottle.
I need the bottle.
Bottle's running.
Okay. So here's the jack. Done.
I mean,
Here's
there's nothing in that. There's like a little bit.
Look at this. Look at this. This is chick vodka at this point,
like,
folks. This is lady vodka. This is lady of the night vodka, right? This is like, I paid $50 for it. Let me have some good times. This is done. Wait, Aaron, this is on you.
Football.
Wait, where's your beer? Where's your Dr. Pepper? Hold on, come here.
All I got is Dr. Pepper.
Come here.
Yeah, but there's nothing in there, bro.
Are you
I'll
sure?
just take it.
Are you sure? Kill that. All right, he's a man. He's a man. All right. Look, folks, you can make your judgments on us tonight, right, Aaron? You can make your judgment. You can say, I don't think your analysis was very, tight tonight. You were sloppy and you're drunk, and go fuck yourself.
Here's the thing.
Not
I
wrong.
think you should get... When there's a bad loss, I think you got a right to be a little bit fucking sloppy and drunk.
Do I have a right, Aaron, to be sloppy with 2 empty bottles?
Seriously, the season's been fucking rough.
Thank you.
And I think there's some shit that's going on. Like, seriously, here's the thing. Like, the Hawks are my fucking team, you know? But I feel like there's some change up that needs to happen. And I think it deserves a little bit of drinking, you know?
Look, folks, if we haven't done our part by killing 2 bottles tonight, I don't know what we've had. It says something to the size of my hand size that I'm able to hold both these, by the way. Look at this, Aaron. Like you put this down.
Well, I drank
you're,
a lot of that.
Aaron, it's 2:15. Like,
I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah, Aaron's bringing up. I'm more of a pot smoker. I'm going 2 hours and 15 minutes into this, and I'm drinking. Yeah. It speaks to where we're at as a team.
You don't drink.
I don't drink. Look at this. 2 bottles done tonight. That is the kind of seriousness we're in right now. This is not. We're not fucking around. We're not. Oh, it's a loss. We're not fucking around. Thank you. Hold on, come here. Let me give it. Here's my whiskey. Wait. Let's kill the whiskey. It's a little baby bot. It's a
I'm
bill.
proud of you, Mike. Actually, I'm proud of you, dude. You don't ever even drink shots, bro.
See? Look what he's talking about. I don't drink, folks. I'm a pot smoker. I'm going this tonight because that's where my pain is at. And there's only one resolve for pain tonight.
Personally, I was a little bit worried because you don't drink.
I can't believe I made it to
Dude,
2:30, man.
it's fucking crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm 2 hours and 30 minutes.
You were up, dude. I gotta make sure you're all right, bro.
Bro, stay with me on this, man.
I'm staying with
Stay
you.
with me, man, bro.
I'm staying with you.
Wait, here, hold on. There's a beer right here. So, by the way, if I'm feeling
I'll
some
kill
beer,
one with you.
right there. That's the one right there.
All right. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
All
We're riding hard tonight, folks. We're riding hard. We're riding with you. We're riding with you. You're paying. We're feeling every bit of it. That's two taps there.
My son, his buddies upstairs.
God, these boys are weird. God, they're weird, aren't
Man,
they?
they're weird. They're weird today.
They're weird.
They are, man.
Into stretching. Very much.
You're doing good, bro.
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey, folks, I gotta give you props. Aaron's
We're looking pretty rough though. It's too.
We're looking pretty rough.
I like
Aaron,
dude. I got my
Aaron's let me
going
take
good.
over his basement here. Is a big basement. He's let me take over for the last 5 months where you guys have been with me here. Props to Aaron on that.
Yeah, we love the Hawks Nest.
He's
bro.
a Hawks Nest bro. He
yeah,
goes
bro.
step for step with the Hawks Nest. He sees the long term future of this channel. You guys get props to this guy. Don't give a give a donation. This boy just props to him. He's been
Yeah, I
riding
don't want a
from
donation.
day
I just want-
one
yeah,
on this
just,
channel.
Like
And, like,
subscribe.
props
to
tonight. Look,
the Hawks Nest.
Your boy's in pain tonight.
Yeah.
You know, your boy's got this. It seems like somebody stabbed a arrow into my heart and they've twisted it a little bit. You know that moment, like you
You
get there.
felt, like, seriously, when I knew it was you came upstairs, dude. I'm playing some. I don't know if anybody plays Call of Duty Zombies, but I mean, I'm a computer nerd. But Mike's like, let's do some shots. I'm like, uh-oh. Like, are you sure we want some shots? It's shots night. You know what I mean? I guess it's shots night. So that's what I started doing. But yeah, because he doesn't drink. I mean, he's not a drinker. So.
Like, folks,
You know,
I might look like an alcohol.
It must have been a rough
If you guys look and thinking I'm an alcoholic, just look at these 2 empty bottles. Look at this household that we're in right now. There's 2 empty bottles. If that doesn't speak to how much my sadness is buried in my heart, and this man right here, look, he's riding step for step with me. He's got to get up tomorrow morning. He's got to go on an IT install. If you know IT and you know an install, that is fucking
Yeah, we
tough.
got a long day tomorrow.
He's got a long day tomorrow, and not a long day, but a long day on a Friday. But he's coming here with the frankly, look at this with the 2. When he's going not just Jack
We've been
Daniels.
drinking. Yeah, we've been drinking.
I'm not saying Jack Daniels. We're saying no, he's not enough. Jack Daniels ain't enough right now.
It's not.
I need a little more vodka.
I gotta moderate you a little bit.
I need a little moderating vodka
Yeah,
on
I
top
gotta-
of my Jack Daniels.
I gotta soft moderate you a little bit on the.
And folks, if you're not subscribed to this channel, if you don't appreciate that, I goddamn dare you to go find another channel that rolls like
what's
that.
interesting is that I got my son and his 2 friends upstairs. They came downstairs and they were like, "Man, this is the best channel, dude! Like, I can't believe this guy's going off like crazy shit."
I'm going fucking off, man. God damn it.
That's awesome.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care where this goes. I give it, and to his point, he's got 15-year-olds up there watching this channel. I got 45-year-olds. I got Australians in here watching this channel. And you know what? Nobody gives a shit because the truth is the truth.
That you kind of called it out a little bit. Yeah, a lot of stuff that needed to happen. It's I think it's gonna go off tonight. So you've had some awesome dudes on your channel and gals on your channel. Like, it's been a great chat. Yeah. Anyway.
Folks, we got Aaron here. He's got the Hawks Nest back. He is my beacon back
I got a
here.
lot of faith.
He's
in
my
this guy.
pillar
I came to
back
this guy
here.
when he had like 3 subscribers. So
Hey.
like, we went to Hold on, let me tell you a story. Like, really quick. This is a story. So, me and Mike. I don't know if you know Mike. Or Brandon. I guess you guys know him as Brandon. I know him as Mike. But we did some IT together. We did. We had a business going together. And anyways, we went to Hawaii because his parents live there. And he had like, I think maybe we were like maybe 50 subscribers or something.
Yeah, a little over 100 maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little over 100. And so it was like, and it was slowly like 1, 2 dribbling in, and like he kept on like fighting it, you know. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's like this. I don't know if this is gonna do it. And he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting. And we had this great vacation together, and like then you came back over to Spokane and you fought and fought and fought. And I mean, dude, you're kicking ass, and it's all about your guys that are watching you. Like, I can't believe like all these guys that are watching you and gals that are watching you. Like, it's amazing. Yeah, go Hawks, man.
As
Fucking
well,
crazy. It's
look,
awesome.
Aaron's been here for the step, and look, let's give props
I
to
got a lot of
Aaron.
faith, man.
Part of what lets me have a chance to do 3 shows a week here is that I don't have to go out there and do a normal job every week and grind out 8 to 5 and make that my main post. You guys out here, to Aaron's point on this has been one of those guys out there that's allowed this channel to grow and get where we're at. We may be in a stuttered place this year as far as where we go from wins and losses standpoint.
You gotta have a bro. Here's the thing. Let me tell you one thing. Let me just say this real quick. If you got a buddy, if you got a gal friend or whatever, you know, if you can help them out, help them out. You know, it's you never know how it's gonna go. So you know, go Hawks Nest. Fuck yeah, Hawks Nest, baby. Drink that shit.
Hawks Nest, baby. He's giving me a place to operate from out of here.
Yeah.
He's giving me liquor to operate out of here.
Yeah.
He's giving me a positive standpoint operative, and that can never be undersold. This channel and where we go from on.
I'm the invisible guy in the corner, and I try to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy that's out in front at all. I just want this guy to I think he's got a lot of talent, and it's amazing how much shit he knows about football, like way more than I do. I think it's awesome. So,
well, thank you to Aaron. Thank you guys. I hope you guys give the props to him over there. We're Hawks Nest because of that guy right there, guys. So we're able to do the season we're going forward. We don't get the great returns all the time as far as our results are concerned, but nonetheless, we have a great support group over here, man. You are awesome. And bringing the shots tonight. Let's not get that, folks. Like, this is a tough night. A guy coming in and handing you Jack Daniels shots. Like, that's the American dream right there. That's the American dream right there, isn't it? Like, if things go wrong, that you have a friend and a buddy that brings you Jack Daniels shots when things are at their lowest of lowest. That's all you can really ask, right? Isn't it the American dream? I don't care
if you don't have a buddy on that channel, if you don't have a buddy there, dude, here's the thing. I challenge anybody here. If you don't got a fucking friend that'll bring you shots, I'll fucking bring you shots. You let me know where the fuck you're at, I'll bring you shots. Because, that's who I am, dude. I want to party. I want to have a good time. You know, you should have a friend, man. I'm for fucking Brandon. Hawks Nest. You should have some fucking goddamn shots.
Gamut laid down, folks. Gamut laid down. Gamut laid down at that, folks. If you don't have a friend getting you through shots as far as you losing the game, then I don't know what you're goddamn doing at that point in time. So we'll go through just the last of the. I want to make sure we get the last of the chat here. So if I lost your chat and you want to mention something in here, please put it back in the chat for sure. I'm obviously buzzed. I'm obviously drunk. I'm obviously not running along like 100%. We got 70 in the chat. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. We got 50 in the chat. Let's cover the last of these items. Let's dive into next Wednesday when we go live. But thank you, Aaron, again for hooking us up on this channel, and again, it allows us a chance to grow. Oh wait, hold on, come here. Sophie. Oh, look at Sophie.
Zena loves the Hawks Nest.
Let me give it love then.
Oh.
All right, Sophie. Sophie is the lovey one in the house, by the way. She's the one that provides all the love for whoever needs it. Gory Bids, exactly. Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm drowning in this loss too. I'm a drinker typically, but toast to the ending of this era. Time to drink. There we go. Well put, well said. This is a little bit of an ending of an era type drink to it. This isn't just a bad one-loss off point to you folks who were like, oh, well, it's a bad loss, but just get beyond it. This is beyond that. Whether you agree or not, which you're afraid to disagree with me on and think that we're going to turn the travails of the season into a much different direction, I don't tend to believe that. I understand why you would believe that. In that you just have an optimistic soul at heart, which is, of course, Coach Carroll's undeniable trait that he carries it with him. Do I agree with that? No, I don't agree with that. I don't see unbesmirched optimism working as we move forward.
The Eyes 2341 says absolute legend. Thank you, Lab. I hope I am a legend tonight. If I can be buck drunk and I can't even pronounce it in the chat what's going on, then I hope you guys at least think of me as a legend in that I don't need to be elevated on a loss tonight. That's the one thing I would take from you guys for tonight is if you're looking at this and you're going, why is he so sloppy? It's because I would never elevate myself off of a loss. I would never want to think that I'm doing so great off of a loss like this. I would instead feel like my subs will stay the same size, my people will stay the same size, and we will all commiserate together in what we're dealing with. Now, if it goes beyond that and you happen to be a new subscriber because of you going beyond that thought process, then so be it. And I love it and I celebrate it. But it doesn't change the fact of what I feel from it, which is that we're all hurting tonight. We're all on a point of pain tonight. We're all in a spot of, goddamn, I had hoped we would do better this night, especially coming off the heels of the 2017 season where you had an opportunity to change things so fortuitously beyond what you have changed them to be. And I'm really, I hate saying to it because I feel like I'm being cheesy and corny a little bit and saying it's amazing that so many hold on to me. The fact that we have 68 people holding on to me right now at 2:30 in the morning is goddamn ridiculous. And you guys are goddamn amazingly. In the respect of you holding on, listen to me talk about this. And I am sorry that I'm going to be drunky, and sloppy about what I look at as the team. But goddamn it is be worth being said. It's right. It's correct. It's true. And whether you're drunk on 4 shots of whiskey and 3 shots of vodka and 7 beers, whether that's the truth or not, whether that's the reality or not, it doesn't change the undeniable proof, the undeniable truth that your coaching staff and your front office has sold this team short. You're sitting on $13 million of cap space. Are you out of your fucking mind? With a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime? Are you out of your goddamn fucking mind? Who does that? Who sits on $13 million of cap space with a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime? Who does that? Not the New Orleans Saints, not the New England Patriots, not any of those teams that have come similar in standpoint of the type of quarterback play that they're dealing with. Not even the goddamn Minnesota Vikings. It's unacceptable. It's inexcusable. You should not be arriving at this place in time. You shouldn't. It's so sparse to turn over. It's so paper thin to turn over. Because it doesn't really have any effect to the modern game of what's going on or the modern season of what's going on. It's all moving chess pieces around. But it's inexcusable nonetheless. Whether my emotions and pride ride high enough to call it what it is irrelevant. It is what it is nonetheless. And whether it's 2 in the morning or 11:30 in the morning or 9 in the goddamn morning, it's inexcusable that you've arrived at this place. I don't care what your excuses are. I don't care who you want to blame this upon. You had a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. Figure it the fuck out. Yeah, but they've chosen not to. They've chosen to muddle their way through. They've chosen to split the difference and hope that the fans, you being the 12th man, can't tell the difference. that you're so stupid, that you're so undeniably dumb, that you're so simplistic that you can't see the trees despite the forest. Well, here's one difference between me and maybe another Seahawks channel, being another football channel out there. I don't look at you in the same way. I don't look at you from the same vein of being so stupid. I don't look at you from the vein of being so inadequate from an intelligent process. I actually give you the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. God forbid. I actually look at you and expect that you expect more. That you require more. That more is not, this is a little bit more is not acceptable. That you're in this for Super Bowls. That's what I give you as far as the benefit of the doubt is concerned. And I think there are many of you out there in Seahawks land that think right along with me. But you are sitting there tonight going, there's a lot more fruit on this vine. There's a lot more that you could have gotten out of this team. There's a lot more you could have gotten out of this Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. So why am I so angry? Why am I so over the bend, beyond the rainbow angry in the situation? Because it's all coming to a fucking end. That's why. And it drives me absolutely insane because you didn't have to end up in this place. You didn't have to end up in this spot. You could have more control over what was to become the reality of your situation. And neither the general manager or the head coaching staff or any of the coaching staff, frankly, was smart enough to realize that. That's the part that becomes most disappointing to me. The ineptitude, the inarticulateness of our front offices. The inability to see forward to where the game is going. To see how you need to value a Hall of Fame quarterback. And Russell Wilson is not perfect. Russell Wilson has slights to his game. But should not embrace a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. Or at the end of his prime. Is absolute lunacy. Lunacy. In every way, shape, and form. And there is frankly not an argument that can be made in the chat to make me feel differently. Matthias23451 says they brought a dog in, bro. I'm crying, laughing. Cowboys are facts. Said, man, Cowboys are definitely turning their defense around with Dan Quinn. Yep. And again, if I missed your chat tonight, I'm sorry. Give me a pass on it just this one night. I won't ask for this chat. Ask for this pass on any other 122 shows I did prior to this live stream shows. And chances are I won't be asking for the same pass on any other 233 shows beyond this measure. Not 100 prior, not 100 into the foresight of our future. But give me the pass on just this one gate. Give me a little bit of a stretch on just this one gate. Be a little bit understanding on this one moment that means so much, that carries so much. I won't ask for it from you beyond this. You can hold me to a certain standard beyond this. You can press me down beyond this. I will get that. I won't argue with it, and I'll say I've earned your lack of subscription, or I've earned your lack of follow, or I've earned your lack of watching me. But give it to me on this one game. Give it to me in this one standpoint, where I can step back at this and say, not enough offensively, not enough Coach Carroll-wise. This is what we get after 2017. Feet, fire, you should feel it. Give me this one game to do that in. I'll try to find more of a balanced approach moving forward. But tonight there is no balanced approach. There's no glossing it up. There's no making looks look better beyond what it is. You went 0-2 at home today off the back of this game. Your defense was not able to stop that offense in the second half at all. Your quarterback had a finger that was hanging by a thin thread. For a team scuttling out the gate, for a team middling out the gate, that is not a team that's going to go win out the gate, suddenly turn around based on those attributes. Is it possible? Yeah, Geno Smith can go in there and acclimate to the new offense and throw for 300 yards next week and look great. Is it likely to happen? No. Frankly, not in the least. And that's what has me so depressed. That has me, frankly, like, I'll go to you guys with 3, 4 in the morning at this point. Because as hard of a reality as to deal with when this show goes to the end point of being live, when I hit that click of end stream on my Streamlabs show, the reality of that, this reality of, as I point to you guys right now, of amount of drop left in this Jack Daniels, means that this season is over. Means that there is very little hope. And that's a tough acknowledgement over a team that has been so good over the past 10 years. And it sucks to see. It's hard to see an older coach where Coach Carroll is at, which I'm getting older. I don't want to own. My brain is moving down a little slower. I'm not as sharp as I was in my late 20s, for instance. That there is something within me and myself that is lacking from a man who might be 31 years old, on his ball, trying to drive a Seahawks channel, for instance, to the forefront on YouTube. There's a part of me within that goes, man, am I moving as fast as that guy is? Am I on it as hard as that guy is? And unfortunately, the answer comes back again and again to no, I'm not. So when I look at Coach Carroll and a guy who's become 70 years old and a guy that seemingly has his scheme passing him by on the fly in real time, do I see the same sort of realization within him and with what he's recognizing is going on in sometimes super fast approach? No, I don't. Which is the thing the most hard that I hold him responsible for is that it is one thing to make a mistake, right? It's one thing to get things wrong. It's quite another thing to get things wrong and never correct them. To go, yeah, it was wrong this time, but just by the sheer law of odds of things, that it will get right by the next time of things. And I can't help but think that that's where Coach Carroll's defensive scheme is placed. Yeah, it hasn't gone this right wrong, but by the sheer law of averages, it should go right by the next thing. But the sheer law of averages don't prove out that it does go right by the next thing. And then you go back and look at Coach Carroll's scheme and you go, your scheme is outdated, it's tired, it's not getting the job done like it once did. And Coach Carroll just sit there and shrug and go, yeah, but it once was awesome. Who gives a shit? I don't care if it was once awesome. What is it today? What is it right now? What is it capable of bearing out in this moment? He's traded 2 first-round picks and a third-rounder for a strong safety. What is he giving you exactly? You got to rebuild this defense from scratch however you wanted to do it in 2017. However you wanted to do it in 2017. What have you built? What have you built? And being that you've had 4 years to build it in the way that you wanted to build it, at what point in time are you held responsible for it? At what point in time are you held responsible for the inadequacies of it? Who is going to be the one to hold your feet to the fire? Because it ain't going to be the Seattle Seahawks media. The Seattle Seahawks media has no fight-ness whatsoever. I've seen enough comments coming from people that have responded to me about reaching out to local Seahawks media and saying, Why don't you ask this question? Why don't you ask that question? Why don't you ask that question? And the Seahawks media are reaching back to my Seahawks fans and saying, we want to keep our job. We want to make sure we're not pissing anybody off. And I do not fucking guess with you or play with you. This is literally the response I hear from Seahawks fans reaching out to Seahawks media to hold coaching staff to the feet, to the fucking fire. They're scared to do it. They love their job. They love their job. They're so insulated in their job. Let me sit here this week and ask Coach Carroll another softball fucking question. Let me go into this week and ask Bobby Wagner about what he wants to talk about this week, which is exactly what, national football media fucking does. Let's let the player dictate to us what the questioning should be. That seems about right. You soft fucking media. You soft fucking media. You weak fucking bitches. Grow a goddamn pair of fucking balls and ask a question with a little bit of meat on the end of it. You fucking weak bitches. Greg Bell, I'm talking to you. Condota, I'm talking to you. Even the new breed. Even you folks out there right now hoping I don't mention your goddamn name. I'm talking to you too. Strap up, get a set of balls, and stop respecting about your given a place in the pecking order. Who gives a goddamn fuck? I don't. No other Seahawks fan gives a fuck. Mr. Duger, I'm talking to you. I'm talking right, look at me in the eye here. I'm talking to you right there in the eye. Ask a goddamn tough question for the first time in your fucking life. Give a shit about your job. Understand the role of journalism prior to the last 10, 15 years in this goddamn country. Give a fuck about your job. I'm begging you. I can't ask Carroll these questions. I can't hold his feet to fire. You know why? Because the Seattle Seahawks media members aren't going to let me have that access. They're not going to let me get that in. But they are you. They are you going to give that chance to say your questions, to ask your questions. But if you come in with those nice softball questions, you just underhand it again without any spin. Don't be surprised when you get bullshit responses. You fucking weak-kneed pieces of shit. Pussy-ass fucking Seattle media. Pussy-ass Seattle media. With your softball questions. Hey, Bobby Wagner, what do you want to talk about this week? Get the fuck out of here. What do you want to talk about this week? Ask him a goddamn question, you pieces of shit. Cowboys are number one says, yes, bro. I see in Dallas too. You're right, man. I'm glad you're in the same point of me. You guys are in a much better trajectory than I am at this point. Cowboys are number one where our team is at right now. So it's saying something to you as a cognitively balanced fan that you could look at my comments and say, I feel you. I'm feeling the same sort of thing about my team. So I appreciate you, Cowboys are number one. One of the reasons to you folks out there that would like to only see Seahawks fans in this chat channel, one of the reasons that I accept outside fan channels' interpretation and what they think is I can think it's valuable, and I think that not every fan that comes into this chat is absolutely glossed in rose-colored glasses and thinking about what their team is and what their team could be. We need Joe Fanbacks as Master Chief. This is amazing. Well, I hope it is amazing. If there's one thing I can do, I'm sorry if I'm going off on chat. I'm not responding to the chat. I'm going off tonight. I don't really give a fuck one way or another, frankly. I just don't give a shit. If you want to lose my sub tonight, if you want to unsub me tonight, go do it. I don't give a shit. One thing about this channel is I'm never going to beat this channel on giving every last sub and capturing every last sub and staying in a standpoint of like, come on, get every last sub. Get me. Don't leave. Don't leave because you're hearing me say negative. I don't care. I don't care. If you're that weak-kneed of a fan, if you got that soft underbelly of a fan, if you're that yellow of a fan that you can't call it as it's being seen on the football field, then to hell with you. To hell with you. And I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. I've been on this team since 40 years ago, since 1980, probably fucking two, right? 1982. I am invested in this team as any motherfucker out there. I don't care if you've been on this on 92. I don't care if you're on this on 02. I don't care if you're this on 12-2. Okay? I don't discount you as a fan. I value you. You're just as important as me going back to my 80s too. But don't expect me to go back to 82 and gloss this over. Don't expect me to go back to 82 and apologize for this. Don't expect me to go back to 82 and say it's all okay because we've reached the highest of the heights, so it's fine now. That ain't how I roll. That ain't what I'm going to do. That ain't how I roll this goddamn channel. Bar motherfucking none. And if you hate that, you're free to unsubscribe right at this fucking moment. No apologies, no questions asked. You want to ride with me? You want to get down dirty and hard when the times are getting down and dirty and hard? Ride with me on this. Ride with me on this. But let's not gloss over what it is truly. Let's not let us apologize for what we are truly seeing. Plagueis says there might be a silver hope of only if Russ goes and complains to the owner and shows the facts about Carroll. It could be the only glossing silver lining to this deal is that we keep Russell Wilson long term out of this whole situation. You are right to mention that. It's a salient point. It's something that shouldn't be glommed over, and that you're on a trajectory right now to move on from Russell Wilson after into this offseason, being what you've brought to bear up until this point. And that puts you a bit more behind the eight ball versus keeping Russell Wilson here in the long term. I do agree with that, and I will not contend with that whatsoever. Cowboys are number one. Laughing out loud. This is great. Awesome messages. Very intuitive. Mike knocks over. I couldn't ask for a better way. Yeah, I'm far beyond a place of plasticity. Being in a placid state. Being in the state of being able to take on all this information, not spill my beer over the top of all my shit I've got going on here, but to actually stay in a state of being comfortable with you guys and acknowledging your benefit to the stat. I don't even know if I've fucking been able to acknowledge your guys' donations recently. I can't even read correctly to get to that stand. I'm so annoyed. I'm so disgruntled. I'm so pissed off. I'm so expecting fucking more. I don't care at this point. I don't care if you unsubscribe. I don't care if you go somewhere else. I don't fucking care. I'm so on with this fucking team and where they're at and what they put on the football field today. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And if I'm a goddamn owner, I don't care if I'm Jody Allen or I don't care if I'm a Ballmer who's just bought the team over. It's ungoddamn acceptable. And there's no excuses for it. There's no apology for it. There's no glossing over for it. There's no, well, if the defense just finds its fucking way. This is a head coach who has sit as a grand poobah of this team for 4 fucking years and gotten a chance to decide what he wants to do with his team for 4 fucking years and gotten to handpick his team for 4 fucking years and gotten to decide exactly what he wants to do with his team, and he has fucked it up. He has fucked it up. And to excuse it and to glom over it is to drape yourself into the greatness of old, is to drape yourself into the legendary of old, and not to take the true, absolute pulse on where this team currently stands and what it currently is. And those two things are complete difference, complete opposite of one another's. And the excuses and the apologies need to stop. Coach Carroll's feet needs to put up under a fire like you were taking a matchstick of lighters, right? Like a matchstick of, like those matchsticks. You let one go on a fire, they all go on a fire, and all five of them are lighting off at once. Put them underneath Carroll's feet and go, have you done everything, Carroll? Have you done everything? This hurts so much. Carroll, have you done everything? Have you done everything? Are you sure you've done everything you can do to improve this team? Oh God, it's fire. It's burning. I can smell my flesh. Coach Carroll, have you done everything? Have you done everything? Have you done everything you could to help your Hall of Fame quarterback? Have you really done everything you could to help your Hall of Fame quarterback? Oh my God, it's burning. It's firing. I'm smelling flesh. I'm feeling flesh burning. Have you done everything? I can't say yes or no on it. It's a little bit of a question mark. Fuck you at that point. Fuck you at that point. You got a Hall of Fame quarterback. Bill Belichick, who was the same Coach Carroll, the first 5-6 years of his career with Tom Brady, said, hey, Tom, you're pretty good. Tom said, yeah, I know I'm goddamn good. I'm going to win you some Super Bowls, motherfucker. And Belichick was like, yeah, you are going to win me some Super Bowls, motherfucker. I recognize that fact. And you know what? I'm an old school defensive coach. I want to win with my defense. I want to win special teams. And I want my offense to not fuck shit up. And Brady was like, yeah, I get that, but I'm awesome. And Belichick was like, you are awesome. I need to embrace that. I need to accept that fact. I need to go outside of my comfort zone in order to embrace that fact. And Belichick did. And you can say what you will about Belichick. You can say it's all Brady. You can say it's all Belichick. You can say it's a combination of both. The man recognized he had a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime and adjusted his strategy thus so. Is there anyone out you? Is there anyone out there who would argue similarly about Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll and their dynamic? That Coach Carroll has somehow embraced it in the same way that Belichick embraced it. And if you said that, you would be entirely, completely wrong. Fucking wrong in every respect. You would be wrong. Because Coach Carroll got a Hall of Fame quarterback and he said, I'm going to keep doing what I do. I'm going to keep trusting in what I trust. I'm going to keep fitting to the model that I fit into prior. And that's how we land where we are today. Is because we have a coach over a 10-year period cannot innovate, cannot change, cannot adapt, cannot improve. And you arrive at the same old story once again, played out once again for one more final time. Why am I drinking tonight? Why am I completely a drunkard at this point? Why am I embarrassing myself on this channel at this point at 3 a.m. when most Seahawks channels at this point would have the good goddamn sense to sign off? Because I'm so fucking angry by it. And I don't give a goddamn goodly fuck. Okay? I don't, at the end of the day, with this job, with this doing this live stream, care if you unsubscribe to me because I'm not being positive enough. Because I'm not fucking rubbing the schlong of Carroll enough. Or I'm not rubbing the schlong of Russell Wilson enough. Go fuck yourself if that's the reason why you subscribe to this channel. I love the Seattle Seahawks. I was born in the Pacific Northwest. I bleed that goddamn blue. I don't give a shit if your name's Carroll or Wilson or whatever the fuck it is. I bleed blue. I bleed Seahawks blue. I bleed that totem pole. I sit on the bottom of that totem pole and I fucking chill, baby. I don't care what your goddamn name is. I don't care what your legendary status is in this goddamn sport. I don't fucking care. Seattle Seahawks begins and ends for me. The success of that team begins and ends for me. And no other built-in machinations am I going to apply. No more of, well, Russell Wilson's been such a great player. No more of Steve Largen's been such a great player, so Steve Largen above the team. No, the team. The team is what matters. The long-term future of this team what matters. Why am I drunk tonight? Why am I barely cognizant? Why am I barely able to articulate my place and where I stand and where I think this team could go? Because I'm so goddamn frustrated. Because I'm so pissed off. Because I'm so done with seeing the same thing over and over fucking again over 3 years. What else do you need? What else do you need to see? Change course. Do something different. Apply a different methodology, offensively or defensively, but Coach Carroll's not willing because he's got his own standard, right? He's got his own prerequisite. Nobody's changing that. No amount of data is changing that. No Hall of Famer is changing that. He's sticking on that line of what he believes and what he thinks, and nothing's changing that. And fuck him for that. I don't care if you got us a World Series or a Super Bowl title. Fuck you that we gotta go 10 years later with you embedded in that mantra of things. It's old. It's broken. It hasn't worked. It doesn't show that it's gonna work for a couple of years now. But still you do the same old goddamn thing. Fuck you for that. And unsubscribe if you don't think the same way. What, do you want to watch 4 years of the same way you lose over and over again? Is it 3 years? Is it 2 years? Tell me the number. Tell me the number. Inform me. All right, let's go to the channel header. I'm sorry, I'm going off on this, folks. Sorry, but appreciate it. Lamont Coy says Steelers, Saints, Jags win these, get back in the playoffs hunt, then face Green Bay and shock everyone. Yeah, to your point on that, if you win those games and then go into Green Bay and win everybody, you would shock everybody at this point. Nobody at this point has in the expectation level that you're going into Green Bay and winning that football game. Say nothing of a couple of the other games on the schedule, being the Saints, being the Washington football team, being 3 of the 4 next games you have to play against the Cardinals and the Rams in this division. Look, the Cardinals just beat the doors off the same Rams team that basically had their way with you this game in home in Seattle when you should have had some advantages, at least to some degree. Offended Band says, Corey Ports, you and me both, Brandon. I feel like the Green Bay Packers will waste their franchise and career just like the Saints too, and Drew Brees. I can relate a little bit more, Corey, to the Green Bay Packers situation. The Green Bay Packers are one of those teams like Seattle that has their 2 to 3 year plan. And sometimes they're not all in on today versus looking at the 2 to 3 year plan. And that sometimes when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, you got to toss out the 2 to 3 year plan and just utilize day to day. Operate on a day to day standpoint, right? And now you roster build, and now you look at the quarterback that you have running. Both of those two teams share the same sort of failure in not looking at it in the same respect. And it's a very solid point on your part to point at that. Being that when you look at this 10, 20 years down the line of things, are you going to look at it like they missed out on a player or two, or are you going to look at it like they didn't support Russell Wilson to his utmost? They didn't give him all that they could have given him to succeed, the most important player in their franchise history, and they didn't do it. And I think that's where you're going to land the Seattle Seahawks team at the end of the day, and that's going to reflect upon Carroll. That's going to reflect upon Schneider, and that sucks, but it is the truth, fortunately or unfortunately. Messi says there's nothing to look forward to after this season because no first-round picks. Welp, Jamal was not worth 2 first-rounders. Yeah, Jamal is not worth 2 first-rounders if you end up with one of those first-rounders ending up in the 20s and one of those first-rounders ending up in the top 10. Jamal Adams is not worth that, no 100%. And quite frankly, you can make it a combination between Jamal Adams if you want. This just to sort of get us all on the same plane of things, right? Like get us to a point where we're not arguing about it, where Jamal Adams has been not as good a player as he was with the Jets. Seattle essentially paid for him and given up a draft capital for the player they're getting from the Jets. They've not found a way to get that player that was what he was with the Jets out of him at this point in time. I think both things are true. Both parties sort of have to own that inadequacy. And I don't have a lot of hope from Jamal Adams going forward because of that. Because the Seahawks have not shown a willingness to really fit him into the scheme. He doesn't seem to be a fit. He's a 3-4 safety who should be more up at the line of scrimmage, but the Seattle Seahawks don't want to put him in that range of things. That to me lends out the less of the excuses and this mode of things and like, why did you make the trade at that point? Why would you make a trade for a player that you're not willing to acclimate into your defensive scheme appropriately? I mean, that in itself is a big question that, frankly, the coaching staff, Ken Norton and Carroll, don't really have an offer to. And frankly, it's one that I would say the Seahawks media is not willing to ask of them. The Seahawks media is very soft. The Seahawks media is very willing to offer up the most non-conformist or more conformist of type of questions, which doesn't lead us to get to the truth of the matter of things at times. And I'm calling on the Seahawks media on this, frankly. I'm 3 o'clock in the morning at this point. I don't give a fuck. You want to get like your butt hurt from it. You got a real simple, easy job, which seems to be a job where you're built behind maintaining your relationship with the front office of the Seattle Seahawks, Coach Carroll specifically, and not asking questions that go outside the line of that in order to press them appropriately. That's on you. That's bullshit. That's your job. That's your job as a journalist. I don't give a fuck about, well, I could lose my job. I don't give a fuck. Everybody in this day and age can lose their job. Do what is required of you to get your job done correctly. And the front office and the Seattle Seahawks media have not done that up until this point. It's one of the reasons of why Coach Carroll has gotten such a pass up until this point, saying nothing of the front office, who has also got a pretty big front office, free pass at this point. Joseph Young, I can't wait to see our front office fail miserably in the next few drafts without Wilson. If they do fail in this draft and they move on from Wilson, which they're going to get some draft capital moving on from Wilson, which would be minimum 3 first-round picks, I don't know what that bears out to as far as the quarterback they bring in or the team that they bring in. But I would reckon to guess along with you at this point that your team doesn't look as in good a shape without Russell Wilson here. That you essentially look as a failure, that you seem to have gotten that one-time off approach in 2012 and 2013 where you had these magnificent drafts that are in certain respects unparalleled from recent NFL drafting history. You got Bobby Wagner as a first-team All-Pro for a decade at the middle linebacker position in the second round. He went and traded for Russell Wilson in the third round, who's been a little bit of a generational quarterback from his standpoint. You've just not been able to duplicate in the same respect. You've not been able to do it. You've not been able to do it. You've not been able to come close to it. Not even come close to it. Which does not give any Seattle Seahawks fans any sort of confidence when they look at it. Cowboys number one. It's Def, the moment where funds run out and you got to stove for a damn man. Damn, I'm hungry. Need me some Ubin noodles with steak. Yeah, I'm going to get hungry too. I'm going to probably get hungry as a boy as well. And look, like you had all the money in the world to spend. To your point on Dallas, what they deal with every year in and year out. they're never in a point where they're short money-wise. It's a matter of what you're willing to give up draft capital-wise, what you're willing to give up percentage of the cap-wise. And the Seattle Seahawks have not maximized their cap this year. It's the place where I would actually draw a little bit of a line. Cowboys are number one between what your team has done recently versus what my team has done recently. My team walked into this offseason with $13 million of salary cap space. They knew they had that, and they decided not to do anything with it. There's a large part of me that believes that their reasoning behind this was that they're going to take $13 million of that cap, and they had a full intention of applying it to the $26 million of dead money hit that Russell Wilson would sustain if you were to trade him this offseason. I think the front office was keenly aware of that. I think they operated from that standpoint. And quite frankly, operating from that standpoint means you're not all in on today. You're not all in on today on getting the most wins out of what you could get out of today because you're looking at tomorrow and what you can save tomorrow, what you can mitigate as far as full costs are concerned. And that at that point needs to be reflect keenly on John Snyder. Should also keenly favor to Coach Carroll. I don't think it will. I think fans will give him another pass. This is part of why are you drinking so hard tonight, Hawks Nest? Why are you 6 beers deep? Why are you 3 shots deep? Why are you at the spot tonight? You've done 130 shows prior to the show. Why tonight have you arrived at this place? And the reason that I've applied and arrived at this spot is because the coaching staff and the general managership that overrides this team have taken no responsibility for their mistakes in the recent history. No places where they've said, we've done this wrong, we're going to get it right now because we got it wrong prior in the past. There's literally no spots that they've done that in. While operating with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, that they have, lack of a better term, short-sold on his potential within that. So why am I so angry? Why am I so drunk? Why am I doing shots of Jack? Why am I doing shots of vodka Amsterdam? Why am I drinking through 7 different beers? You guys have been following me for 3 years. You diehard Seahawks fans in on this channel. You guys that have been subscribed from day one. You put money to me throughout this time period. I can't deny it. The support that my diehards have given to this channel, there is no discounting it, essentially. Shit. We got right now Tom Nara subscribed. Barry Sator with another $5 donation says, do you ever think about the universe is infinitely, yet your consciousness can only end in a second? Yeah, I think about that. Certainly Marvel's pushing this a little bit forward with more of a mass thought process on this one. It applies to more of a multiple dimensions and multiple possibilities and multiple opportunities that go into it. I do think about that quite a bit. To your point on that, and thank you for the $5 donation, Barry. The thing that I come along to with that, whether or not there's it's that old thought process behind there's an infinite amount of possibilities that could occur. And even if you're in a general universe where your thought process or that possibility doesn't occur, it does occur in some other dimension. It makes it harder for me. I think you at the end of the day, you can only be available or aware of the dimension you're within. Anything about other dimensions just feels unreal and doesn't really provide you an ability to put it in context in that respect. So, there could be a variety of different areas that we're Seattle Seahawks are actually doing good in, but it doesn't matter because we're all operating on this one where you're talking to me and interacting with me right now, which is that we're not getting the Super Bowl or maybe getting the back end of the playoffs, which in that case means that Russell Wilson moves on, which basically bums everybody out across the board. Aaron Arismana says pay cuts are needed. Pay cuts would be great, Aris. I think they would have happened prior to this time if there was pay cuts to be happening, especially when it comes to Russell Wilson. If he was willing to take that at any given time, he would have already taken that. It's probably not likely as to occur. Mike P, I am optimistic. Wow, Mike P, I appreciate you, man. You're coming off optimistic off of that game. The defense showed some life. They did show some life. You got in the second half of this, Mike P, and it wasn't much life to be shown. So I'm harder to come to a state of being optimistic from that standpoint of things. Eric Monis is, one-eyed reading. Yeah, I'm one-eyed reading at this point. I'm buzzed beyond all contention. If you're holding on with me at 66 people in the chat, you're a hero, and you're a man among men. It's Element Run One tonight. Corey Pitts submitted him to Mike P. Corey Pitts says, I'm going to look at what we didn't spend the most of what we had. We had the franchise quarterback for 10 years. Instead, investing in the offense, we put everything on the defense and gave bear. Yeah, you put a lot in the defense, man. First round pick to Jordan Brooks, third round pick to Jordan, to Rasheem Green. You paid money to Puna Ford. You paid big money to Bobby Wagner. You paid big money and then drafted 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, Jamal Adams. You put a fifth-rounder even to Quandre Diggs and then gave him actually significant money every single season. Where are the returns from all this? Where are the benefits from all this? You've not short-sold this defense, which is a little bit of what I've advocated for, which is a little bit of what fellow Seahawks YouTube channels have advocated for, which is you have a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. Why not build around him? Why not give him the most assets to deal with he's had in his entire career, be it on the offensive line or be it via pass catching targets that he can throw to? And you didn't ever do that with Russell Wilson. You never fully buy in that aspect of it. You always want to counterbalance with the defense, which is fine as a general strategy. But if you're going to counterbalance the defense, if you're going to give a 7th-round pickup for Carlos Dunlap and then pay him a significant portion of money, if you give a 5th-round pickup for Carlos Dunlap or for Quandre Diggs and give him a significant portion of money, if you're going to give up a draft pick for Sidney Jones, all right. If you're going to pay Bobby Wagner a significant portion of money, you're going to put a first-round pick to Jordan Brooks, you're going to put a 3rd-round pick to Rasheem Green, and a 5th-round pick to Alden Robinson. Eventually, you want to see some returns from all this. Eventually, you want to see at least a middling team, bare minimum, from all this. Because you have not only do you have a league worst defense on this football club, you have almost a record-breaking defensively bad football club on this side of thing in back-to-back years. That's a trend that should open up the eyes of management. That's a trend that should open up the eyes of the 16-person, whatever the fuck they are, as the guiding hand over this organization as Paul Allen left. If they're not doing their job. If they're not, they're just trying to carry on simply what Paul Allen thought 3 years ago and how he looked at this club 3 years ago, which is not carrying on his legacy, which is not carrying on his spirit at that point. Paul Allen would have not have standed for this. He would not have standed for this. He would have said, no, this ain't right. They've waited 1 year too long already. They're going to wait 1 year too long beyond that. I don't know. Master Chief says I was acting like Brendan A couple of years ago, and I care about and less about the team. The team is broken. Yeah, the team does look broken at this point. Hard to find an easy fix with it. It's saying something within the last couple of years where a great trade deadline move is made, like Quandre in 2019 or Carlos Dunlap in 2020. And then a guy like me stands where I'm standing and saying, there's not that deal to be made this year. There's not that deal to be made that makes you feel so much better about this team that can turn the travails of this team around. I don't see it happening. I don't see it occurring. Master Chief 0970 says this was inevitable to happen. It might have been inevitable to happen. You're quicker to see it than I was on this track. I'll give you props on that fact. I didn't see it as happening like it's happened. this stuff fall apart in the way that's happened, that Coach Carroll to lose his touch as so succinctly as he's lost his touch, as quickly as he's lost his touch, as unanimously as he's lost his touch. That has been a complete surprise for me when in regards to Coach Carroll. I did not see him falling off the cliff like he is. Covers are then again, I'm sorry if I'm missing your chat tonight. Please bear with me tonight. Give me a pass tonight. I'm going to miss some chats tonight. I'm going to miss my reaction tonight. I'm going to be a little slow tonight. I hope you guys do understand, and it's done in the spirit of really, truly caring about our team, being down my whiskey, being down my shitty ass vodka. Like, we cleared the stack tonight. So if you're hating on me tonight and you're not liking the fact that I'm not responding to your comment, I'm really sorry. Tonight is a really unusual place for me to be in the 2.5 years of running the channel, where I'm not responding to comments and I'm just sort of sitting in my own filth, derided by it a little bit. I wish for the best tonight, but I can't arrive at that spot. I can't bullshit you guys. It's the one place I come back to again and again where I say to you guys, whether I'm drunk or I'm sober, whether this is in the beginning of the off season or we're 4 weeks in or 10 weeks in, I'm always going to give you the honest opinion about where I see this team, where I see us going, what I see our potential at. And I'm not going to bullshit you on that aspect of things. And that's right or wrong. Sometimes it's going to piss you off. Sometimes it's going to encourage you by what I say. But it's never going to be bullshit. It's never going to be a lie. And that's the place we lie at right now. Let me get some super chats here. Is the bowl got with a $5 donation says we love the rants. Let us know how you feel, bro. Pete Kells probably likes to drink pee. The defense was dry tonight. Adams is overpaid. Coach Carroll, I'm glad to hear that encouragement on it, and so I'm going to let that bear me on a little bit more further right now, even in my dysfunctional state of not being able to formulate words in the appropriate way that I want to formulate it. But Coach Carroll has had 4 years to rebuild this defense, with like senior Brendan Nelson has pointed to time and time again here recently. You had 4 years to build your defense, and this is where you've arrived. This is where we've landed at. And could the offense have done more? Sure, the offense could have done more. But to arrive at a point where your defense is so susceptible, so vulnerable to being able to give up any kind of play that the offense wants to provide. 5-yard route, 10-yard route, 20-yard route. You're going to give it up all. That's inexcusable at come given point in time. And especially for a defensive-minded head coach, who's going to put the majority of his assets to the defensive side of the ball and not get yet those returns upon it. And that then falls upon his shoulder. If he doesn't like it, tough. You put the resources in this direction. You asked for this noise, as Richard Sherman would say. You wanted this noise, as Richard Sherman would say. And you didn't answer the bell. You didn't provide the talent quotient to offset what you were doing on the offensive side of the ball. That's on you as a head coach. That's on you as a football team. And there's no, frankly, excuses for it. Next season, there's nothing to look forward to after this season because no first-round pick, Welp. Jamal Adams was not worth 2 first-rounders. Jamal Adams does not look like worth the 2 first-rounders. You're looking like a top 10 team in the first round at this point. That's brutal to watch, as you're going to give up a first round in the top 10, which you've not had in 10 years under the Coach Carroll era, which makes it even more bitter to have to swallow that pill. But it is a pill that we're going to have to swallow regardless. And it is very hard to find optimism right now in the storm. And it's frankly why I think we've got a lot of folks in this chat right now that don't have a lot of optimism, that aren't espousing all the greatness of what this team could be, but instead sitting on what the team is. And I can't argue with them. I can discount them. They are in a correct position in where they're standing and where they're looking at this team. And you folks, I will get things wrong. I will get things right. But the place that I will always operate from is trying to be 100% truthful with you. Whether it loses me subscribers or gains me subscribers. Sometimes it might give me subscribers, sometimes it's going to lose me subscribers at every turn. But I will always try to be honest with you on where I see this team. And to gloss this over and to move beyond this and say that somehow or another, after this loss, you could look at this team and look at them as a Super Bowl contending team is complete homerism, is complete rose-colored glasses ism. There's no reason to look at this team and to believe that is going to be the case. Jamal Adams isn't worth $70 million. No, he's not worth $70 million. I mean, he's not made even one play to make you believe that that's what he's worth. And they're paying them out and paying what they paid. You're not getting the returns on it. I wish I could argue it differently, but there's no way to argue it differently. Joseph Young, I can't wait to see our front office fail miserably in the next draft without Wilson. Oh, not having Wilson is going to definitely put them on point. And you have Wilson saving you. You have Wilson bringing you at the fourth quarter comebacks. What are you as a team? This front office and Coach Carroll seem to have a lot of confidence in what they are as a team, if not doing that. I don't share it with you. I think it's going to be a little funny in watching them play out and like route the hubris to believe that without a Hall of Fame quarterback that you're going to be anywhere near similar to what you were before is a wide stretch. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Eric Mono says, Brandon almost hurled. I haven't almost hurled yet. I'm drunk, but I'm not in the hurl mode yet. I'm just in that solid state of drunk phase of things where I'm not really productive, I'm not really articulate, and just basically holding on for dear life. It's the boy says with the $5 donation says we love the rants. Love how you feel, bro. Pete Carroll likes to drink pee for water. The defense was diarrhea tonight. Adams is overpaid. Yeah, you brought Adams in. You know the way to really utilize him correctly. I don't have an explanation for that. I don't know why you would pay that kind of draft capital and then pay that amount in the player per se, and then not have a real way that you want to utilize him. And or maybe the actual response is how you how you utilize him in that respect. I don't know. All right, let me see here. Eric Myers, Brandon's almost hurled. Not almost hurled yet. I'm not in throw-up phase yet. Yeah, it's tough. It's the moment where funds run out and you go start over. Damn, I'm hungry and eat me some urban noodles. Yeah, that's the problem with the Troubles Cowboys fan is that you had $13 million of cap space to use, but you came into this season, you underutilized it. You didn't go out and sign another guy. You didn't have anybody take up that cap space. You didn't renegotiate with a Quandary Diggs, for instance, and sign him to a cap space. You just sort of sat on it. What is the excuse there for a team that is in go-for mode? For a team that is trying to hold on to Russell Wilson in the long term? There is no excuse for it. It's inexcusable. And frankly, the front office and general manager John Schneider should be held with their feet to the fire because of it. Guys, what are we doing? For injuries, also signing guys, cutting bands, and for... I look for my team, and we have extra cap every year. Then we get over the cap. I don't know that. Sorry. McGowan is the most productive pick on this year for Cleveland. Like Dallas playing now for Cleveland, pretty good. Cleveland defense Cleveland defense looking pretty good, especially with Jadeveon Clowney there. Hard to watch. Like Medal's not been a game changer, but he's been all right. Now for Hill, oh my God, bro, it's still up. Yeah, I'm still up. So long as Jamal is no longer a detriment to our team, I'll take you up on the Sean T, I'm pretty sure they'll bounce some pressuring. They'll come back with the team this week. I do need some water, by the way. Thank you for well put point. Where we on here? We are 6 hours and 50 minutes in here. At 6 hours and 50 minutes in, I think I am good enough to call the ball here. I'm going to call the end of this. I'm not being productive. I'm not giving you guys a lot of insight at this point. I'm in an emotional state of disrepair, and I'm going to own that at this moment. I wish I could give you guys quantifiable optimism or some hope here. And frankly, in some respects, that's my channel as a job here with the Seattle Seahawks, is to give you something good to go off of, is to not dwell in the ugliness and the loss of what this team is and where it's going, but beyond the liquor, that is where my opinion is. You give me dead sober, and this is where my opinion is going to be at. It doesn't matter if it's sober. Hopefully it's provided you a little bit of entertainment tonight and not being sober, but it doesn't change what it truly is, which is a lost season, another wasted year of Russell Wilson's prime, and frankly, inexcusable. When you get a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime, you can fail. You can fail on a multitude of different places, but you shouldn't fail in the same respect every year, which is what the Seahawks coaching staff you can do with them. They've trusted back in their defense here in the 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 realm of things. They've continued to go back to the defense. The defense has continually failed them. As defense is not set up to succeed in the modern NFL, but this has been a lesson that our coaching staff and our front office has been very slow to learn. I don't know why they've been so beholden to it. Outside of you have a defensive-minded coach who just cannot ever wrap his mind around building first and foremost to the offensive side of the ball. But that does appear to be the case of what we are looking at. It makes me happy in the least, none in the least to references as that. But I hope the one thing you take from me tonight in my drunkenness, in my inability to be sober at this point, and there's plenty to talk at with that, plenty of an inarticulate ability to deride. But the one thing that maybe you take from all of this is that at least I am honest with you. That no matter what it gains me or benefits me or what it detracts from me or whatever else, that the thing I hold highest above any other measure is being truth and honest with you. And in my truth and honest with you is to say, Coach Rell's not getting it done. Russell Wilson, I like him, not quite getting it done. Now, Russell Wilson could get it done with a coach that truly trusted him, but we got to get Carroll out to be able to do that. So, maybe you all can understand a little bit why I drank this night on this show. There's no easy answers. There's no quick answers. There's no certain answers if you just think with a sober mind. And even with a drunk mind, there's no certain answers. This is a little bit dark, a little bit destitute, a little bit of, I don't know how to exactly fix this thing. But nonetheless, there's not one without the contention of possibility. You're 5 games in this year. You've got a longer season than you've ever had before, a 17-game season. Odd things go on and happen. But you guys tune into me to be an analyst and to predict and to assess the situation. In my assessment of the situation, is there a lot of indicators I've got that you are going to turn around or that you're just waiting on one player to come in and do we de-Eskridge, for instance, to come in here and fix everything at that point? No. Hard to see that at the standpoint of things. You're 2-3 in one of the toughest, if not the toughest division in football. Having only played 1 of 4 games against the toughest teams in that division, that doesn't portend out well. I am hopeful. I may be drunk. I may be buzzed. I may be drunk, slobbery from my standpoint, but I'm still hopeful. There's been some crazy things in the NFL that happened. Look, 2005, you had a Pittsburgh Steelers team that got in the playoffs at 9-7. That wasn't a good football team. And then the officials helped them get the Super Bowl in 2005 against our Seattle Seahawks team. So, crazy, odd, outlander things have happened before. I'm not going to count on them just because I don't count on the outliers, on the anomaly. I tend to stick to what has been the general consensus or the general rule of thumb in the NFL up until this point over the last, let's say, 15, 20, 25 years. But there is still hope. There is still hope. Even in my Georgia state now, I can acknowledge that there is still that hope that exists. It's getting weakened. It's getting narrowed. It's getting smaller. But it does exist. And God hope somehow or another Coach Carroll or even Russell Wilson in this figure situation, they can figure it out. But if I'm going to lean to a direction, I'm going to say that the party's come to an end, that you are going to see Russell Wilson moved on after this season, that Coach Carroll possesses so much hubris and ego that he believes that he should stay and that he can get it done once again here in this final hour, which is incorrect as well, which is going to leave us to a couple of years of sort of treading water, doggy paddling a little bit, if you will, which you can bring the argument we've been doing up until this point for the last 4 or 5 years, which doesn't make me happy in a lot of respects, but I won't deny whatever the truth is or wherever we're going as a general direction. It is the reality of the situation, regardless of whether you've been drinking out of Amsterdam vodka or whether you've been doing the old conformity, previous history of Jack Daniels. Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. I really do apologize to the chat tonight. I didn't respond to you anywhere near as good as I normally do. I'm really apologizing towards you guys on that. I'm sorry. This loss hit just a little bit different in my heart. Just a tiny bit different in my heart. And I've got to kind of breathe that in a little bit and accept that a little bit. And I can't gloss over it. I can't just respond to the chat and just act like it's nothing. It has hit in that way. There's no glossing over it. I do appreciate all of you guys in there hanging out in the chat. We got damn near 62 people have hanging in. We got over 200 people in the chat at one point or another tonight. Thank you to all of you for hanging in there. Even when things and times are going tough. If you do need, we are in the first 3 days here of our Manscaped offer that we got with them as far as sponsorship goes. So if you need some Manscaped help, if you need to get a little trimmed up, it helps with the girls. Ladies don't mind when it's a little bit better trimmed down below. Go out to Manscaped, get that trimmer. Get that thing that's not going to cut your nutsack up like the prior trimmers from CVS, Pharmacy, or Walgreens will do. Get one that's going to actually take care of your junk. Take care of you. You're going to get 20% off when you go to the website. Use my code TheSeahawksNest. It's going to help out as far as using the code. It's going to give you 20% off of your order. It's going to give you 20% also off the shipping, free shipping, not 20% off, but free shipping. So going to manscaped.com and using that code does help me out if you have any sort of manscaping needs at all. Look, CVS Pharmacy will cut you up, so you do help the channel out by doing that. It's a win-win-win. 20% off, free shipping, and you help the channel. You can't argue with that. I didn't get all of the channel chat tonight. I'm sorry for you folks. I will be back on a Wednesday night. Do not deny that. We are super 6 hours deep in this. I'm super rolling out tired. I barely can even formulate any words at this point. Thank you to everybody who donated on the chat. If I missed your donation on the chat, I'm sorry. But again, I'm in a state of mourning, and I am pretty fucking drunk at this point. 6 shots in, 7 beers in. You're not going to really see me at this point as a Seahawks fan very often, but this has just happened to be one of those rare outlier situations where I don't expect to encounter this over the next couple of years very often. And if I do, God help our Seahawks. God help our Seahawks. Thank you to everybody out there. Make sure off the donation. I don't think I did. Again, sorry. Looks like it's a boy. It's chatted at $4.99. Let him have it, buddy. Make him feel the hurt for the Hawks. Feel pain bad. Well, glad. I went pretty hard at him, so I hope that everybody's feeling that pain, appropriately speaking. This will be all for me. Look, thank you to everybody who was donating in the chat tonight. If I didn't acknowledge your chat, I do appreciate it. Normally, as sober-minded Brandon, I'm going to be way more appreciative, way more acceptance, way more saluting you. I'm sorry if I didn't salute you tonight. It's just the way this night's kind of gone on. It's the way this Thursday night game's kind of gone. We got about 14 days before our next game. Hopefully, our Seahawks can kind of turn it around. But it's a rough game. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to everybody that's subbed. We're near 4,500 or something like that right now as far as the sub count goes. Thank you to everybody who's done that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you dealing with my negativity tonight. Sorry for that, folks. I'll try to improve it as we go forward. Even if it's the last 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 weeks of the season, it's going to be in that same stretch of mine. Just give me the 1 week to get over this. Give me the 1 week to kind of find my way and get over the bend on this. But I love you guys. This is my favorite time of the week. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the donations. Sorry if I might have missed you on a reference to exactly the chat, but I'm buzzed as hell. I'm doing 5 shots and like 7 beers. So I hopefully you guys give me a little bit of rope on that, for lack of a better word. But I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Let's see what we get next week. Let's see if we can build on it and get moving in a better direction than where we are right now. I don't have a lot of faith, but I know you guys might have some out there. So we'll see how it all finishes out. Thank you. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the donations. And please don't forget, even in these dark moments, and goddamn, this is a goddamn dark moment. I mean, even the moments where you're seeing nothing in shade, don't you forget, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks, baby. Go Hawks. I don't give a shit.